限られたこの時を月夜に混ざり合うと息を二人だけが知る秘密
瞳をそっと拭い憎らしい気持ちにそっとさよならこのままではいても立ってもいられない受け止めてありのまま
Narcissus, Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. I love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, Ventus, Chaos, Dionysus, Hera, Hermes, Icarus, Narcissus, Medusa, Epasos, Ashalalala, Susus, Minerva, Ecobubus. love it when you couscous. Aphrodite, then discus, Hera, her messy colors. Na 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 na. Susa, never become business. I love Aphrodite, then discus, Hera, her messy colors. Na 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 na. Susa, never become business. I love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous. Love it when you couscous. Couscous, couscous.
今動き出す窓の外眺めて遠くで揺れる光同じ先見つめ、yeah、 心はもうきっと気づいてる君じゃなきゃ意味ないありきたりかな口ずさむラブソングちびるに Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら宝物だね約束なんて時代遅れと笑うけど僕ららしくていい離さないと誓うよ先読みなんてもう終わりにして僕の手を握って少し切ないそれもまた無勢な胸味 Your eyes tell me everything I need Your smile笑い合えたら
Ladies and gents, boys and girls, good evening, afternoon, morning, wherever you may be in the world, and welcome to our final Playday of Asia. Now, I'm not sat with a bald man off towards the other side of the screen, but I have got a world champion. I got Nick with me. Nick, how are things? I nearly called you Tim then. Thank you. How are things going?
Hey, dude, honestly, being called Tim would be a massive, respect on my shoulders because he's got the garden, he's got the casting skills, he's a good lad overall. Having a good time, excited to be here. Only done one play day of Asia myself. Now we're in the final play day, as you mentioned, and it's completely wide open of who can make it into top 6.
Well, at least between the two of us, then we've got one play day each, and of course we've done it separately. So we have got 2 play days between us.
True.
So at least there's a good bit of exposure there. But let's take a look at what the hell we're coming into today as well. We'll take a look at our standings and our schedule. Starting things off, of course, with our standings. Nick, I'm gonna throw to you here. What do you think? Or what are you thinking when you look at these standings? What's exciting?
So the exciting part, of course, we're going to look at top right. Elevate, the import roster from Brazil. They've been completely smashing the region as expected. They got more firepower than in the previous stage. On second place, fighting for that first spot is, of course, going to be Weibo Gaming. They're going to be the more domestic champions, if you will. And, of course, the reigning champions as they won in stage number 1. But they actually lost to Elevate, so that's created a bit of a divide. Then the further down the list we go, I actually wouldn't say there's been too many disappointings because Fury had a really bad stage last time around. They've kind of ramped up. They're currently in 3rd place. They can actually do really, really good this stage as well. So if anything, I would say we have had a glow up for this region between stage 1 and stage 2.
What I like about Fury is, for the most part, they've done what you'd expect a team to be able to do, which is beat teams that are below them. They've beat, Daystar. They've worked their way through several of the other lower teams. So they've had a good stage. I completely agree with you. Of course, there's more to do here. Maybe they can steal away second place. We'll find out today. But of course, our big focus is on those bottom 4 teams because all 4 of them are fighting for that spot in our playoffs. Yes, only half our teams right now are guaranteed to be in playoffs. So it means there is a hell of a lot to play through today. Let's take a look at the fixtures and see how things are going to shape up. We start out at the top of the table, Daystar versus Weibo. We speak about that fight for second place. Well, there's definitely going to be a spicy one with Daystar able to punch their way up here, assuming they get a good round differential out of that game. We then have a rival 7 coming up against Soul's Heart. That is going to be a scrap at the bottom. LFO versus Fury. You'd expect Fury to win it, but if LFO win, well, then that's LFO locking themselves in towards playoffs before we close things out with Latent Dragon Esports versus Elevate. That one feels like, again, on paper, a game that we already know the outcome of. It is quite literally our best team versus our worst. But Latent Dragon could really throw a spanner in the works by winning that game, Nick.
No, that's exactly it. And Elevate, I mean, if they don't, care 100% about that matchup because they're already locked in guaranteed first place, they might save some strats, give Latent Dragon, a way into the game, essentially. But with that also being said, Elevate can go for a, flawless victory of the stage so far. So do they want to play for pride or do they want to work for saving strats of playoffs? That's the big question that final match will show us as well.
I really can't wait to see it, of course. But should we start talking about our first game then? Let's have a look at Daystar and their roster first and foremost. And you can give us a little run through on these boys as well, Nick, because they're a team that have been always floating around 3rd or 4th place, struggling to push right to the very, very top. But they can be that team on the right day. It's just not always their day.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think consistency is the big question mark when it comes to Daystar. And if you look at the numbers, overall, there's no really big outsiders. Right? They don't have like a negative 20 player or something like that. But they do have Seal, who's having quite the stage so far in the kill and intra-kill department. But that's the problem. If only Seal shows up consistently, then the other 4 players, they're not really carryable to that degree against the top dogs of this region. So what we're looking for is a round-by-round analysis of Daystar. Do they show up individually? Sure. But do they show up as a team as well to help each other to find success in those important rounds?
It is just like on Casting with Toon because he says that all the time. He's like, if this one player don't show up, what happens then? You two are one and the same, I'll tell you that now. But you're absolutely right. And the one result I look at in this stage, by the way, that is worth highlighting, they lost 7-5 to Latent Dragon Esports. It was the only win that Latent have got all stage long. If Daystar had that, they'd be on 12 points, just like Weibo, and this game would be a straight shootout for second place. Instead, they're even fighting to be in the top 3 or 4 here. They could yet find themselves falling further down, and one result can lead to that. I speak a little bit about Weibo there as well. Let's take a look at their lineup as well. Some of the sweethearts of the region, it's fair to say, because like you said, Elevate are that evil import roster. But these boys equally have been a little bit hit and miss. They've lost a couple of games throughout the stage, still in second place, and a win today here will lock them into that, and I'm pretty sure also secure them for the APAC finals. But they need to make sure they get the result done.
No, that's exactly it. I mean, when it comes to Weibo Gaming domestically, we're only expecting Elevate to beat them in, like, let's say a best of 3, best of 5 settings. So we're very much determining that this is probably going to be the final, so to speak, domestically at least. And of course, it's the same story as always, right? Reeves, best player in the freaking world. This guy's completely overtaking. That's the thing. But look at Turt's numbers right now. 52 kills to 34. This particular season has been Turt's season because he's been more consistent than Reeves, finding a double kill in so many rounds at extremely high frequency. We're just gonna see Weibo kind of take this new playstyle that we haven't seen before, where they're gonna have a 4+1 strat. That's Speakeasy, Reeves, Hoven, and Ape working together, and Turret making his hero play somewhere on the map. And it's kind of changed Weibo from being a one-trick pony team to always playing the same kind of style, to having different approaches to every single round.
I look back at their game on Bank, actually, one that they lost against Fury, and a lot of that was down to Turds not having the best game. And it's weird that we've gone from a player that was benched for a long time to now is arguably their best player at the moment as well. It's crazy. But let's talk about the map we're going to here, Nick. It's going to be Labs, and I would have the stats for you, but because this idiot wiped his PC last night and didn't log back into all of his accounts, I haven't got the stats in front of me. So what are you thinking when you see Labs?
Oh, that's a banger right there. I mean, I think Labs is a very neutral ground today. I think it's almost like the old Oregon, where teams can really go to this very comfortably, kind of off the rip. I also think it's very common to see in a best of 3. It's like a deciding map because, again, it's very even ground. When I think of Weibo Gaming, Nighthaven Labs very much comes to mind. So like that's a staple of their maps. I would not want to take them there from Daystar. But with that being said, if you're expecting them to happily go there and you got the prep work ready, you might have some counter strats. The social vote is not in your favor, but with the right supportive staff, with the right counter strategy, you might actually make an upset happen here.
Is your vote in their favor? Who are you backing to win it? I imagine you're going to say Weibo, right?
I have to be boring and say Weibo. These guys are my boys. I love them so much. They're great at the game. And I'm sorry, Daystar, but it's not going to be your match.
You'd assume not. No, not when I've just finally found the stats. And over the last 6 months, Weibo are 3-1 on this map, winning it just a couple of weeks ago against Leighton Esports. And for Daystar, they like the map. It's one of their most played. In fact, it is their most played over the last 6 months. And it certainly is not a must pick for them. So we'll see how things shape up. Definitely leaning towards the orange team in this game walking away with the win, but our bans are coming on through. Kai to start things off, surprising no one, and Monty also going to come out here from Weibo.
Yeah, the thing about the Kai ban right now in both ranked and competitive play is that you pretty much need to start off every single attack with the Kaid ban, because then it gives you the option to lean into different directions. Let's say you ban the Kaid and they ban the Maverick. Now you're probably gonna ban the Bandit, and now you can like really play the game very open. You can guarantee to get those walls opened up. That's gonna be a first step. Let's say you ban the Kaid and the enemy doesn't respond back with anything, you know, in the wall breaching denial department. You can now really open up your operator pool. You can ban the, whether it's the Asami or the Castle or the Mute in this case, and start flexing it. So it's pretty much like a let's ban the Kaid in case the enemy goes for a counter operator ban, and if not, it's still nice to get rid of the Kaid operator, because when it's paired with a 2 brow, it can be so difficult to get past those first reinforceable walls. So in this case, Kaid was banned, Monty was answered by Weibo. That leaves the second defender ban very open in the air. They opted for Mute to then probably enable something like, let's say, the Grim, the Deimos, that type of thing. Weibo then banned the Glass.
And I think also a bit of a target ban, because for Reeps, his most played operator by more than double is Mute this stage. 25 plays overall, and then Wamai 13 times. It just shows you how much he loves that. Same with the Glass, to be fair. A target ban against Jogor. It's his most played operator, bar none, Blitz being his second. So you're kind of saying, all right, then we'll face off against the Shield at some point, then that's no problem by us. Now he's starting things off on the Ash. Admittedly, we're kicking things off on the top floor, Nick. I'd love to hear a bit more of your thoughts, really, around the Mute ban as well, because often we see it come out against teams that love denying away information, love being quite aggressive with their zone control on the map. And here I just think it gives you that little more flexibility to be able to move through a bit more fluidly as the attack.
It's exactly it. I mean, not even Labs to start corners. Quite a small map when you get, you know, by the bomb side doorway. So the jammers makes droning difficult. It also takes away the Grim and the Deimos, you know, from being really, really high in value. So I think you're just really making yourself more flexible on the attacking side and getting past some of those annoying difficulties. Another thing is that when the Mute is open, you will often want to run the Thermite Heart Breaching Operator on this map, because you can go on the Repel on the exterior walls and then circle the Mute Jammer entirely. But now you're playing Thermite. By banning this, you can now open yourself up more to playing the Ace and the Hibana, because that's been left open in the operator ban phase, and get walls opened up in a different way.
I was really curious what the hell he was looking to go for.
Yeah, same.
I think he wanted to get himself the hard breach at the top, then one at the bottom. I was like, not quite sure this is what you were looking for, friend. And I think he realized himself he wasn't 100% sure either, but now has got that bottom side open as well as the top. So they've got the repel angle and the ability to step inside. One player providing cover, the other working their way in towards IT when they're ready.
Got some important layers right now, right? We got IQ on the primary floor below the bomb side, but below the IQ is actually a pulse of Tursta in the basement. So it's a bit of a cat and mouse game that they're having themselves. Of course,
he's such a rat, man.
He is a rat. Again, the 4+1 strat on defense and attack, right? 4 people doing a shot together, and Turton is lonesome looking for a play. C4 has been spent from him somewhere earlier in the round, probably damaged Teague a little bit. Yeah, there you go. He's half elf as well. It's open, used rather in the side of stock room. And now, because Turton's no C4, he can go for a happy hunting kill.
That's exactly what he does. Happy to play his life at this point too. Of course, if they sniff him out, see him on a drone, then he is dead to rights. And really, you should know by now how Weibo play the game here, Daystar. You should know that he's going to be somewhere nearby, but it's not Turd that strikes first. It's Speakeasy, and it's Azuki on the ace that's going to fall away.
It's going to give Turd even more pressure to stay alive on the roam right now. Here's the barbed wire punch. That's a freebie for him. And again, Daystar trying to attack top floor and first at the same time. Spread too thin and losing on both fronts so far.
Oh, and they went a mindful of pillar at the same time. Speakeasy picking up a bit of a freebie onto Seal, and Speakeasy into a second. This first round, well, it's been absolutely calamitous is the only way they can summarize it so far. Nick, Daystar, I would love to turn around and say they've tried, they've done their best, but outside of getting IT wall open, it feels like nothing has really gone their way.
Oh, you're right. I mean, that's the final Ash Breach and Pocket being spent right there, and the mirror window on Cattle Grafters has not been shattered, so they haven't even used the default utility for the default counters of those mirror windows. And there's no Jaeger or Maya Aruni on the board, which means that a mirror window isn't even being protected. It's going to be a triple swing from all of Weibo, and it's going to go for that 3v1 final kill and lock in that first round.
Yeah, very, very comfortable there. Really not bothered by anything that we saw coming out from Daystar. One of them times where I look at it, kind of like how you feel about this. If I see the first round or two just go really decisively one way, I'm a little bit like, okay, not write them off. Obviously very important. It's a 2-0. They've got a massive head start here.
Yeah.
But give the other team a couple of rounds to get themselves warmed into things. You might even see an early timeout come out in some cases. It's rare, but the round 2 timeout gets things moving again. This will be one that I think you look at and just go, forget about that first round. It was an absolute calamity. We go again here and try again as if it's the start of the game again.
Absolutely. And also, I feel like Nighthaven Labs is a very simple map. I mean, every team can play it. It's, as I said, a staple in Tier 1 professional play. If you're having a bad attack round, obviously you can go one of two ways. Either you're going to figure out the next one, or it's going to be completely lost from the get-go. Hit the mental reset button again, guys. Don't worry about this round whatsoever. Let's just attack, the base and bomb side most likely, or the stock bomb side, second or third priority really, and just go again. The big question for me comes into the second bomb side rotation, so round number 4, 5, and 6, because that's where you have to show that you have talked about the issues of the past and fixed them for that future. So having your first couple bomb rounds on the attack is completely fine by me, but you need to show us that you have solved them by the second go.
Absolutely. I've got to ask a question before we really get into the thick of things, by the way. I was doing content over in Copenhagen a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of the content we shot, as people have probably seen on the email broadcast, was in these like Danish gardens. Like the guy I was speaking to, the guy who does a lot of the content, was like, yeah, I own an apartment in Copenhagen, and then out here in the summer I've got a little summer house and a garden plot. And I was like, this is absolutely crazy. Do you have a garden plot?
I don't have a garden plot. I'm one of those people that live in an apartment, one floor up and whatnot, but most of my friends, family, people that I know, they love garden plots. And a lot of people, they'll have garden like small mini gardens on the balconies, like they'll hang them on the exterior of the railings or something like that and have like a mini garden going. People love it.
I see. Have you got a garden? Do you look after a garden at all?
I do not. I can barely keep plants alive. I'm sorry. My excuse...
This is going to be a very boring broadcast when I can't ask you about gardening.
Garden talk about. The thing is, I travel a lot and I'm not home often, and then it's like I'm really forgetful, and I don't have like a green thumb, as people say. I feel like if I get a plant, it won't be here in 2 weeks' time from now because I'll forget to water it, and that's a shame towards the plant, right? So I'm hands off. Tim can do that kind of job. I cannot.
I'm going to buy you a really hardy succulent that will just live. You have to water it once a fortnight and you'll be fine. Same way you're watering this guy's roots here. Jogor losing his feet to the C4 of Hoven. And this one at least looking more of the same. Weibo for shutting them out inside the first 60 seconds. And that was the blitz that I mentioned. You ban away the Glaz from Jogor. He's going to play a lot of blitz. Weibo know what to expect here, and they've dealt with that superbly.
Yeah, I mean, they just have so many different pieces of useful problem solving, whether it's a toxic base or plant denial, C4s for kills, bandit for the wall denial. Finally, we see the bug come into play downstairs, but a minute and 20 seconds is burned off the clock, and just now the IT wall gets open. Look at this, a swing on the garage wall. That bug opened himself, but Speakeasy wasn't ready for the gunfight. He gets taken down for free by Seal. But half the round to go, and again, Weibo with still with different win conditions in pocket.
And Pican just going down very comfortably there, where I think he was on a drone watching Top Aqua and has lost his life as a result. That is not ideal.
No.
Now Souffle is going to try and retake Top Aqua. You so sorely need this position if you're going to try and push your way in towards Catwalk. It just feels a little bit disparate at this point, I think, for the attackers here. Not quite working as a team. They've now got 2 players ready to swing onto him, Top Aqua. So they're a little bit stuck once again, Nick. They've got some of the basics done. Outside of that, it's looking difficult.
They're playing this well. A swing comes through. A turret with the ego peak twice. Gets the kill. Playing off the mirror window intel for the IT breach. Swings the catwalk window player. They understand right now for Weibo, as long as they have top floor control, they can just, you know, stall out this round because Daystar, they're nowhere inside the building. We finally walk in Aqua door, but we saw earlier there are 2 defenders waiting for him.
Yeah, this is just not looking pretty at all. They can't even find themselves a way into these first couple of rounds. And I said, you know what? I'm happy to give the first couple sometimes. Sometimes we see the early tap timeouts. Eagle-eyed Amons, you would have seen the top right corner of your screen a second ago. Daystar have requested that tap timeout to have a conversation about what the hell is going wrong in these first 2 rounds. Because they can't even buy a round at this point. Nick, they're down to a 1 versus 4. Seal, the only player on his team. Well, I'll say the only. Of course, Joe got one in the prior round, but a couple of kills between them is a very, very torrid start to this game. Turd is full of it today, full of beans and full of kills in the round as well. Great start.
Yeah. Timeout request in round 2. Rip comes from Turd in the chat, and he's right. One thing is to call a timeout because the rounds are close or small issues are happening. This is a full-on, oh my god, panic button of a tactical timeout. They can't get in the building, they're not problem solving, they're barely getting the breach opened up, and they're not even inside the building with more than 1 player at a given time. Blitz gets in early, C4 and dies. And after that, the entire round just felt kind of flat. The only kill they got was Speakeasy on Smoke, by the way, running out the Garrett soft breach that was opened up by the attackers themselves. I mean, Weibo are itching for a gunfight. They're swinging first every single time.
Yeah, and this is the problem, I think, when a team is quite slow about their approach, and like it's almost like a bit of impatience from Weibo being like, well, if you guys ain't going to do something, then we are. You know, we've got a bit of control, you know, we've stepped forward here, we've shown a shield, we've then done nothing for 30 seconds, and then Speakeasy and Turd are like, well, we're bored now, we're coming and swinging out of doorways, we're going aggressive onto you, we don't care what you're doing, we're going to find you and hunt you down. They can barely get inside the map at this point, and I hope to God we see a little bit of a conversation about pace taken during place during that tack timeout. To win round 3, you see them come back a little bit refreshed, like the game has just started anew.
And this is where we want to see some big changes. If not right now, as I said, in round number 3, I want to see big change from Daystar in round number 4, 5, and 6. Because this is the thing. You've called the tag timeout to talk about the general problems, right? Guys, we're too slow. We got to get in the building together, play the crossfires, drone, follow drone, all the kind of concepts of Siege at a tier 1 level of play. What you cannot discuss yet right now is how we're going to attack this particular bomb set, because you don't know exactly what Weibo will do just yet if you're Daystar. It's the first time that they're showing basement. But coming on to the following round of round number 4, you're gonna see the second attempt at a top floor defense, and now you should have a very clear plan in front of you. But Daystar need this round, need to get on the board, get a bit of confidence, and find their footing in the server. Joker's back on Blitz, all eyes kind of on him to lead his team forward, together with someone behind him. If he goes in completely alone, he can die very quickly, very easily. I want to see some supportive networks around this Blitz operator.
Yeah, not walking into a C4 blind would be a great start, I think, truthfully. A bit of an improvement on the prior round, and we'll see how things shape up. But one thing worth remarking on, of course, across those last 2 rounds, in both instances, it was defenses on the top floor that really led to the win overall, right? Trying to break Turd out from behind that mirror window, despite the site being on the first floor, sort of told the whole story. They were struggling to even get the vertical clear, so have failed really at that first hurdle. But like you say, I think more behind this Blitz is good. I'm enjoying seeing the Dockerby on side. I am the biggest Dockerby fan in the world. I will shield this operator till the end of time. I think pairing her up with a Blitz is a beautiful idea here, especially because you've banned away the mute.
It's a good solution or potential solution to what is a very definitive problem for them.
That is your really polite way of saying, no, Des, it's a dog shit solution, but I'll give you your flowers.
No,
I love
not
that.
at all. But I mean, they walk in, no Dokkaebi call, right? So yeah, you banned the mute, you played the Dokkaebi, you got the Blitz. Ash walks in a door, shotgun from beneath, swung by the smoke horizontally, and now you're playing 4 versus 5 again. And where's the Blitz? He's top floor. Dokkaebi, top floor. The Ash, way ahead of schedule. Casa Barricade's still up, by the way, by the window hallway. So they're skipping steps, wrong order of things.
Just use the Dokkaebi call, for God's sake. I'm normally the first to say, let's leave one for the execute, guys. Let's not use them too early, but they're still sat in back pocket with 80 seconds to go. I'm a little bit like, guys, you could have avoided losing Pecan here, maybe if you'd used it a bit sooner. But hey, here we go. Smoke coming out to the control door just to try and waste a little bit more time. So now we'll be into this 30-second stall phase, at which point there's about 45 seconds left, Nick. 2 C4s downstairs. You've got to deal with mirror windows. You've got other things to contest with. This is looking like a headache for Daystar. Here we go, though. The push coming on through. What the hell? Hello? What just happened? Hoven, are we okay? Hello? Joe gets a bit of a freebie there, gifted to him if nothing else, as well as finally a call did come out. And they get the step on forward they need. Now into a 4 versus 3, 45 seconds to play. and you can see the drop starting to come in towards sight. This actually is now starting to look very good for Daystar.
It does, but Weibo has the mirror window and a spare C4 in the pocket. What they don't have right now is a good crossfire to force a 2v1 gunfight. So if Daystar plays this correctly, they can isolate, get 1v1s, or swing the verts and go down. Back to even numbers in a 3-on-3 with 30 seconds. Daystar has to either make a push or go for a plant. Last look at the call has already gone out.
That's the problem. They've made the call. Like, you've got the information here. Either make the plant or make the push. Bait your pick on one of the two. They try and go for the swing, but can't get away with it. No! Ape wins it out. Azuki drops like a sack of potatoes. In comes the blitz and a C4 onto the door. We know how this one ends. We've seen it before, Nick. Despite them having the 4 versus 3, they have found absolutely nothing off the back of it. Ape might be down, but with only 5 seconds on the clock. Souffle, unfortunately, this round's looking a little bit like a souffle itself, full of hot air. Weibo go up 3-0.
It's the small things with Daystar that are costing them these rounds. I mean, what happened on the cargo stairs, I don't even know how to break that one down. It was actually the Blitz turning his back to the smoke, despite the Blitz having the flashbangs. I'm not exactly sure what the train of thought was there, but they were successful. They got the cargo stairs kill onto the smoke. That's going to be your biggest kill in the round by far, but they could not convert that into a plant or a push anywhere else. And turns that kind of hit them with the truth in chat. Z's in the chat, they're falling asleep because Daystar aren't doing much in these rounds.
Frustrating. Really, really frustrating. I love, by the way, how Turd has taken the time here when he was warned, please do not use all chat during the round, has then used it when the round isn't underway. That's called reading the rules, my friend. I love it. This was a bit of a question mark for me as well. However, I'm not quite sure what it was that had him turning away. Was he maybe trying to dodge away from the flash? I don't know. Obviously, he didn't get flashed, but he just completely lost everything else off the back of it.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, if you choose to stay on that cargo staircase, because you get that early pick to make it a 5 versus 4, if you don't know there's a blitz on the board, which to be honest, they might not have known that when Smoke chose to stick around, because again, you would think the blitz would be the first person to take a gunfight, but it was the Ash. So you're thinking, okay, they don't have the pushing operator of a blitz or a shield. I can overstay my welcome. Daystar actually does a good job at problem solving after they make a mistake. But it feels like Weibo has to make a mistake for Daystar to exploit rather than Daystar making a play themselves and forcing something to happen. Now we've seen the third operator bans in both teams, Mira and the Grim. The Grim ban, likely being because the mute ban that we saw earlier, makes a ton of sense to me. The Mira, we've seen it be such a big issue for Daystar to deal with, despite the Ash being open, the Ace, etc. But now we're gonna have another issue. Speakeasy loves to bring out the Clash out of the first 3 rounds and force the operator ban, or not play it at all the first 3 rounds and then play the last 3 rounds like he is now.
The scary thing is, at the minute, they're just having a little bit of fun, it feels, on the side of Weibo. And yeah, it's not even the case, I think, where Daystar have come in and gone, oh, you know, it's last game of the season, it's kind of whatever. Like, sure, you made playoffs, but if you lose this, you're probably against Fury or Weibo when it comes round to playoffs itself. It can be really rough when others then start jumping over you. You don't get a free ride, so it's so important that you try and get something from this game. Even a point will help you on that side, but at the minute, it feels like they haven't quite turned up fully prepared to face off against Weibo or knowing what the hell to do about it. Ape has still got himself laid down here. I'll tell you what, he could just stand up here in a second and find himself a freebie. The drone coming over, does it see? Now they know, jumps out. That is so free. So free. Gets away with it, opens to rotate, back to join his team. I was going to say, if he gets a second onto Azuki here, that would have been heartbreak, but thank God Azuki gets the shutdown.
One could argue that this is actually worth it for Daystar. They're losing Kali for, taking down the smoke. Arguably good for Daystar, but again, they have to be the ones to problem solve. And Kali going down is going to mean the Clash counter is completely removed from action. And look at the other attackers.
And the Bandit.
Lion, Flores, like you're not getting a ton of value right now, right? How do you deal with Clash? You probably don't in this round. So now your only option as Daystar, realistically, is figure out where the Clash is playing at and attack the complete opposite side of the map and hope for the best.
Oh, you know full well I'll just rotate straight over and be a headache over there too. Like at most, you can rely on the nades from Pecan, for example. Maybe if you're being very creative, you can make use of the Flores drones, but I don't think that's quite going to be enough for them here. This is already looking like a little bit of a headache. An easy step out, Turd. He's done that dip so many times this game. Gets Souffle for free here. Here's that Clash being a headache, as we said, trapping 2 players inside of IT, which means they've only got 1 to worry about, and he's trying to step in towards Catwalk door. This looks a little bit too predictable, a little bit too easy for Weibo, Nick.
Yeah, you need 2 of the 3 attacking angles right now, right? We have Catwalk, with Aqua, we have the meeting room where the smoke died earlier. They're only attacking one of those 3 positions. That means it's predictable, it's 50-50 gunfights, and Weibo, they win those every single time.
Yes. I mean, Turd at least finally has been put down for the first time this game. Might find himself dying unless he can be recovered by his team, or if they can close the round out in time, a second player hits the deck here. So technically, it's a 2 versus 2. We have still got a clash to deal with. They're looking for the third here. Reaps taking a lick of damage as he tries to step back through, covered off by the clash, but they see everything at this point. Just got to win out on their ones here, and as I mentioned, that clash is going to give so much information. Turd even savable at the same time. This is looking a little bit cheeky. I love it. But for now, he's got himself tucked away. Hoven finished off at least. They try and get the spray around, but there is a Kiba in the way. It's a free down coming out for the clash. And of course, Speakeasy makes it look so easy. 2 kills for himself to close it out. And Weibo, they look unstoppable right now. 4-0.
And again, if only Kali was left alive to deal with the clash, if only there was a backstab from Aqua Hallway, if only there was vertical presence or pressure from Daystar, but it becomes go IT Breach, attack Catwalk Rafters, and somehow still you allow Turd to swing the Catwalk Rotate and get a 1 kill and a second later in the round, and they were prone, they were holding the ankle, they were ready for it, they were expecting, and still right here, it completely works in Turd's favor. The second follow-up kill again, it's disgusting, it's too easy. And Daystar, they have now shown us that 4th round that I was waiting for. Can they talk about the issues of the past and solve them for the future? The answer is no. And that just kind of tells me the story of this will be a very one-sided match, because I don't see them fixing it right now, given the lackluster 4th round that we just saw.
It's a weird one as well, because you kind of want to like commend them for the small evolutions they've made here. Like, at least they're not getting chewed up and spat out outside the building on runouts and things like that. Yeah, cool. We're seeing the step forward. However, it still doesn't mean you're getting super close towards winning a round. Admittedly, it was 2v2 in the last one, but you're against the clash with the clock against you. It's always going to come back to bite you, as we saw. In fact, they even used Turd down as bait, if nothing else, to try and guarantee the kill for Speakeasy that worked out so wonderfully. And this is even a little bit, like I say, of like creative flair being shown by Weibo to some degree as well. Daystar, gotta find a way in. Like, it's now or never. You get 2 rounds from these last couple. Yeah. That'll feel like an absolute smash and grab, given how the first 4 have gone. And we've seen it happen before, but I think any betting man would say it's probably not going to happen. I say that. Speakeasy's the first to fall. The smoke is gone.
Yeah, this could be a good start, but is this Weibo over swinging or Daystar making a good play? That's again what I always come back to, because look at these swings from Reaps outside the window, just going for another one. Joker low in health, and Reaps is still waiting for him. Individually, we've seen Seal step up, Joker somewhat step up, but Souffle and Peak are still in 0 kills, and Suki with his first. So again, if only a couple of people in the 4th-man roster can get a kill, it means you have less players to rely on to get the job done. Now we're gonna sit back and wait for the first move to happen, because they've gotten some damage done and haven't lost any important map control just yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a key one as well for Daystar. You've got a 5 versus 4, you've got a man advantage, whatever. What was your call back in the day for pause and let's talk or let's refigure things out, Nick? I'm curious.
Hamburger.
I thought it was, yeah. I swear I've heard, I want to say Rogue used it as well for a while.
A couple teams, I think, have used that word. And
they've used Michael as well,
Michael's
I think, too. Like, they had a few different words.
Yeah, it was all like, why are you sprinting, right? I think that's where the Michael call came from.
Yeah, basically. Stop sprinting. I like that. That's pretty creative.
I think that's the lore behind the call. And I think a lot of teams these days, they have different code words, not just for slowing down, but like stack up on me, fall back, give up the ground, play your life away, etc.
I've heard power a few times, you know, just literally go for it, go. Yeah, go Super Saiyan, go nuts. Probably what to say in Asia.
Good keywords to have. It's basically you're saying a sentence in one singular word and everyone speaks that same language. Ouch.
Ooh. Turd cannot be stopped, man. He still hasn't died this half. Down his backside in the previous round, but not finished off. He's now 7-0. We were speaking about how he's had an unbelievable stage, you know, outpacing even Reaps. And yeah, Reaps is probably being a little bit left out in this game. It's why we saw him at the window trying to get aggressive on towards Joe. Now punished by Pecan. 1 and 2 for himself. Not that, you know, you want to criticize him too much. He's been a fab player for them. But really, it's been down to the others. Turd finally finished off into a 2 versus 2 and 45 seconds to play.
Brilliant take. And time is going to be a bit of a pressure point here for Daystar. 40 seconds. AP below the Solus can, or first or rather, can scam when the diffuser goes down. Then Hoven downstairs with a C4 can take it away. So they're giving the bump set for free, utilizing the timer and playing numbers even here. Either Daystar has to go hunt for AP on the first floor or try and go over a plant and fear C4 beneath.
It's not looking pretty either way you look at it, Nick, is what I'm hearing there. A nade at least to try and force him to go for the swing, and they don't even manage to get any shots back. Ape stepping out. The trade coming between the two. Now Hoven sat below, of course, doesn't have too much info, but can have a good guess on where he might be. Tucked inside the corner is going to be the right answer. C4 not in the right spot, unfortunately. So now it's down to Hoven to pull off a retake to stop his team from losing their first round. Seal's looking completely the wrong way. I think he catches a small sound cue there and gets the shot. finds Hoven's head, takes it clean off, and finally, Daystar are on the board.
It's one of those small things where if you really want to be nitpicky, you can actually say that Weibo misplayed the 2v2. You know, when you're the soloist player, you're the one with the information game of where the planet's going down. There was no Valkyrie, no Maestro, no intel on the bomb side. If you stay alive and just walk down that cargo staircase, or don't swing back in the rotate to say they're 50-50 on the window where you trade, you can probably win this round really clean just off Hoven's C4. But they went for the 50-50, and then we actually see Daystar make the play, push on in, take the fight to the enemy, and go for down with that diffuser. And yes, there was a small moment in time where I'm thinking, okay, Daystar, they have no idea where Hoven is in the 1v1 because he was looking the completely wrong way, but they figured it out. They heard the sound cue, and he finally won that important kill in the 1v1. Sigh of relief, big celebration. Daystar are on the board, and the players feel a little bit less stressed about their situation. But they need this second attack right here for the 2-4 half. Otherwise, it's still gonna be a hard game to, you know, come back into.
Like I said, they get a 2-4 half. It's going to be the biggest smash and grab I think I've ever seen, given how the first 4 rounds went. Like, they had no right getting this close, but as we also remarked, you know, back in round 4, they did get a little bit closer. It came down to a 2v2. It was still a hard situation, same as that one just then, but as you sort of remarked, Weibo somewhat outplaying themselves in the 2 versus 2, playing so far apart, not making the operator synergies come together, and it has cost them. So, let's see how things go in the final round of the half before we switch over and Weibo shows what they can do on the attacking side. That Blitz still making a return as it has done throughout basically the entirety of the half bar, a couple of rounds. We've got a lot of map to work through though, Nick. Gonna have to start with a top floor clear down, I expect here.
I think for Daystar right now, I think slow is fast because it's smooth, right? You want to take a nice approach here, try and get to the bomb side with those 4 or 5 attackers alive. And because if you go too fast, somebody makes a mistake or Weibo starts swinging you, right? And you have no one there to trade your body in that gunfight. That's where we see Daystar lose the round very early so often. So nice and smooth, nice and slow, just peel it back layer by layer here. Get the castle barricade before we swing the door. Get the castle barricade before we're inside the building. That means Flores now gets more opened up in this round because he's using gadget early. So by the time that they gotta go for those gunfights, Flores doesn't have to go, guys, I have 4 floors in pockets and use them before I take a fight. Now it's much more opened up. We're taking top floor, instead destroying the floor from top to see the first floor. So now instead of going in the primary floor and sandwiching ourselves in, we're going fully top down, kind of like a cafe attack. And I really like that philosophy from Daystar here.
Question is, can they move at enough pace that they can capitalize on it at the same time, right? Like, for the most part, we've got players on the side of Weibo, you know, heading themselves down towards the first floor, back down towards basement. For a second, then Reaps for South. Still is actually dancing around lobby stairs here, so looking to be a bit of a headache around that meeting part, or of course, to sweep his way back down towards kitchen and work forwards from there. Still a lot around the map they've got to worry about, and not an awful lot to clear them out with is my problem. Like, their comp, you've seen the Dockerby a couple of times here, not available, so they could yet get stung.
That's my concern as well. They have only gone for a half clear, not a full, but look at this. Opening could be good. As Suzuki gets the kill.
Too easy.
That's Kako's stairs control. Now the only big worry is going to be Weibo flanking from the kitchen hall, as they have still 2 roamers on that primary floor by Exo stairs. With the right timing, this could have completely changed the outcome of this round.
I mean, they've got this basically entire control of the west side. It's only really 1 or 2 that are close enough to be able to contest here. Goyo, that's almost out now as well, down to 1 HP. And Speakeasy has got a C4 in back pocket. It's not looking bad positionally for Daystar. Weibo not yet really adapting to what they're hearing.
They can plan right here. I mean, they only have 1 C4 denial, 1 HP on Speakeasy. That is that C4 on the Bandit. Turret hasn't gone for a flank just yet. This is Daystar's round to win.
I mean, his plant's going down, as we said. Oh, and there's that C4. We said the Bandit was close. We knew he had the C4, and he's managed to sting them with it. But it's recoverable here. They've got a couple of chances to work with, Nick. Ain't quite time to panic yet, unless that clock now starts to work against them. It becomes the 6th man for the defenders. 15 seconds to go, and they've got to find a stick somewhere, and they're going to force them back as Suzuki starts getting the plant down. But Speakeasy's inside the tank. How has he walked in there so freely? You had 3 of the players alive. Souffle finds 1. They're going to have to stick this one now. It is do or die. Down to the last second. Plant being stuck, but they've got the near angle there. Daystar, unfortunately, have really bottled that execute, Nick.
They have. The first time they died to the C4 with the 1 health Bandit, lack of verticality, watching that position by the bomb site because it can be seen from above. Then the second time they plant, no one's holding the damn door, so they just sprint in, get the kill for free. And the third time they start planting in the wrong area of the bomb site, lighting to the pressure of time being so low, getting flanked by turret star, and still looking for those side players as well. So very small mistakes going punished time and time again. Credit to Weibo for recognizing the weaknesses of Daystar, and a bit of criticism here. Daystar not communicating effectively together on what the issues are and how to solve them.
Sure, now we get that second half. I mean, a bit of a crazy end overall, but now we get to focus on how these next few rounds play out. For Weibo, 2 rounds, we'll see things sealed up here. But a saying that I always love coming out with, Nick, is there's 2 halves to a game of Siege, right? You could now see Weibo be absolutely calamitous on the attack, and Daystar, it turned us into Fort Knox. We just don't know yet before we start getting into things, but based on momentum, yeah, you'd hand it over to Weibo. Let's see if they can do it in round 7.
They can, though. That's the thing. I mean, there's question marks on the side of Daystar. You know, for the basically half the stage, they've had some good games and some bad games. Weibo don't really have bad games. They have really good games, and they have games where they get close. That's typically how it goes with those guys. And I think when it comes to Weibo's playstyle domestically, they can individually outperform and over-ego their enemy and still win. And that's Turt's entire philosophy this entire stage, right? Talk trash in the in-game chat, go for the most egregious swings in the server, win them often not, you're a superstar. And then Weibo goes to like international tournaments, they bootcamp internationally before an event, and then they have to kind of shift their playstyle a bit because they can't disrespect their opponents as much, because now they're up against Brazilians, North Americans, Europeans, and they can't just win those crazy gunfights. Weibo, they're a team where if they have the discipline to play these different playstyles, I don't think anybody but Elevate can take them down in their region of Asia. Daystar, they've shown us already now in so many moments that they have the right read on Weibo, but they will still lose the fight, so still lack the problem-solving skills. For Weibo, they'll do basics. They'll take it nice and slow. Step 1, Harpy's destruction on the exterior wall. It's going to be a Nirvana trick. So bottom middle, top middle, that's going to make the wall soft if done correctly. Kind of like a Maverick trick. Actually, exactly like a Maverick trick. Moment of truth. Will it be successful? Because there's been a lot of times where this does not work out because you're a few pixels off. Weibo, they don't miss.
They don't miss. It's got soft. It's got to get opened up now, and they should be good to go. I remember actually the clip where we saw this go drastically wrong several times was you slowly losing your mental watching it unfold. It was brilliant.
Yeah, that was one of the rounds of Rainbow Six Siege. I saw
a round was played.
I saw a screenshot on Twitter about a wall on Clubhouse, CCTV wall being Mavericked open, or tried to be Mavericked up on open. Didn't quite go as well either.
We saw some of that a bit yesterday, Pat North. Luca's definitely on Tim's Maverick shit list, unfortunately.
That's incredible. Here comes the swing. Oh, Seal actually will outgun Reeves in the 1v1, despite him being on his famous Twitch DMR.
Yeah, not quite at the races today, but I guess it's hard when your team has been running around picking up kills for free across the map, and you've largely been left holding the bag inside a site, just waiting to see what the hell goes on and praying they get close enough for you to be able to shoot your gun at least once during the round. Either way, it's that 1-for-1. We've still got the shield raining on 4. You know, Speakeasy, a classic operator for him that we've seen many, many a time. Eyes naturally would turn towards Turd on the glass here, but with no smokes left to play with, it's kind of really going to have to make this work all behind the Monty.
That's the thing, Reeves actually died with a smoke in park, because that would have been their final smoke for execute, but Monty walks in, punches the mirror window. The Grimpies have to do the heavy lifting right now, together with Speakeasy's Monty, in terms of getting the information for Weibo to get the kills. Last week's Scout was going out to now open up a deeper angle towards the bomb site. I want to see them now go towards Aqua on meeting for a backstep. Yes, they have IT, yes, they have Catwalk, but they're missing pressure somewhere else on the map, and now we see them fan out everywhere. Meeting flying from Holben, this wall was opened up a long time ago. Up at bottom Aqua stairs, they're going fishing.
Yeah, I mean, this is the worry about spreading so much, is that you just leave yourself a little bit too isolated when you've only got one player pushing a given angle, especially with no drones in pocket at the best of times. Hoven's got rid of one. 2 players being distracted by the Monty and Speakeasy. A bit of an out there misplay there. Outplays himself. They have got themselves in and they've got site control, but now need to kill these players. They're trapped inside of Aqua. They could go for a plant here while one holds the angle, but they're going to let them come pushing for them, and it's a little bit too easy. Just about being one out of Zuki. Getting the 2K. I was a bit nervous for a second when they got the down, but it was enough to get the round over the line.
It's one of those cases where, you know, if Monty has the fuser and he's solo taking Aqua, it's a bad look. But Monty wasn't supposed to be solo taking Aqua. He was supposed to get support from the bottom Aqua stairs. But I think a bit of missed time there from Weibo, actually, because if I am them, I would like the Monty to sprint through that Aqua door. Big surprise factor. Hey guys, I'm over here. And then you flank the Aqua stairs from below. But instead, the flanker goes first, he dies to Pika, and now Monty jumps into a 1v2 in Aqua with Diffuser in the hands. And obviously in hindsight, the frontal attack on IT breach and meeting actually was successful. So they had full bomb site control, but no diffuser. So all the things that they gained in that round in the last few remaining seconds, they couldn't use to anything. Forced to push down the hallway. Yes, that yellow ping information, but a good crossfire, good discipline, good communication from Daystar. Said 3, 2, 1. Let's swing together and pick up the kills.
Yeah, did a really good job there on that first defense, which again just sort of sets in motion the conversation we had about there being two halves to a game of Siege. If we can't see Weibo pulling off a successful attack here, could yet see Daystar starting to rack up a good few rounds. Little interlude here before we jump our way back into the game. Quick tech pause. I've got to ask Nick, if not gardening then, what else do you do besides play a lot of games and do incredibly well at them?
So last night actually I had to shoot a photography with my camera. So I took some photos there. So I do some photography, I go for walks.
You had to shoot a photography. Was it a wedding? Was it like a little thing for friends? Were you paid for it? Give us some more info. I'm curious.
Okay, fair enough. So I had my 11-year high school reunion a few weeks ago. You know,
oh, no
one
way.
of those. We're all like late 20s. Like I'm 27, most of like 26. And one of the girls there was like, hey, I heard you do photography. I've seen it through your friend David and stuff when you went to Japan together. And she said, I have this like low budget wedding, happened over the course of like a couple weeks at my family's place in the garden. Do you want to come take some photos? And I was like, sure, I guess I'll do that.
Nice.
And had like a 2 weeks to prepare, just kind of figure out like what are we gonna do, what lenses do we bring. Went there, had like a 12-hour day, and it was one of those like I shot the ceremony, family photos, portraits, and then after that I became a guest. So I was eating with them, I was hanging out, I know them, and then it was a good night.
That's really, really cool. Yeah. I like that. I've got to be curious if you're willing to share. How much were you paid to do that? Because when she said it's a low budget wedding, I was just like, okay, now that's telling me a lot. And you did 12 hours. Like, photographers can charge up to like 7,000 euros for that.
Yeah, see, this is the thing, right? I did the count yesterday. I did about 2,000 photos. Granted, it's a lot of burst fire and like, low light. So like you can't really see the photos very well. So a lot of people, like a lot of photos just aren't that useful. But essentially, I charged them a nice bottle of wine that I got given on my way out the door and said, you know what, I'll take this as my first, proper gig, do the experience, figure out my weaknesses, and then forward, I will charge people money if I do it again.
That is very, very cute, mate, and very, very kind of you as well. Have you got to go and edit all those pictures now? You promised how many you'll get back to them?
No promises, but as I said, I counted up this morning right before we went live, about 2,000 photos. Probably half of them are useful, and then half of that, so a quarter, I can edit and like probably send over to them.
Yeah, that's it. Because I'm getting married in May, and we were looking at like wedding photography stuff, and you can buy like packages which gives you like a number of hours that they're there, how many edited pictures you'll get back. They're just like, we'll take like thousands essentially on the day itself, but we'll edit down to like a few hundred for you, the ones that you feel are good. But you can have the unedited ones as well. And I was like, I guess, like, sure, but I really care about the edited ones that look nice. You guys know what you're doing. I don't. That's really cool, mate. That's a nice little very, very different to what we do day to day, I guess, isn't it, as well? It's cool.
Yeah, it is. And it's one of those, like, I'm in front of cameras, at work. We see photographers professionally at work and all the majors and see invitationals and stuff like that. They're regular human people, and, like, you show them a camera, they're like, oh, no, camera shy. Oh, what are we doing? So it's funny seeing the world of, like, the difference between being in front of a camera and having the experience on a day-to-day job versus people who never are in front of a camera, who has to, pose now out of nowhere. Had to help with poses and be like, it's okay guys, like don't worry, etc. They're super sweet, it was super nice. It was a very small, like 20 people garden wedding, so very like shoulder to shoulder. That's why I wanted like a friend to be there, not like a random photographer, if you will.
Yeah, some photographers can be really intense. Like when I was younger, like 16, 17, I actually was a photographer's assistant, and we used to go and do like proms to schools and things like that. But the guy that I worked with was like a very like, how do I put this nicely? A very, very strong voice guy. Like he knew what he wanted. We'd arrive at we'd rock up at the event basically. He'd stand up on a chair in front of everyone and be like, so boys and girls, ladies and gents, I am Andy, blah, 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 blah. Do all this whole like shouting. He's like, here's how it's going to work. We're going to take a bunch of pictures. We're going to disappear, print all the photos, bring them back, and then you can buy them later. If you don't get your photo taken, you're going to miss out, for example. And it was just really, really cool being around people on their on a day, clearly they were all dressed up and all very, very happy and stuff, and going from school to school and seeing how they did things differently and seeing how stressed he was when someone managed to nick a couple of pictures at the end of the night as well. It was balmy. A really cool experience, but absolutely crazy, especially when you think about how much money he spent on printers that he had at his home. It's nuts.
That's the thing. Like, I obviously would love to do it justice and do like the job of a professional photographer, but I don't have the experience, don't have all the equipment. But I have like a little Polaroid printer basically, and I was gonna like Polaroid print some of the photos that are like 10 out of 10s, Give them either a physical little mini USB or a Google Drive thing, whatever the client really wants there, and try and build a system for myself, you know, how to filter through 2,000 photos and boil it down. Because I think once you have a system in place, it just makes life so much easier. And that's why I took this experience, being like, hey, I'm not gonna charge money for it because I cannot promise X photos, X quality, and I can't really set you expectations I know I can deliver on. But it was really fun regardless, and really thankful for the opportunity, because I always thought maybe there is one day in the future for me where I wanted to pursue more things professionally in photography, and this was like a little insight into that.
Yeah, we're breaking the fourth wall a little bit here and talking about our lives more in the game. Just so you all are clear, we're not showing you the screen so we can talk about photography. We have like a little freeze that's just gone on. We're getting ourselves back in. Players are almost all back in lobby, so we will resume in a minute. But the one thing to kind of reflect on, I think, is it's obviously really nice when so much of our lives revolves around video games and being sat in front of a computer, to have something else that you're passionate about and love doing, just a different kind of skill that's in a very different environment, different kinds of people. I think it's such a fun thing to have and do. It's great.
Sure, I think it's very necessary, because for most people, esports and video games and even commentary like we're doing 5 minutes ago, it starts as a hobby, passion project you do purely for fun while working a different job in a very different world. And then eventually, if you're lucky and if you're good at it, it can become your full-time living. But now you take your hobby of fun and enjoyment and escape from reality to be the one thing that has to pay the bills and get things done. It's your personal title, and there's expectations and all these things. And then getting a different hobby to go back to for pure enjoyment, I think, is so important as an outlet. And photography for me started during 2021, during the COVID era, stuck in the foreign country of Berlin, hadn't been there before, everything's closed. I got there on a Friday, lockdown was Sunday or Monday morning. I had no clue what to do. So I thought I can buy a camera, I can walk an hour in a straight line and photograph and do things. And what I realized for me is that it felt very therapeutic. It was like while I was doing all that photography and figuring out how to, compose the photo, editing, take it, whatever, I was cleaning up my mind, my thoughts into small boxes and kind of feeling better mentally while doing that creative task.
Yeah, kind of getting in that flow state, right? You know what you've got to achieve, you've got the skill to do it, and then time just literally disappears while you're getting that done. It's crazy.
That's exactly it.
Same with things like coding as well. It's wonderful. It's a very wonderful thing. Well, thank you for sticking with us, everyone. And thank you for the little interview of Pengu's photography hobby. I'm sure we're going to see him on some big weddings in the future as well. I'm sure there are celebrities that need photos at some point, mate. You'll be there.
Hey, if you ever get...
You can walk in there and be like, well, that other photographer you're speaking to, they might charge less, but they're not a two-time world champion, are they? So you want me there. You want me and my camera. I'll bring the hammer if you really want as well. It's a USP, mate. You can sell yourself on
crazy. So I can be like, I actually have thousands of hours on live, event experiences right now. Not as a photographer, but they won't know about that. But I've been around cameras my entire career in Siege.
Yeah, like I performed under pressure when thousands of people are watching me. My voice has reached out to thousands of people in a live room. Like, trust me, I'm the guy you need for this.
Meanwhile, I rock up, I'm like half key, I'm like low key shaking. I'm like, oh guys, I'm kind of an introvert, I'm kind of shy, but we'll build the facade eventually with time.
It's so, I did think when you're doing your friend's wedding, I was like, God, if it's a big wedding, he's got to like coordinate like family photos and that. I was like, in the kindest way, I was like, Nick's not that kind of guy to go out there to a bunch of strangers and be like, yo, get here so I can take a picture of you, bro. And I was like, wow, that must be crazy. But given it was a small wedding, I imagine it was all right.
It was all right, but that is my weakness, and it's fine. Why it's fun to do different things, to learn what you're good at, what you're not good at, and of course get better. Just like they started improving throughout this match. I was a bit skeptical about them, Des, but you've been kind of like, you know what? There's two halves to a game of Siege. In the second half, they are looking a little bit better so far, but they're still down 2-5. They gotta get things going. But after that tech timeout, Weibo's actually slowed down their pace right now. And not really gone for kills just yet. Maybe respecting Daystar a little bit more.
Probably realizing that the game won't be as straightforward as they would like if they want to keep playing a little bit too crazy and a little bit too loose. So as you say, slowing things down. As you say, slowing things down, they've gone and got themselves an entry. They've got 2 rounds already going through above sites itself inside 60 seconds. This is very, very pacey. They have lost a player in the process in Speakeasy, but have managed to get rid of the smoke on the other. The only thing to watch out for now really is going to be those 3 C4s, and of course think about how they're going to deal with that clash a little bit later into the round.
Yeah, I guess one of the upsides right now is that the base and bomb side is quite large in size compared to top floor, so wherever clash will find themselves, you can actually go for a backstep, and it's much more difficult and time consuming for clash to go from point A to point B halfway across the side. The question for me is, will it come down to a 4v4 bomb set execute, or is Weibo gonna fish for a kill on the verge using the demos gadget, or is Stacy gonna lash out and try and get one themselves? Because look at the different win cons, right? For all the attacks, we're thinking grenades and the demos tracker. That's their way forward. Try and go for a kill. But for Daystar, they have 3 C4s, pulse scanner, and a clash for information. They want plant denial. So it comes down to me. Daystar should be in control of what they can do right here, and they will find the first kill to get that numbers advantage.
Arpe has very much gone without the rest of his team there and paid the price for it, I think. Or the accidental drop, or he just thought the team was going to go. I don't know. But it's definitely going to put them in a bit of a difficult spot because they're now down a man as well. And as you say, all that stuff is still available for Daystar here. So, as we said, it was only a sample size of 1 a minute ago. It's going to grow to a sample size of 2. Souffle, well, he's cooking something up special here. 3 kills to himself. Reaps at least getting 1 back. But it still stays with that same 1-man advantage they've had for a while. Almost getting rid of Souffle here as Turd steps on forward. Also, a lot of trackers in the back pocket that aren't going to help him. Souffle's on for a quad. 1 more to find, and it's Reach who has spent a lot of the round outside of the building. Beacon going to collect the kill and deny the ace away from Souffle, but a very convincing round for Daystar. 5-3 now to Weibo.
It's kind of like the good old tale of Daystar's performance being a lack of consistency. I mean, this round, the problem solving, the 50-50 gunfights, the timing on the swings, the win conditions, all looking really good. But go back to the beginning of this best of 1. It's like, okay, Daystar are not really showing up. Maybe defense is just their territory. That's where they shine, because for whatever reason, it's a whole different team so far. Weibo, they were going fast. I was talking about it, and as I said it, they sped up. It became that 4 versus 4. But then they slowed down again. It kind of felt like Turds was one of the few people trying to go for something aggressive, while the other players are doing verticality and droning and mostly holding angles. Now it comes down to the tertiary bomb site though. Stock control downstairs. It can be a bit more difficult to hold onto the map control because you gotta defend the top floor almost as if it's the bomb site, but you still gotta hold the bomb site beneath it. You might want to have a pulse, for example, in the basement, so you're gonna be holding in a similar fashion, but much more spread out. And that's where things can kind of go a little bit crazy for the defenders if one person oversteps.
Absolutely. Well, as it transpires, it's been pretty convincing for Daystar across the 2. So it's Weibo have now got to come up with a different game plan, and sure enough, we're cooking towards a... You probably heard me and Tim say this a few times. We talk about Raura, and the one time I was like, he's going towards a Raura, and I was just like, what the hell did I just say? So whenever I say Raura, he's always just like, Raura, and that's what they're running in this round as well. They're running the operator that puts doors down, okay? That's what we're going to talk about now.
Not the castle. It's, you know...
It's a different kind.
Okay.
Yeah, these ones are a bit more advanced than that. They've been fitted with a computer, so you can open and close them. None of this old mechanical, this old like manual crap that Castle's putting up around the map. He's a proper modern operator.
It's old gen versus new gen, babe, and I think it's a good example of like year 1 operator versus year 9 operator, because it's the evolution of the same concept.
That's absolutely.
Done
Nick,
messed
what have you got to say?
Up, babe. That's it, dude. You gotta. I'm a little bit curious, actually, if the sledgehammer might have...
Did he destroy some?
I think the sledgehammer might have ruined it, actually. Because it's not a big enough on the bottom. So I'm going to say, Ape, not your fault, buddy. Turds too impatient. You should have waited longer, and there we go.
Hey.
Turds,
10 seconds, it can cost you.
Yeah, and I mean, it's always that small bit of frustration, right? You've lost a round previously as Weibo, and you're okay, guys, come on, let's lock in, right? And then the first moment of that round is you not locking in, kind of griefing your teammate and making a small mishap. I'm sure they'll laugh about it, be like, Turd, what did you do, whatever, and keep moving forward. But timer is taking relatively far down. Not too concerned, because for this bomb site, you can just hit the bomb site whenever you want to, but they also lose Ape on the Hibana. Daystar, they're looking for more.
Joe's a bit like, oh, so the breach ain't open here. I can go a little bit aggressive if I want, because that is normally like step 1 of any round attacking the site is open up that breach. They can't play inside a garage/warehouse, and it's not open. There's a lot here that we could see Daystar do to exploit that, I think, and really put pressure onto Weibo. All right, breach starting out with a 1 as he rounds his way through control. Second inside of storage, and he's trying to stick for him too. That's a great second shot. Joe not even given a chance there. Hoppen finds a headshot elsewhere. It started to look good for Weibo, but now we're back down to a 2v2. They were literally 4 versus 2 seconds ago, and things are now starting to slip away. Don't miss in there, Pickhand. Finished off, and we've got a C4 with the pulse still to play with here in the final 60 seconds. Quite a bit of utility, though, for Weibo to make use of.
Yeah, a bit of a mistiming there from Weibo definitely goes to punish them in the long run. But they have tools to problem solve. Frag grenade, smoke grenade, doors from Raura as well. We've seen this mirrored before, right? Where Weibo, the one defending, they're playing a C4 below, Sodas and Cargo hallway. Daystar are not doing that at all. They're both on the first floor, has a C4, but look at the yellow ping information. They know exactly where this mute is. Did Nate miss?
It's got to force him to move.
Come on.
Yes, it didn't quite connect. Second try.
Oh no. Yes.
They've got Envy's down. They still maybe think he's up at this point. They're going to round in. They've got the freebie. Need one inside of storage, but they don't pay attention to Souffle. It's a 1v1 and Turd for all the smat talk in the world. It's only good if you can back it up. Steps forward and no. Souffle with a Reaper. Reaps him clean. A headshot to close out. And Daystar 1 round striking distance. That's 3 in a row. They've won now. I told you. 2 halves to a game of Siege.
Oh my days, in 2 different phases to one singular team. Weibo showing they have the gunpowder on their side, but not the discipline to play together. There are 3 separate instances in that round where you could have taken a 2 versus 1 gunfight, but they opted for the 1v1 instead. And Daystar, this time around, they are actually matching and hitting their shots. It was Weibo just pushing in 1 by 1 and dying, when if they wait 5 more seconds, do a 3, 2, 1 countdown and hit the bomb set together, that pulse is gonna be in a world of hurt. But instead, he swings 1, he swings the second, just time and time again. And even with the secondary Reaper, an awful weapon, compared to like the L85, he also beats Turret in the 1v1. Disaster for Weibo.
Really not good. Oh dear, boys. Could yet find ourselves heading towards OT, or dare I even suggest it, a Daystar win. They would need 6 rounds in this half to get themselves over the line. It feels like a tall order, but we could still find ourselves going that way. Let's see what happens as we go back up to this top floor. We finished that first quarter, air quotes, of the half, or the third of the game. Now we get that repeat of those same 3 sites, and this really is where Weibo needs to identify, okay, what caused us problems last time? How are they playing this? How do we adapt and deal with that? And apparently an execute heavy composition, they believe, is going to be the answer.
To be honest, like last time they attacked the top floor, it's kind of just like Reeves died kind of early. They lost the second smoke set for the glass, and they couldn't really play for the execute enabling operator. So again, for Weibo, it comes down to, if they just play a bit more passive, disciplined in the server, they can actually get to the execute. Then we'll of course see what happens from there on out. They though are feeling good and looking a lot better and getting much more active in the server. Su plays 6-0 since the rehost. Turret in comparison, who was so hot before, 1 and 2. Now he's in glass though, so he's gonna lead the charge for his team with those smoke grenades.
Speakeasy 0 and 2, because he was flying as well. Speakeasy was going nuts.
Yeah, he was, but he's been playing a very different role since, right? He was playing Clash at the tail end, he's playing Shields in the attack, the Munty, the Blitz, so I don't think Speakeasy's gotten a kill since going on the attack inside actually at all.
Yes, it has not been pretty. Again, the duality of man, defense versus attack, can lead to very, very different outcomes. So it's coming on through, and Turk going to step on forward. It's at least better than last time where he was the only one with smokes. They've got 4 others on side here to make use of, but they've got to actually capitalize here, Nick. And now we start our charge on forward. C4 comes on through. They get 1, they get second, they get 3. They've tried to go fast, Nick. They've tried to go execute. They've tried to play it slow in prior rounds, and nothing is working out for them. Reeves hasn't got a clue. Joe there hidden away by his scope, unfortunately. Ape, not a kill to his name.
Damn.
He's just going to hand over an ace to the other side. A flawless to the other side. And shock horror to Nick. I was about to call you Tim again. The call-in attack timeout.
I mean, this is just
I might just
one
start
of those
calling
games.
you Tim, honestly.
If I shaved my head, it would be more fitting, but I'm kind of trying to grow it out and look young again, if you will. But I'll probably join Tim in not too long, to be honest. I got a few more years in me. Maybe when I hit 30 in 2 years' time, it will finally happen for real.
I was going to say, am I okay to ask about that? I need to ask first and foremost.
Okay. Yes, you are.
I'm really curious. What are you doing to lengthen it out? Not the hair strictly, but like the time before you feel like the inevitable is around and you have to shave it.
So, you know, I was bald for like 6 months in the past, around the time of November Major last year. I went there full blown, clean shaven, etc. I tried it. I was like, okay, how do I feel about this? Can I deal with it? Because my hair was still salvageable, but not perfect. And I was like, you know what? I'll be happy with it when I go bald, but it's not time yet. So then I started taking minoxidil and finasteride, which are the 2 most commonly prescribed things you can take for preventing hair loss, so to speak. And it's not gonna magically grow your hair back, but it's gonna slow down the regression rate and give you a bit more shelf life, essentially.
Interesting.
So it's just
honestly, this is a world that I know very little about. Like,
must be nice.
My mom has got ridiculous. My mom has got really thick hair. Like, I mean, my dad, like to this day, still got quite a lot. So I think I'm going to be okay for a while. But it's genuinely a world I know nothing about. So I'm always really curious, like what people are doing, because I know that it can be a real bother. Like, I know when I was younger, like my hairline receded very quickly when I was younger, and I was like, oh god, I'm going to lose my hair by the time I'm like 22. This is awful. But it largely has gone far back. So my forehead is massive, but it's then stopped. It has gone no further. I've just got that like widow's peak now, where I get the little like jutty like horns in the corner, and that's about as far as I've gone.
Yeah, I mean, it's the lengths that people go to in like the more like casual, just like you get like a derma roller, this like micro needling thing for your scalp to help get like blood flow, increase like hair follicle grow rate and stuff like that. You get like a little oil you put in your hair like once or twice a week maybe. You get on a certain shampoo that helps as well, and then you get the minoxidil finasteride if it's available in your country. That's like what you want to do at like the more casual level, and then if not, it's hair transplant or these other like little bit wilder things. But
I've had a couple of friends that have gone and got hair transplant. It's one of those things, like this is actually like a real like big thing for a lot of guys. Like people don't really speak about it enough, and it's a bit taboo to speak about it, but I think it's really important to have the conversation because a lot of people do go through it. Some very, very young, some of course a bit later in life, but inevitably nearly everyone has to face it at some point. So thank you for sharing, Nick. I really appreciate that.
Thank you for asking. And hopefully your hair will stay as beautiful as it is right now, because I said, like, if you just have you wake up one day and it's completely different, it can be a bit of a hit on the ego or your confidence, and just be like, damn, this is not what I look like to myself, because you're expected.
Exactly, yeah. Exactly that, mate. Well, let's go. Here we go. Round 11 underway, and as we saw a nade being whiffed a little bit there, not quite blowing out the castle barricade, you've got to be so tight on the angle on what you get those nades. It can be really frustrating, but they've at least managed to get it done with the second one. It's Turd on that Deimos. The old faithful. We'll see if he can get his team a bit of an opener, because they need to find a way into this half. It is not looking good.
Of course, they rushed the previous round, so I expect a complete switch up right now, a bit more methodical, step by step. Pika gets a bit too overzealous, swings the door. Peeking outside the building, Speaky's waiting, gets that kill. But that's Castle, that's passive utility already pre-placed on the map. Not the biggest loss of an operator, but it does mean you're playing that 4v5. So you might want to fall back a little bit early enough your seal, as that timer is ticking the halfway point already. Weibo though barely in the building, so I think he'll stick around for a bit longer.
Yeah, I mean, for now, I was going to say you can afford to hold him maybe a little bit, but Reaps has found his man. Now, a 5 versus 3.5 round to play, pretty much all your utility still to use. You look at this and say, this is not a round that Weibo should be losing. It's going to require a bit of magic out of Daystar. It's the beauty of Siege, and that 5 bullets can be enough. Like I say, it really has got to be magic.
Here comes the pressure point though. Deimos tracker, gunfight happening. Both attacker, defender walking away with full HP, but Hoenn finds a third kill to Souffle. Now that 2v5 is make or break for Daystar. You gotta make the hero play, swing out, take the gunfights. Your 3 toxic babes and Goyo Fire should not save you in this round. That would only be the case if Weibo has a major mess up.
Yes. Surely you can't see this one through their fingers. Surprisingly, all of their air jobs still available too, so they can even make sure in parts of the map are locked down if so required. Speakeasy now starting to roll those out as another track comes on through. At this point, Turd, it's just kind of waiting for his cooldown to come up so we can torture a poor soul. They know exactly where Joe is once again. Out here on cargo stairs, waiting his very moment here for someone to come for a swing. He's the last man standing, and he's not out of terrible game, but I think here things are about to go from bad to worse for him.
I mean, it is. I mean, he's just gonna die. They're all coming, nothing you can do. It's one of those awkward scenarios where it's not supposed to be him last alive. It's supposed to be smoked by the bomb side, toxic babe. Maybe he can clutch it up, but his teammate died first, unfortunately. It's a bit of a shame of a round for Daystar though, because they're looking so good, and then these very, very, very small things end up being the reason why they lose, right? Peeking out the door, taking the 50-50, had the castle, won that gunfight and stayed alive. It would have been, oh my god, Daystar, they got the aggro play, they got the overconfidence, they're actually shutting down Weibo at their own game. Now it's a case of, if you had played it differently, maybe you could have been the one to push it to match point, and of course guarantee overtime as worst case scenario. Weibo though, 6-5. They want to end it here because they've messed about, they've had their fun. It's time to just lock it in and say, guys, we are still a good team, don't worry about it, we're good for playoffs.
Yikes. Okay. That small advantage they had has slipped away. It was a 5-1 half back in the first, so Daystar can still take this to OT. I really then think it depends on who's going to find ourselves starting on the attack. Although I say this, we had a game, I don't know if it was this region or if it was APAC North, we had a game that were 5-1 half on the defense, and I was like, wow, whoever starts an attack has got this one done. And then all we saw in OT were attacking wins, and I was like, okay, just the craziest kind of like outcome that you'd expect versus what you'd expect given how the rest of the game had gone. So it's very much a possibility. See how this one plays out for now. Then here we go, 3 minutes. Potentially to see if Weibo take all 3 points here and lock in that second place, or can Daystar really throw a spanner in the works?
Often you go into overtime, people start playing more passive. But what about the round to win the game? That match
if we get
point?
to OT, I swear I did last time we cast. I swear I did this to you, but I'm gonna do it again. When we get there, you've got to do your best Tim impression and say, "We're going to overtime, Des." Okay.
Oh boy, I was watching EML, I think it was about 2 or 3 play days ago, and you guys had some barn burner max OT. It's the first game of the day as well. You and Tim casting, of course it goes OT, and you guys had a long day of working.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a classic duo day for you guys.
Well, we're in for it today, my friend. I'm telling you that now. We'll find out who really holds the curse if this game goes beyond 12 or not. At least as it stands, Turd sniffing his way around downstairs. Speakeasy's going to start out with the entry, though. I've seen a lot of smokes go down as the entries in this game so far, Nick, and I'm always a bit like, there's others that can die first, you know, preferably others most definitely. What's going on?
I've had the exact same thoughts, but I make the same comment. It's not supposed to be the way that it goes. A flank is good, but a shot too early. No, he hits the beam, he misses. And Turd, he takes that opportunity to go for the kill himself. Him and Speakeasy on half HP, but the damage is done. They've gotten 2 kills, both with active util 2-brow and the smoke. The 2 C4s from Daystar has to hit their marks for a realistic chance back in this one.
Yeah, they even got the sniff on what's going on, at least with the pulse, but we've seen this one before. We've seen the 2-man advantage for Weibo. We've got even more time available this time as well. And with a team of their quality, you don't expect to see them let this one slip through their fingers. It is there for the taking. And we're really, once again, same as we said last round, going to have to see a moment of magic. In fact, a few moments of magic from a couple of players on this team. 2 C4s to work through. As all these verticals are now being opened up, we step into the final 60 seconds, and you can see from this overview, every Weibo player is stacked up around tank. We know what's coming. Azuki's trying his best to get a bit of a flank on here, but as soon as he's seen on a drone, it is going to be cut. Steps forward, goes to the one, gets down and towards Turd. Not too bad. Second player at the door, no doubt as well. Rounding, in fact, off towards his right. They've got to pinch onto him. Azuki gets the second. Finally gets shut down as Speaky has found his man. Joe, sadly, in a 1 versus 4 with no C4 to his name. This is looking dire.
He's just below the hatch, holding an angle. Didn't quite help his teammate in the clutch moment right there with some verticality. They're grimming, they're droning, they know he's there. They can go hunting, they can shut him down, hold the vert, get that final kill. We are not going to overtime just yet. This will be a 7-5 victory for Weibo Gaming.
Yes, a good. I want to say a good victory. They played excellently in the first half. They started to slip a little bit at the start of the second, but after that tack timeout, really recomposed themselves and got themselves back on the board. 3 points to them. I think as we say that now cements them into second place in the table. They can't catch Elevate, but now no one else can catch them. So that makes life nice and easy, and they get a bye going into playoffs. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, game 2 awaits. See you in a few.
It's gonna get personal.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Can I drink some water, Ricky?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? For APL, I'm Dev Marta, and today we are doing Shot Ones. It's the show with hot wings and even hotter questions. I'm joined all the way from South Korea by Mephi from FearX. Mephi has been playing for FearX for several years, and he has been insane. Just taken home gold in APAC North. You won that whole league. You went to EWC, but can you take home the win against the spicy wings of death? Mephi, thank you for being here. Do you like spicy food?
아, 당연하죠. 평소에도 많이 먹고 즐겨 먹는 편입니다. 한국인한테는 쉽다고 생각합니다. Because I'm Korean.
Good. Energy? You got lots of energy?
And yeah.
Good.
Yeah, good.
I love that. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna get you to eat on your left, this one right here.
Yeah.
This is the mildest one. Take a bite. I'm gonna ask you a question.
근데 너무 보통만 치고는 매워 보이는데요?
So, since coming into the scene in 2022, you're always on one of the best teams in APAC North and in Korea. Why do you think that you're always on the top teams?
한국에서 제일 잘하는 팀이 모였기도 했고 저희가 매우 많은 노력을 하고 있기 때문에 저희가 항상 상위권에 위치하는 건 당연하다 생각합니다.
So, what makes you different to all the other players in Korea? What makes you special?
그냥 평소에 열심히 하고 그냥 좋은 선수들과 같이 하고 있다는 게 특별함을 만들지 않을까 싶습니다.
Do you like it?
Yeah, 뭐 제로 spicy. Not spicy for me.
Do you like the taste?
Yeah, but I feel zero spicy. Yeah, it's easy for me.
Well, good, because we have spicier chicken still to go.
Oh,
This actually tastes so good. I haven't had lunch today.
okay.
I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm so sick of that. All right, much better. You can put that one down. You're gonna eat the next one.
Okay.
There's no stopping it. Then walk with it. La 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 la. Just la 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 la.
money, keep on these sunny. Sipping lemonade from my lemon tree, honey. Let me spill the tea on all these haters, all love me. Talk about the killing it, winning attitude. 당당하게 올라가, see my altitude. 나랑 맞서 싸우면, baby, you would lose. If I wasn't me, I get it, I would hit me too. I can do it better. I can do it faster. 내리에 스며들게 주문을 걸어봐야. I can go much longer. I am so much stronger.
Welcome back to Asia. We're in our last play day of the group stage. We just had our first game there. Daystar not quite managing to get it done over Weibo game, but did show a little bit of fight towards the end. Now we step down to the bottom of the table for a very interesting game. Arrival 7 coming up against Soul's Heart. And this one is for all the Benjamins here, Nick. Winner, they get to get themselves in. But as we were just talking about a second ago, there's a very interesting world here where overtime could see both qualify.
That's the thing right now. They're both tied on 6 points each apiece. Only a little bit behind Shark and LFO sitting on 7, and Leighton Drang behind them on 4. So these bottom 4 teams essentially all like one game away from each other, if even that. And also the way that Soul's Heart and Arrival 7 both got here has been very close. They're not getting 7-0 by their opponents. They're going like 4 or 5 rounds often in these best of ones. So I honestly expect this one to go the distance of OT, given how close this stage has been for them.
Well, it has to get to OT at some point. I need to hear you say the line, don't I, Nick? Let's take a look at our first lineup as well. Arrival 7 and have a conversation about these boys. You're going to say it. I'm telling you that now. Arrival 7, then have to talk through these ones then, Nick. What have you seen from them throughout the stage? Who are you excited about? Give me the world champion opinion.
So this has kind of been one of the teams that's been kind of hard to watch as a fan, I think, because not obviously being down here at the bottom of the barrel, they don't have the best fundamentals, the best team, the best coordination, etc. And I think one of the big weaknesses that these guys have in particular is actually their opening kill department. You see right now, 2-2, 3-6, 11-9, etc. Overall across the board, they're on the negative side of the entries. They're often playing these rounds 4 versus 5 and not finding the trade-offs right after. So I think this is going to be, again, a classic me statement, right? A team performance. We gotta see the entries, get in the building, get it done, whoever that might be, and then have a drone supporting them with that information game to get a stable and consistent round over the line. Because it has been Arrival 7 losing these rounds often way too early and not getting to the bumps in itself on the attacking side.
I think Peeps has just gone for his name being a lot like Reap, so he can channel some of that energy and try and get himself going. Because when you're talking about entries, he's the player I'm looking at. He's the one who's negative at this point. You've got to see him stepping up alongside Labyrinth here if we're going to see some success. Let's have a talk about Soul's Heart as well and see how things are going for them. A little bit better. I mean, their round diff is better by 1, so really not too much significantly ahead of what we're seeing on the other side. I've got some very, very fun players. Apparently, 2 Markaleles as well as a key one. Chris, wink, wink. But overall, overall, I've had a pretty good stage. I think, again, like you're saying, though, it feels like a one-man show at points with I9 definitely putting up the big numbers for the boys.
That's the thing, when you see Soul's Heart being this far down, I saw them in stage 1, they had good fundamentals, they had a good flow, they had good problem solving skills, and I was expecting a bigger improvement from them in stage 2, just taking the momentum and keep on doing better. That hasn't really been their story. They've had some close games, but they haven't gotten that final dub in the end. I9 is like IGLing, he's playing flex, he's playing shields, he's got the most kills, the most entries, the highest cost. It feels a little bit like a one-man team effort, and if you look at everyone else's stats, everyone but I9 is essentially negative in the KD department and either just about neutral in entry or also on the negative. So it feels like, again, other players gotta step up and I9 just has to keep doing what he has been doing.
Yeah, and he also is one of the coolest looking guys in the Siege scene as well. He has been for years.
Yeah, he's got those tats. He's got his arm covered. I love his
I can't tell if
style.
he's going to kill me or if he'll be like the best drinking buddy in the world. It's either way. It's so weird.
You see him and he looks kind of intimidating, but then he starts talking. It's like, oh, what up, dude? How are you doing? And he's super chill, super relaxed. He's an overall great lad.
And we're going to Skyscraper as well. A very, very even map, actually. I've not seen Arrival 7 play it across either of the stages, but it is the favorite map for Soul's Heart here. They're 2-0 on it. And this is one of those maps that I look at and say, Arrival 7 wouldn't let us go to this map unless they had a game plan to try and counter Soul's Heart.
Yeah, the scary part, of course, is the starting side will determine a lot of things for me, right? And if you ban the last map, then of course your opponent will then choose the starting side of the map remaining. So Soul's Heart, they ban Lair. That means Arrival 7 will, I mean, in every single world imaginable, they will choose defense start on Skyscraper. So the first 6 rounds, Soul's Heart will get tested. And if they can get just, 2 attack rounds on the board, maybe even 1, that can literally make or break some of these Skyscraper games, because we tend to see it being so overly defender favored. The social vote kind of on the same side here, saying Soul's Heart, it's their map, they're the better team, they got this one in the back, they got the more experience. 87 to 13% against Arrival 7.
All right. I mean, no big surprise that we're seeing such a lean towards one side over the other. Arrival 7 have kind of been the, I don't call them the beating stick. People have beaten them with the stick when it comes around to opinions on them. Soulsheart obviously got a little bit of a fan following. Maybe a strong boat overall, but we'll see how things shape up. They do start on the attack, and that can make things a little bit tentative, especially on Skyscraper, our most defender-sided map globally. We'll see how the bands shape that. Kicking things off with a Bandit. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a Kaid follow as the second.
A very big fan of multi-ban here. It just destabilizes the attack potential and takes away some of that easy intrigue capabilities of the operator. The hardest part for most teams actually in tier 1 play is getting inside the damn building on Skyscraper, because you're gonna be fighting from the very beginning on those doors or windows. Capital is going to be the execution operator removed secondly. That's going to be the fires, the smoke's gone. It's going to make those corners a lot safer for the defenders. Whereas Kaid and Bandit, as you said, go hand in hand. The attackers want to get in the building, get that first step done, and actually progress the map.
All right. I mean, I love a Capital ban personally. I say it to him all the time. Like, he's one of my favorite operators in the game. Like, the fact that he's a 3-speed, the fact that he's got so much useful gadgetry, like fire and smokes, 2 of each is already crazy. Secondary gadgetry is good, decent gun. Like, it just brings so much to a team that in a way I'm almost like, I wish teams would ban it away more, because I think especially on maps like Club, as we sometimes do see it banned away, it's especially effective. And clearly here, Rival 7 just do not want to give Soulsheart even a chance of using it. DCH, their normal go-to Capital player, they're going to have to adapt to do something a little bit different on that front. But looking at their lineup, Nick, it looks again like one of those big, heavy, execute-focused comps that just want to punch you in the face.
And that's what I was going to talk about. I think the reason why we don't see more Capital bans is because there are so many different, really kind of like cheese operators, right? The Blackbeard, the shields in general, the Glass, the Grim, the Ying, and they're all annoying to deal with. It depends on what your team is good at dealing with specifically, what map you're playing, what playstyle you're playing, etc. But I mean, if you're Rival 7 right now, unless you're playing a Warden, you're just not gonna have a good time this round. And the thing is, there is no Warden on the board. So if you let Soulsheart get to the bomb site in that 5v5 with the operators that they have, being the Blackbeard, the Grim, the Glass, the Ying, the Lion, they should surely just overrun a Rival 7. So I think once they figure out those operators as this round progresses, try and go for a lash out somewhere. Taking down any one of these 5 attacking operators will be massive for them.
Absolutely. Well, we'll see how things kick off then, as for now the round is underway. We are on the approach towards the building, starting things off with a focus, it looks like, on the exhibition office side, or it could be, of course, a direct route towards getting onto the geisha wall and starting to open things up. Watching out for a very, very classic early peak that you see coming out the other side. And yep, it's going to be that early geisha focus coming out here from the attackers.
So they went onto office side, made a quick punch in the window, tried to breach the wall, then kind of just skipped out of there. Or they did actually breach the wall, should I say. And then now it's a full-on rotation, you see? But the thing is, Rival 7 have read this. I mean, they too have rotated back, 2 broadcasts that goes out. It's gonna stall for time. It can deny about 30 seconds total, give or take. But because Bandit and Kaid have been banned out, it will not deny the wall from being opened up. What this does do though is give Rival 7 time to discuss what they're gonna be doing based on what they see happening, right? Okay, if they smoke this door, what do we do? It's gonna be a C4, it's actually a paper of our own, where are the people playing from, etc. Because we're seeing right now, they're still waiting to go for their execute.
Yeah, and everything very locked up as well on towards the karaoke side. So that's also a consideration I've got to worry about. Can't easily breach through it. Going to have to push in and go aggressive here. He's being held back for now. One towards the right. Steps in and goes aggressive onto the smoke. This is definitely balls to the walls from I9, but it has worked out. DCH into a second. A 5v3 already breaking out here. They've kind of let a lot of the utility chew through. For example, the smokes. They've let the tubs do their job, and now they're inside of sight and starting to cause a real headache for the side of a Rival 7. I9 hasn't got the diffuser. It's Scatman who's holding on towards that one. Working his way over to come and join up with his team here, and now the plant's going down.
And no C4 on Pew downstairs. Shotgun though, finds the mark. Injures, gets the kill, stalls, runs out. Peeps at a second assault, back to a 3-on-3.
Oh dear, Peeps getting 2 kills upstairs is certainly not going to help anything here. Soulsheart, from what looked like a very commanding blitzkrieg style position, got in sight quickly, killed a couple of players, took a lot of control. And if not for, what, a couple of 100 milliseconds? Probably in a stronger spot here, but Peeps has held on big. Call him Reaps if you want to, but right now, he's playing even better than what we saw from Reaps in our previous map. DCH got it all to do against 2. Something tells me Nicky ain't going to walk away with this one when there's only 10 seconds still to go.
Yeah, they're playing time, playing corners, running around. Pio goes to the swing, gets another one. I mean, saving the round from below, denying the plant. That's the hero. But Peeps held the bomb side as well, getting the kills, numbers events in the end, and staying alive throughout the entirety of the chaos of that round. I9 was doing it all. I mean, he started off the round on the intro, gets the kill, nade out, reloads, locks down the hallway. It looks so good. But like you pointed out, he didn't have diffuser. He was simply the guy to start the round, not finish it. And Scatman on window bombs at Repel just gets shot down by the shotgun verticality-wise. And the entire round is defined by that moment. Bomb doesn't go down. It's a retake. All the walls are opened on up, and you just fall apart on the side.
Yeah, I mean, heartbreak. Again, just a small slither of time with that shotgun blast. I thought for a second he wasn't going to bother trying to shoot anywhere else and just let him get away with it. But this is all it takes. Siege is a game of 5 margins, and as you've just seen, that can be what decides a round being won or lost. So, Arrival 7 off for a good start. Admittedly, one that maybe they shouldn't have had, but it's still a defense on Skyscraper that's on the board. It's the color theming, man. It's the kind of reds and the browns when you think of Cafe. I don't know.
I mean, so red-brown tonality is very common in Siege, right? I think Oregon, Clubhouse, Cafe, Skyscraper, Fortress is very brown-gray as well. Yeah, Villa. It is like the primary color scheme, which is why back when you couldn't change the crosshair color here in APL, or here in Asia, so to say, we have purple. Back before it was all red, you would often have the crosshair kind of blend in with the walls in the interior of the map, actually. So that accessibility setting of changing the color and the opacity was such a huge change for Siege, honestly.
I should know because I've watched a lot of your solo queue series on YouTube. What color crosshair do you play?
Do you have any inkling of what it might be, seeing that you have seen the videos, or no?
I can't remember, honestly. I should know. Okay. That's why I'm saying I feel bad for not knowing, but what is it?
Okay. It's turquoise, or turquoise, whichever way you pronounce it.
Turquoise.
Turquoise. It's turquoise in Danish.
Is it turquoise in Danish? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, okay.
Turquoise.
Yeah, okay, I can give you that one then. Fair enough. Fair enough.
But it's turquoise, right? That's how you say it?
Yeah, turquoise, yeah.
Turquoise, okay, fair enough, yeah. So it's like the blue-green color, right? Whatever you want to define it as, yeah. It's to me, it stands out the most on the background, besides Coastline. It's like the only map where it's a bit of a 50-50, I would say. So I love it. I think on average, in competitive play, I think most players use the green-blue colors.
Yeah, that's fair. I know I run pink, but I certainly wouldn't take my pleb opinion on what colours we're running anyway. That's fair. I might as well go to turquoise and watch my KD just absolutely fly. Can't wait.
It's the small things, man. At this level of play, every single percent matters. All the small advantages, the benefits. I mean, a lot of players have started flipping their team colors as well, where the enemy will be blue and your teammates will be red, because seeing the color blue is also easier on claymores and such because of red carpet. So we're seeing people optimize there. Jump out, gets one, does not find the second just yet. Oh boy.
No.
Boy.
Granted, it's a vector, it's a bit of a pre-fire, it's always going to be a very scrappy fight, but you can't be letting him get away with that one, boys. Rodini, like the magic name suggests, has just worked a bit of magic. Got 2 kills for his team, and now Soul's Heart are on a massive back foot. And they had 2 Dockerbee calls. Why do we hate using Dockerbee in this region? Yeah, don't be afraid to use one call early on if you need to deal with some of this might be aggression coming out of the other side. Paid the price for it, and now probably can't even make effective use of these remaining 2.
Yeah, so when you min-max too hard right now, saying we gotta wait for that perfect moment, guys. That perfect moment will not show itself. Mr. Punch goes down below. One Dockerbee call goes out. The second one is in the grave. DCH in the building on Shrine window, but in a 2v4, 25 seconds. Bunch of crossfires established by the side. There should not be any way in here.
Absolutely. So at this point, Scatman's got 1 HP to his name. 1 HP in a dream, with 15 seconds also to help him out there to make that package that little bit more sour. Right idea, but at this point, the longer you take for these gunfights, the less chance you've got of getting it over the line. Simply not going to happen. Peeps carries on a strong start to this game, it's worth mentioning here as well, Nick. Looking good across these first 2 rounds. He's looking very, very good. Now, I really like the proactivity right now from Arrival 7 saying, hey, we're going to strike first. We know you're playing for execute, so if you get to the side, like I said earlier, it might be bad for us. So if we make a play somewhere on the map and take down just 1 attacker, even if they trade 1-for-1 down to a 4 versus 4, I still think that favors Arrival 7 given Soulshart's current playstyle. They're min-maxing like crazy. Let's save both the calls of bombs that execute. Let's save all the nades, the flashbangs, etc. Let's not spend anything on the roam clear and then die to the roam clear. And I remember going back to like 2017, 2016 Siege. I'm playing with Dunas, the Finnish player, and we had this round where we're playing the glass, and we want to save the smoke grenades for the bombs that execute. And we're trying to roam clear on Oregon, and we all die to the roamers. We never see the bomb side. And Dunas in a thick Finnish accent is like, guys, if we don't use the smoke grenades for roam clear and we die, what's the point? You know?
And it's like, good point, Jonas. Let's use the smokes, use our utility as the round progresses, so that at least we've tried. Otherwise, it feels like so much could have been, but never will be.
Absolutely. All right. Time now for Soulsheart to start getting themselves something on the board here. Again, as a reminder, if you're only just tuning in or missed what we spoke about at the start, this is a massive game. Now, OT at least will give both teams a chance of making it into playoffs. Whoever wins outright, they lock themselves in. So you can't be afford to be bleeding too much. This is that third site, the third choice of the defenders. This should be the one if they're going to win anything that Soulsheart managed to take away from the other side. By the looks of it, there is a lot of map to clear. They're going to start things off on Exhibition Office, work their way across to Karaoke and T, get the vertical control, get site control, and then plant. Doesn't really sound like 3 minutes is enough to me, Nick.
No, it's one of those. And that's kind of Skyscraper for you. You gotta just skip some steps somewhere, cut a corner, speed up, because it's a big map to work on. And from the very beginning, we see it every single time. Gotta breach the reinforced wall, gotta get the soft wall, gotta drone the entries, get in the building. They're gonna fall back. Because the thing about Skyscraper, there isn't really a middle of the map that attackers can do much from. So it's on the exterior window, repels, watching the angles, the fallback, the cutoff. Peeps finally goes down his first step so far in 3 rounds. These Legion, though, not the most valuable operator because half his good mines will already have been pre-placed, but the biggest fragger of their team.
It makes you think a lot of like a cash CC hold when defending gym bedroom, only with extra steps when you're on this side. In the way they're playing it now, what I always love is like the cutoff that you get on construction window on club. Very similar story here for that terrace window, and we've just seen it used to perfection as well. Pete's trying to escape back to his team, and he didn't know if there was a player on shrine window or if they were on terrace window. All that matters is he has been punished, and that top fragger for Arrival 7 was off the board inside 60 seconds. So it has been a good start for Soulsheart. Now we have got that Dockerby on side. We've got that second call now available. The first one, of course, being used there to force Pete's back. So used in the early round the way that we expected. This next one really has got to be used to either get geisha control or start getting yourself ready for the execute later in the round.
Yeah, and Mark has a good idea right now about the verticality. Scatman died to that in the very first round. Go for that plan, so they know that vert is the name of the game for Arrival 7. They're good at that. Got the angles, but look at that. We got the drone information. Surely it's going to be a Dockerby call. 3, 2, 1 push together because they got to make something happen right now.
The C4 ready and cooking inside of Geisha itself. Oh, but this is the problem. Yeah, this secondary is great, but not at long range. Mid-range, completely understand. That kind of range, maybe a little bit less so. Markalele on his backside should get recovered here and has still got that call to make use of, so it's more than worth getting up by his team, I think. As long as there's no C4 coming up from below, they should be fine. I know that PO is there, but no C4 in back pocket means he should be perfectly safe here.
Thankfully for Soulsheart, I mean, they can still fix this round, but that's going to stall for a lot of time. That call has to come through now any second, and the entire team has to work together because they have not that much information. They can try and go for a plan, but Pio's waiting inside a pantry.
Yes, I mean, hey, it's the second kill coming in the round for them. Might ain't too bad, but the clock is now what starts to make me a little bit nervous. We've got to win something up here. Punch elsewhere is getting kills, as is I9. Swalabi was locked into that 1 versus 1. It gives Scatman all the time in the ball to start getting this diffuser down, and this one looks doable. Gets himself a freebie onto Markalele, who was already low HP, but can do nothing on that top floor. Soulsheart finally on the board.
Looking good doing so. I was a bit worried for them, and Dockerby found themselves injured in the middle of the round, right before they execute as well. And you said it perfectly. The SMG-12, great weapon in close quarter combat, not that great for entering at 20 meters of range. And this is, again, Arrival 7, the first 2 rounds, they kind of lashed out, they made a play, they got a kill, then they slowed things down. This time around, they did not get that opportunity. So it's Soulsheart's going for that bomb site execute and not really being too stressed in the last few seconds of the round, saying, guys, let's set everybody up so that we got the right angles, cover the right positions. 1, 2, 3, let's go. They didn't seem fazed by the fact that there was like 10 seconds left in the round, where so many teams, they crumble and start panicking, and then mistakes happen and you lose the round. So Soulsheart, they got the first attacking round already. If they get 2, that will be a great look for them.
Absolutely. I mean, we may well find ourselves playing all the way through to the 6th to see us get to that stage. We're going to find ourselves repeating those same sites once again. Karaoke and T. Now, we did see Soulsheart start out pretty well here. They had site advantage. They had the numbers advantage. They just lost out to what must have been a couple of 100 milliseconds or so shotgun blast to put the down to Scatman and stop that diffuser being stuck. It's going to be that extended hold again, as you just saw a reinforcement going over towards the exhibition office side. So, the question now really is, the Soulsheart play into that and try and clear from the east across to the west, or go direct towards site again and force Arrival 7 to have to scamper back towards site?
Speaking about setups and such, Des, I'm curious, what's actually your favorite map? Whether to play or to cast? Because, you know, as a caster, you have a lot of insight about your level of play and how pro players play the maps. What's your personal favorite?
A personal favorite. It sounds weird to say because it is the most defender leaning. It's this map that we're on now. It's Skyscraper.
Really?
Partly biased because of the theming. I'm like a massive Japan fan, so anything Asian themed I just love for a start. But second, I really like the color scheme, but I also kind of like how the map plays in layers. There's definitely like sometimes too many layers for teams to work through, which is why it can be frustrating as attackers. But like I was speaking about in the last round, it has some similarities to other maps that we see in the pool, like Clubhouse, just with extra steps. And I think when you've seen and cast so much Clubhouse, when you do get a Sky, which you very rarely get to see, I just quite like it.
Fair game. Clubhouse being mentioned, that's my favorite map because I feel like with the less steps, there is an easier access point for everyone, whether it's tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, ranked, etc., to express yourself and get some bombs that executes off. Less frustrating to play up a map as well. On attack maybe, but a little bit more frustrating on defense.
Yeah. What I love that Tim says about Club is he's like, there is no excuse that a team at the top level should not have Clubhouse in their pool.
Yeah,
or at the very
exactly
least be able to play. You might choose to exclude it because it's a map that you like the least, but everyone should be able to play it. And it kind of is, outside of Old House, it is Siege and Hereford based, of course, but it is Siege. It's the map that everyone thinks of when you see competitive Siege being played. So I completely understand the opinion, mate. To be fair, I also love Labs. Lair, I haven't quite taken to in the same way that I did Labs when it came out, though.
I think that's a pretty common way of feeling about it. Like, Lair has been like accepted but not loved, whereas Labs was just loved from the very beginning.
Which is funny because Lair, I believe, is our most played map over the last 6 months. Like, teams absolutely love it. I don't know. There's something about it I don't love, and I think it's mainly the basement that I don't love, to be honest with you. It's just, it reminds me when Constant Rework came out. It's a little bit mazy. It's a bit vexing, a little bit confusing. It doesn't feel quite as coherent as other sites, and I think a lot of that comes down to the visual identity, where a lot of it looks the same as well.
I certainly feel you on those points. Very valid indeed.
I do like the top floor. Top floor's great, but that's about it.
Top floor is great. It's like the simplest floor as well.
And that's why I like it, I think. I'm a simple man.
Simple is good.
Ooh.
What is this? Okay. Peeps elsewhere though finds the kill instead.
Where did Peeps get out to get away with that? No way does he go for the double dip. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I don't think he gets back in here. He will die as soon as he tries, but... Oh, that's ridiculous! That is ridiculous! PO, 2 players killed by himself. He's in the all chat. Surely he's in the all chat at this point. They're absolutely crumbling on the Soul's Heart side. They've suffered to these jump outs twice now. PO is just giving them a lesson. Wow.
That is absolutely ridiculous. This is kind of one of my points of aggression that I feel towards the map when I play Skyscraper, because in ranked, these kind of jump outs happen a lot more commonly, right? I mean, look at this. Like, if you don't have a bunch of claymores or air jabs, being on those balconies, on the back stairs or geisha balcony just feels awful, because you're fighting a door, a window, you're fighting a jump out, you have to rappel on in, which makes a sound cue for the defenders to like punish you from. When Skyscraper gets played a little bit silly, which, you know, last round, well played by Round 7, great shots, great sound cue, great decision making, I'm not blaming them at all, but when you do those silly small plays and you dive to them as an attacker, that's when you start slamming your desk, right? You're like, oh my god, it's so frustrating.
Yep.
So that's
so
why
funny,
I don't like this map as much.
because it's the map that you don't even need to do those things as a defender, I don't feel like. And we already know it's such a defender-leaning map, as you said, the most defender-leaning in the pool overall. But when you can still get away with those plays and make it even easier for yourself, why not? I mean, look at this already. Levy's already feeling it again. He's just like, yeah, I ain't reinforcing this off. I'm getting aggressive on this one. I love it.
It's not just like 4 quick holes either. He's been like 7 or 8 shotgun holes saying, guys, you hearing this? Yeah, I'm shotgunning something outside the building. Like, you bet something's coming. They're not quite being careful of hiding these small things, and it's working. I mean, it's good planning from Marvel 17, guys. Let's lash out, let's get aggressive, because like you said, the map is so defender favored. Even if that play doesn't work from PO, you can still play the round 4 versus 5 perfectly happy. I mean, Peeps is going 7-1 like he is right now. He's gonna show up, he's gonna get a kill elsewhere anyway. Then we're back to a 4v4 and we're laughing.
Far too much fun, I think, is the best way to summarize it. Absolutely. Well, let's see what Soul's Heart can do about it. Once again, the Dockerbee is back on side, and they're turning towards trusty old Blitz. We've seen it a couple of times in the game so far to mixed success. It's definitely got them inside of sight. Of course, hasn't then gone on to winning the round. By the looks of it, given where he is right now, there's going to be the start out towards Geisha side, sweeping their way across with a couple of players currently hanging near site. So more of the same in terms of an overall map clear. Don't want to, of course, leave everything bare and out to Arrival 7 to be able to punish and use as they wish. But I just worry at this point that, as we've seen several times, they try and get a lot of map control and they just get completely shut down by Rival 7 trying to do so.
This is a good first look, though. They have the injured drone and player following through, and they got towards this backstairs location, but now we see the utility set up castle barricades, feed holes in the wall, and mirror window, watching it as well. This is now where you gotta get the problem-solving skills together. I9 on the blitz can call its shots and try and figure out the landscape and map out what is actually going on. He's doing that right now. Then you gotta say, okay guys, gotta get the ass breach over here, deal with the mirror window, gotta deal with the castle barricade, that can be floors. Once you progress those stages, then the round truly begins. Well, there's actually no mirror window here. I thought there was.
Yeah, I thought there would have been. I was going to say it's one of my favorite mirrors on this map as well, because it gives you so much pressure. It kind of draws like a front line from drum all the way up towards where that mirror window is, and they can't easily push you. It's a nightmare to play against. DCH though has found Levy. It's that castle that we saw on the roam earlier on being shut down. So they have got the man advantage, but it's taken them 2 minutes to get towards this point, Nick, and that starts to worry me.
Yeah, it does. And down goes Mark as well. It's going to be Ash going 0-5. The second one peeps by the breach. Looking for more, gets shot and traded back to even numbers again to a 3-on-3.
But again, that aggression, who steps onto VIP wall like that? Peeps, the absolute mad lad. Now it's a bit of a dance for death with I9 running around the blitz, a 3v3. Still time to work with here, but they're sniffing something out. They're trying to see, okay, where are these last three players? We don't want to get blindsided here. Right idea in that one is on house stairs, C4 at the ready. Seen this one a couple of times, and it has netted double kills on more occasions than I care to count. And may well, with two players currently sat inside a dragon, do a bit more of the same. I9, though, stepping his way in through the breach, it seems. Again, sniffing out information here. Does he know there were Myers on the other side of the cabinet? I'm not too sure that he does. Three stepping forward, C4 doesn't find one, but Pio gets the gun out anyway. Gallet into a second. I9 gets one, but has got to go big here if he wanted to close it out, but it's Pio to close yet again. He and Peeps are having an absolute field day.
They are. I mean, they're playing such good Cs. Their timings, the crossfire, the discipline. I feel like if this was the Rival 7 we had seen all stage, they would not be at the bottom of the scoreboard. But they are really showing up here on Skyscraper. They got a good game plan. They got a clear vision. They got excellent communication by the looks of it with the pre-rip C4s, people watching the correct angles. And one thing I've noticed, a Rival 7 is never worried about what's behind them. They recognize what is clear and where the danger is coming from, and they're never wasting guns looking in that wrong direction that we see so often happening due to a lack of information. I9 had all the info in that world from the attacker's perspective, but they had nothing actionable to do with that information. So it feels again a little bit like I9 against the world, and his team is just kind of trying to thrive in the chaos, but not actually thriving in the chaos. And Mark is 0-5. He's having zero fun right now on Skyscraper.
Yeah, he's not having a good time, is he? Absolutely not, though. I'll come back to what I said on Labs in our previous map. 2 halves to a game of Siege. You might find that Soul's Heart completely shut things out on the defense, and a Rival 7 can't attack to save their lives. So do not see this game as over just yet. However,
not at all.
If we can see Peeps and Pio keep on playing the way they are, then maybe it is going to be a pretty shut and dry affair. See how things go with our last round of the half. It's going to be that, again, most complicated clear, I'd say, on the map if we're starting out towards Exhibition Office side. Then going to clean your way through towards Karaoke and T, then get your verticals ready, and then execute. It's not a good time. What do you think about Denari so far, Nick? I'm very curious to know.
Oh, that's what I asked you the same thing, actually. So I feel like Denari is an operator that's, I call it a high-effort operator, right? Like kind of like a Sam when she first came out.
Yes, I agree. Yeah.
When people figure out all the default really strong Denari lasers, the pick rate will skyrocket in casual and ranked in Pro League. But we need those creative masterminds to create the meta with him first. So I feel like right now, a bit of a 50-50 operator, half the time completely useless, half the time quite strong, but players and teams have not figured out the operator whatsoever yet. So I think in 6 to 12 months from now, it'll be a very different conversation that we're having right now, where it's going to be, oh my god, this operator is really good.
Yeah, I think it's also one of those that I think of like Oryx, and me and Tim were speaking about this yesterday, where the high fantasy of the operator is very rarely realized. Like you see Denari's, wow, intricate patterns, shuts people out, does loads of damage when they vault in through a window or drop a hatch and they can do nothing about it. Often that you find just rolling a nade inside a window or something deletes enough of the setup of the Denari that it's a bit like, well, now the others are just completely useless. They have got nothing to connect to, so who cares? My favorite use case has been seeing them on stairs when teams aren't aware that they're there. That's been awesome. We saw it in the first week of EML. I absolutely loved it.
Yeah, that little staircase trick we saw pretty early on, and I've been loving it as well. It's very cheeky, slows down the game quite a bit, surprises the attackers, of course. I9 walks in, takes a lot of damage down to 1 single point of HP. Oh my god! Hits a crazy flake 1 tap and then gets injured by what I think was the goo mine, actually, not the bullet itself from Gallet. Somebody has to revive this person downstairs because we need I9 in this round if we're Souls Heart fans, because he has been instrumental to every single round.
And I know I keep droning on about it, but he's still got that call available to him that makes everything that little bit easier. But Pio, man,
The window's closed.
he's that guy. He's just too hard to stop. Punch gets rid of Peeps elsewhere, so it really is a duality of the team here where Pio is doming someone elsewhere. Peeps is trying to be aggressive at a window and being punished in equal measure. Soul's Heart have now got a man advantage, but I look at Punch, I look at I9, both low HP. This ain't going to be easy, and that call coming out a bit easy here. They're trying to catch out Roamers, quite possibly. Labyrinth is still hanging on the upstairs here. They haven't got the vertical control that they need. In fact, to say that, they get a couple of kills out of seemingly nowhere at this point. Pio, he's had a pretty good half, but he's got to work some magic here if he wants to save this for his team.
Smoke grenades, players on staircases, and doesn't even win that gunfight. I think he thought he injured Scatman on ADS middle of the gunfight, but he did in fact not get the job done. He was one bullet shy with that SMG11. A 2-4 half is actually like exactly what you'd expect from most Skyscraper games, and like you said, this is the perfect scenario of there are 2 halves to a game, because Skyscraper is so defender favored that we're expecting 4-2, 5-1 halves, and it's still gonna be a close game. It might go overtime in a 5-1 situation, and 4-2, this could easily be Souls Heart just flipping that switch, and Arrival 7 will now struggle, and their attacks most likely, as Souls Heart did as well.
Yeah, it's as bread and butter as you can get as like a half scoreline, isn't it? Winning the 2 offsides as well to get it done. What more can you ask for? As said, we'll see how things go here once we get into the second half and gets underway. Bands are first to come on through. Following as we did at the start of the half, actually, the start of the game, it's going to be the Monty and the Bandit to follow first.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you're gonna go like double shield or one Heartbreacher and Monty, Bandit and Kaid, or Bandit and 2 Brow, just to again make the first step of these rounds a lot more simple and getting those walls opened up. Oh, actually, kind of a sleeper operator on Skyscraper is Clash. Definitely a problem. Very happy actually in hindsight now that they opted for that operator ban instead, because the nature of Skyscraper being these like small kind of hallways, less verticality, less middle portions of the map, less backstepping, makes the Clash just so hard to deal with. Big fan of here of the game plan for Arrival 7 starting attack.
We didn't see it used too much on the first half, of course, but I think here makes total sense. And you've already got such a defender-leaning map, all it does is slow things down, as you say.
Yeah, and it's I9. I9 would play Clash every single round, given the opportunity.
Yeah, it will be an absolute headache and a nuisance. So that's gone away, and instead, well, coming in its place, I guess, on the attacking side, I'm looking towards this Glaz and the Ossa lineup. You see an Ossa here, 9 times out of 10, that's going top black. Start on Shrine, open up top black, work your way through, get yourself inside the site, like we saw back in round 1 with the Blitz, really, and look to make a plan happen. So the defenders, being mindful of that, could chuck someone downstairs with that C4. Really, Scatman's only that guy. But you kind of want him upstairs as well for when the smokes start flying. So this could be a really interesting round to see play out.
Big saving grace of Souls Heart in this round is the fact that they have 2 spare impacts in the pocket of Mr. Punch and Goyo. There are so many cases where you just don't think about the Osa necessarily being the win condition for teams, so you're thinking, what do we need impact grenades for? The fact that they have them means the Osa shields will have to be very cautious of where you put them down, how aggressive they're getting, because you have 2 Osa shields, you have 2 impacts, you can completely nullify that equation and make Osa a gadget-less operator if you try and counter her specifically.
Sure, Track may be coming out from Labyrinth in a minute, just for now snaking his way through, of course, completely unknown to anybody until he pulls out that death mark. They haven't got a clue on where he is unless they've managed to catch a whiff of him on a default cam or whatever else it may be around the map. Trying to find himself in a spot here where he can get some damage done from below. So rather than it being the defenders that are looking to do the work from below with the C4s, like I mentioned, it's instead him. Maybe looking both to support from below, but also deny the ability for someone to get underneath and do that denial.
And it's got the primary shotgun as well in pocket, so it can do a lot more fighting on staircases later on as well. It's going to be very flexible demos for this particular round. Grimby is going for info, a drone for a lazy flank watch. Again, it's very important that they defend Labyrinth for as long as possible, because he will be, or can potentially be, very useful for this one. It's a bit of an awkward fight here.
Yeah,
okay.
DCH turning tail there, and rather than fighting or flighting, he went straight for the flight option. Paid his price, shots to the back, down he goes. Not the end of the world, it is the Denari that's fallen here, but
yeah,
still not so ideal losing a gunman so early on. Half the round still to play, it's worth stressing here too. I'm trying to keep an eye on Roldini as well. He's still sat up on Shrine balcony at this point. Oh, this is cheeky. Surely not. Scatman gets away with a freebie here. Surely he gets away with it. Labby taking a bit of damage. I9 down a little bit low here too. Now that he knows it's a freebie. I think he took a face full of Grimbies there as well, but it's only 5 HP. It's nothing to really take away from him or scoff at. And now we're into a 4 versus 4.
Yeah, we'll take those. But now we see the execute operators, right? The smokes are coming out from the glass. Ocean being pre-placed and ready for a second one as well. And Galley finds a second. I9 on smoke. One toxic babe, low HP. Scatman on the Warden might have to be the hero instead, actually. And out comes the trackers. Deimos below with that shotgun on the staircase. Can either walk up or continue to hunt them from below.
And for now, walking his way up, and this is what you thought you might see a little bit earlier in the round. That's the final smoke to come out, and he has to abandon the shield here, of course. Can recollect the second and bring it in with him. But now that first one definitely locked off, though, and I9 sat nice and close. We aren't seeing any much caution being shown by Labyrinth. Could pay the price here. In comes the Ossa. Now they see him, though. This could be a spot of bother for him. They've got to win the fight, but no. Levy with the vendetta steps up and finds his man. It's a 4 versus 2. One more being won out by Markalele. His first kill of the game. It's worth stressing as that plant is now going down. Scatman with it all to do. Won't be able to get the cross. Won't be able to stop it, unfortunately. And they've got the Ossa shield to give the cover too. This is not looking good.
It's not. Got the crossfire, sort of tracker coming out. Right now, you gotta get this kill right now. Scatman right now, hard left. He see the shadow, no injure. Doesn't do any damage, finally confirms it. O's in a 1v1, swings and gets the kill. Rodini was holding his breath there, holding himself on the doorway, thinking, I'm just gonna win my 1v1. I got the Osa shield, I got a good positioning. Surely the Warden will not run outside the door, but he did exactly just that. Soul's hard strike a little bit too late in that round. And Rival 7, first attack, first W in the second half.
It's a bit of a weird one there for the Warden. Need to secure that kill outside, but as soon as he steps outside, you give him Roldini a free kill. He's got the instant ping on you. He knows exactly where you are when you're coming back in. All he's got to do is pre-fire, making it very easy for him. It's unfortunate, but, well, unfortunate for Soul's Heart. For Rival 7, it's great. Their first attack played. First attack won. That was a site that we didn't see Soul's Heart break. They only managed to win the off-site. Now they've won Karaoke and T. I'm going to carry on with our rotation, exhibition and office. In fact, I'm really curious to get your thoughts on this, Nick. A few years ago, when I was probably about 4 years ago now, looking at it, I used to look at teams and kind of see what would they do when they lost the site, and many would replay that same site. They'd try it again. I really feel now that probably 95% of games that I see, whether they win or lose, they will go through the same 3 sites no matter what happens. Why is that?
Yeah, so I made the exact same comment in a cast, I think a week or 2 ago.
Oh, mate, great minds.
I saw the exact same pattern. I was like, I don't really know what changed. Like, not even the fact that they take the same 3 bomb sites, but also whenever I cast a team this stage and last stage, the second lose a bomb site, they will go to another one. They will never go back to back and be like, okay, we lost this round because of a small issue. Let's run it back one more time and fix it. It's always go somewhere else first before you go back. We don't see the 4th bomb site almost ever on most bomb sites either, on most maps rather. And I don't have an answer for you. I genuinely don't know why this has changed. And I've been a big advocate for playing bomb sites like Clubhouse Bar. I generally think there's so much value because CC is undefendable half the rounds, for example, given the operator band lineup. And the same argument can be made for other maps where there are good 4th bomb site options, but no one's really toying with them.
I wonder if it's like a mentality thing as well. Like, regardless of the outcome, you forget about that round. You aren't replaying it because you've messed it up last round. You aren't sitting there thinking, oh, well, last round this went wrong, so we've got to make sure we think about that and think about this strat as well and do this and do. It can overwhelm people unless you kind of say, right, here's the strat we're running this round, here's what we're doing, and that is it. Maybe that's part of it. I'll put a tweet out later and we'll find out.
Yeah,
I'm really curious.
Gotta put the word out and figure out why exactly this has been the case. And sometimes with these kind of, because like this is every team in every region, not just like one team in Europe or Asia, for example. Sometimes these big things can happen and no one seems to know why, not even the people that are making the changes. But it can also be that there's an exact reason that we just haven't figured out that is explaining why pro teams are opting for this. So I'm very curious to know. Definitely should tweet it out.
Maybe chat's got a few opinions for us as well. I do watch chat while we cast as well. I like it when we're casting smaller regions because you get to have a little bit of a laugh with people. So if you've got thoughts about it, guys, I'd love to hear what you've got on mind as well. And we'll have a talk about that as well. But now, though, we've got that mirror that we spoke about before that we didn't get to see. Makes it really irritating to break through unless, of course, you've got the Habana on side, in which case you open up easy as 1, 2, and 3. But then they fall back from that, and this is what I was speaking about with this map, and I can understand why it's frustrating, is you've broken through that hurdle, now you've got a shield sat at the top of Shrine, then you've got to worry about Drag, and then you've got to clear Verpi, then you've got to worry about Sight. There's just so many things to think about. It's like layers of an onion.
Yeah, and there's a swing, you got 60 seconds left, and the defenders are not even falling back right now. They're overstaying their welcome with aggression and confidence, and you're not even really breaking past this mirror window. Yeah, why not? There's the shield still. So you're completely right. The onion, a lot of layers, and it's so hard to peel them back when you don't have the right tools for the job. And the issue is not even that they don't have the right tools, is that you need so many different ones. I9, baiting with the call, overswings.
Yeah, I mean, if when you're in a 5 versus 3, hanging a bit more aggressively and running that clock down an extra 30 seconds, even if it costs your life, ain't a bad one. Missed the punch. Quite literally having a big punch with that shotgun. Steps in and gets the down as well. That is, Unforgivable. Gallic, you can't be letting him get away with that one, buddy. Tuck yourself in a bit tighter, expose yourself to less of that shotgun, and maybe you don't die to that second blast. But this round most definitely short. Roldini in a 1 versus 4 on this terrace window. I think he gets away with nothing. Soul's Heart looking much better on Exhibition and Office.
And this is the exact thing I spoke of earlier, right? There's not really a middle of the map when it comes to Skyscraper, because the middle is like, it's either or. There's a staircase taking you into one portion, which is house lobby, into, you know, the VIP exhibition section, the bomb set that we just saw. And then you have the other half, which is the red stairs and the black stairs, which takes you to karaoke and tea. There's no middle portion where that mirror window or shrine where drum is, you can kind of go for a backstep or verticality or anything of that sort. You are forced to take one portion of the map and push all the way towards the bomb site, or you go for what we call a direct attack and just hit the site directly from the beginning. And that just limits you as an attacking team, and you're going to be pretty predictable. We all know that when playing maps like Consulate, if the enemy is going for an admin clear, okay, the attack is probably going to come from admin. And then if they want to change the attack and go for like yellow skylight CEO thing, it's going to take 20 seconds of rappelling on the roof, running over, rappelling again, making a lot of noise. That's just not the case for Skyscraper whatsoever. You're so locked into your first choice decision that we almost never see teams even bother going for a readjustment mid-round, because timer is low and it takes a long time to do it, and you're just going to be faced with a different problem on the other side. There's no easy solutions, and that's why every attack and round victory is so important, because they're hard to come by.
Well, they made it look easy in the first round, but definitely less so in the second one. Let's see how they fare with this off-site barbecue and kitchen. Now, we spoke about this a lot in that first half, about just how much it demands of you, how many tasks there are on your task list before you can even think about trying to close a round out. And that's, of course, you're going crazy aggressive. One of the things I'd look at is how teams like Virtus Pro play, which is really, rather than trying to go for a full map clear, they try and control the very, very small slice they need to execute, guard it well, but then, again, don't try and feel like they have to have more ground than they actually need to make something happen. And maybe that's something we're seeing some teams make as mistakes on this map, especially for this site, is trying to control essentially the entire map before you execute, when really, you don't need the whole thing. You need that small slice upstairs.
That's a good point. Now, if the ground is free, you should take it for free. So if there's no extended roam game, which there's a little bit of here for Soul's Heart, then you can make good progress very quickly. But then if you go too fast, like Labyrinth might have done this round, you might find Mark somewhere lurking about, and now you're playing 4v5 from the get-go. No demos, so no proper roam clear. No one's picked Dokubi this round. They're playing Twitch and Brava, site operators, anti-util operators, and now they have almost no tools to actually clear anything once they clear any of the counter-util. So it's a bit of a tricky situation of the repair for Rival 7. Ooh. It's go big or go home in the frag department, I think.
It's unfortunate there for a second. Really thought the Kai was going to commit and just keep himself laid down the entire time, but no, stepping up, almost exposed his head. It's not quite fast enough on the trigger there. Was PO to bring him down and at least try and keep things more equalized. As it stands, it's still that 5 versus 4 to Soul's Heart. Bring a lot of headaches over to this other side to try and deal with stepping on forward. To C4 at the ready. He's back here, lay down once again. All it takes is PO to step a fraction too far forward, and that is going sailing.
I mean, you see the literal line on the map right now. Gonna crouch below, shoot the cam. Miss a punch, does not go for the swing, likely because they got that 5v4. Wanna play a stronger position game right now. 60 seconds, we see the Silhouettes of Soul's Heart, they're falling back, peeling back those layers. The front line's given up. They're playing by Geisha, far back, and I9 gets a kill elsewhere on the map as well. In a fight now, 50 seconds, RO7, you gotta start speeding up, because Soul's Heart, they're not gonna peek you.
You've said it yourself, they've just been a bit too slow. I feel, Nick, like PO's been stood at this door for 45 seconds and not really moved. Others on his team, yeah, maybe we've seen them step forward, as we've seen from Labyrinth and Peeps early on as well, but they've just been completely shut down at every single step forward. It almost reminds me of the issues that we saw in those first 4 rounds of Labs, where everything was too slow and just let the other team do whatever the hell they please. Like Punches stepped away from Drum, for example, has then returned to it, lay back down, back on his feet again. Now he's here on Drum once more. He's never really been pressured or forced away, and part of me thinks Rival 7 just don't really know how to respond to what they're seeing.
And it's gonna continue going forward in the same trend. Roldini, Goomine inside a bathroom, gets 1 kill, but the Goomine will either take him out or a swing will. If not, then the timer with 3 seconds left. It'll be a swing, miss the punch, Drum twice, gets kills, walks down, gets the final. Another classic round of Skyscraper where defenders, they gotta sit up, there's stuff in the prep phase, and almost not do anything from the moment forward. Just pick your ground. I'm gonna pick Drum, I'm gonna pick Dragon, you're gonna hold the bomb side, and then just see what happens. Rival 7 have to be first when it comes to problem solving and counter what Soul's Heart are doing, or just simply have a plan of their own and fully commit to it, like the first round rush from Soul's Heart. You either go fast, or you go slow and perfect. You can't go slow and imperfect. That's gonna give you a round loss on the attacking side.
And it just makes you look really poor as an attacking team as well, as the problem, right? It's one thing that, again, me and Tim have spoken about throughout the stage, is you see a lot of these teams that are generally in the bottom of our leaderboards, often where the reason why they're lower down in our standings tends to come because their attacking sides just aren't quite as proficient. Like, most teams can defend, you know, you hold this part of the map, you've got this utility which should do it, this player can support you a bit. It's a lot more plannable. On the attacking side, things are so much more fluid. I mean, you'll know this as well. Things are so much more fluid that it's so easy for small miscommunications or a breakdown in the plan for things to then completely go wrong and everything just starts to fall apart. And I feel that's what we just saw in that round there from Rival 7. Once they'd lost Peeps and once they saw what they were coming up against, they didn't really know where to go from there.
Yeah, it's a good case of you have a plan A, and it can be pretty damn good if everything works out, but how many teams have a good plan B and a plan C? And I think the current, like, newer generation of pro players haven't had that big struggle that OGs will have, right? I'm not saying that they're worse players, because new generation players are crazy. They're mechanically so talented, but back in the early days of Siege, you only had one heart-reaching operator. If Thermite died, you needed a good plan B, C, D, and E. Same with Thatcher.
Yeah.
They're all... It's gonna put an outside mirror and jump back in. Scatman is crazy right now. But essentially, if you haven't started playing professional Siege, you know, no sooner than 5 years ago, then it's one of those cases of you have always had many hard breachers, many soft breachers, attacker repig or 6-pig. You have never been locked into really bad circumstances before. You got secondary MP, secondary hard breaching gadget as well. So many ways to problem solve. And I feel like sometimes teams in pro play will make a mistake in the operator selection, only have one set of hard destruction or one set of soft destruction. That person dies early in the round, and then they have no real way to get back into it strategically because they don't have a second set of utility. And that's where the lack of experience of being absolutely screwed out of the operator selection early stage of the game. They haven't experienced that before.
Right, I've got my theories on this one, but talk to me about it. Why is this mirror window better than maybe having it on the other side?
I honestly couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
So I would love to hear your idea.
I mean, the idea is if they have to breach it out, they have to shoot it out, for example, to try and capitalize on a kill or to get angles through this wall, then great, but you then can't easily hard breach it. But as it stands, like, surely you just put a hard breacher in above the window and you go, can you not put the breach on this side of the window? Maybe that's it?
You can't do it crouch level, but you can do it standing level. But if the window is opened up, then regardless, it wouldn't matter, right? Because you can only open this up with an Ace or Hibana because you can't get near it, regardless of which side it's on. But I do agree with you, like, it's harder to put it, or if not impossible, when you flip it. So
I mean, granted, they've kind of screwed themselves because they've got no hard breach. Look, they've got the hard breach charges and that's it. They can't really get rid of it. It's stuck there now. That wall stays closed outside of a very hefty vault animation to get in, and that doesn't feel pretty.
That's exactly it. So it's very genius from Soulside. Now again, Rival 7, have they dealt with that before, where you don't have the right operator for the job? The answer is, we don't know how to problem solve it. Let's just go and take the other portion of the map and just not have any geisha flank pressure, which honestly, for this case, it's a good problem solve solution. But timer is 50 seconds. There's Goyo Fire, Toxic Babes and Smoke, there's a C4, there's a mirror window elsewhere on the map. They have all these other things that to rush down through all the stages of this round to try and reach the bomb site before the timer hits 0.
And this is where decisiveness, I think, you see it in teams like G2, for example, who are an excellent attacking team. Secret, a great example over at EML2. When things aren't going well, they will decisively move everyone over very quickly, but they've left things a bit late, I would say that, if not for the 2 kills they've now picked up. Yeah, this is one of the times where a couple of shots can really change the outcome of a round. Strategically, they may have lost it, but when it comes down to the gunfights, they are certainly starting to win it out. Final 15 seconds. Punch still buried deep inside of gold here, just waiting to spring up at a moment's notice to see this one shut down. Scatman missing out on one shot, gets the second. Roldini finishes off the one. Plant was about to go down, but no, he's been stopped too. 1 second left. The Plant going down once again. A 1 versus 2, but Markalele's in a great spot. Gets a free shot. That was a very calamitous end, as you'd probably expect given the rotation with 45 seconds left.
That's exactly it again. If there was a little bit more time to get down the old shield, to drone the corners, to clear things out, to just take it step by step, I certainly think a Rival 7 would have been excellent in that round. But it's a full sprint on in, hope for the best, see what happens, and Soulsheart recognize that playing the corners, playing time, and waiting for the right moment to swing, that's when the Plant is going down, because it means there's one less attacker holding those angles with a gun up as they're trying to get down that diffuser, as that is how the attackers tend to win. Rival 7 on the attack will call a technical timeout, and they got to talk about how to win just these next 2 rounds if possible.
It's that classic thing, Nick. I'll say it until the day I'm dead. 2 halves to a game of Siege.
Yeah.
We're really seeing it come to bear here. You know, Rival 7, Pio and Peeps, I don't think have really got many kills between this half. Maybe a couple tops.
Yeah.
But they've just completely ground to a halt. They look far more free when they're on the defensive side, on the attack. They just cannot string anything together. They've kind of maybe had 1 or 2 moments where they've come a bit close or got themselves an advantage. They were in a 5v3 then, but couldn't convert things from there. It's not looking good. We're guaranteed to see all 12 rounds. Overtime could be abound, and we did say before this game, overtime would give both teams a good chance to make it into playoffs. The next 2 games would really have to go against them for them not to then make it if both are in those 2 spots.
Defense merchants, man. I hate those guys, you know? In all seriousness, though, it's a lot easier to get kills on the defense. Sorry?
You prefer defense or attack?
I am honestly like a 90% defense player in every game that I play, like that has sides. And it's just a case of like I can't entry frag at all. I can be a good second entry. Like if you walk in this, right, and I'm behind you and you get shot in the face, I can then trade you for 1-for-1. Like absolutely. But I could never walk in as the first person and get anything done. I would just die every single time.
You're too old now, man. You're in the boomer class where we can't move like they do. We just can't do it.
We can't. We certainly cannot. That's why when I'm on attack, I love to crouch the shields, right? That's why I played the Monty, the Blackbeard, etc. back in my early days, and still in rank till this day. I have the most fun playing shields because the one thing that I really suck at is the entry. When you're playing a shield operator, you remove that from the equation because you have a shield protecting your entire face. So yeah, defense guy for sure.
I'd say what they're with you, but I've got too much like I'm too stubborn and too competitive to sit back and kind of let others do stuff. I need to be involved in some way.
Okay, swing every swung, I get it.
Yeah, kind
said,
of. But in Siege, to be fair, in Siege, not really, to be fair. Like in Siege, like I like being more like strategical in Siege, to be fair. But if I play a game like we both play MOBAs, for example, I like having a more controlling presence in the game.
Yes,
you get me?
yes, some agency. I can't just sit back and be like, I'm gonna heal these people. If they can't carry me, my heals won't do anything.
I hate not having agency. I think you're absolutely right in saying that. Yeah. Whereas I still feel like even playing like a smoke or something very defensive in the Siege, like you still have a lot of agency.
Yes, arguably the most when the timer is low. And I've done a lot of thinking on that. My favorite position in Siege is actually to be one of the last defenders alive in the round because I feel like I have the most agency to win the round because in that 2v2, 3v3, I trust myself more than most people in the world to get that job done. While in the 5v5, I trust myself the least to get the opening kill. So that's kind of where my thinking comes from. Right here might see an opening kill because we're gonna swing around the mirror window that was shattered earlier. Peeps, not a defense merchant anymore, finally works up on the attack inside, opening for his team. And Soul's Heart, with that member loss, will fall back towards that final layer, the bomb set itself in Office Exhibition.
Yeah, we've been here before where they get the entries. What makes me a bit nervous though, Nick, like it's all good finding your kills or even 2 earlier into the round. If you can't then convert it into a round win, it means toffee. So let's see what they can do off the back of this now. I mean, already they found themselves now losing Peeps as he steps on forward. Punished. Yeah, it's not moving as a team. Like, no one else is ready to move with him here. He's gone too far forward of everyone else. They've paid the price. Really, you've got 2 shields. They need to be at the forefront of this attack, and others are playing off them. Roldini and Pio right now, they've got to be perfectly in sync. They've got to be of the same mind. They've got to be moving in sync with each other, applying pressure from 2 sides, players supporting them, but it's not working out that way.
Smoke goes up, but there is a ward on DCH. There's a thing, Mark might just have to be abandoned right now and say, cut your losses, boys. 2v1. He goes for a swing.
Gets the trade at the very least. Yeah, not bad. Levy's also gone down. All right, starting to see the advantage swing that other side. Has said they can't seem to convert from this position. How does I say, as Pio at least gets rid of I9. The shield up in his face here. Here we go to step on 4, but no. Are the glasses on? No, they are not. They're recharging, but he's found his man anyway. How has he got rid of that one? That's magic. Pio got to do it against 2 now with 10 seconds on the clock, but it's a great trade. It's a 2v1 coming out. DCH paying his teammate a little bit, but netting that closing kill. Arrival 7 still cannot get the job done.
Oh man, I was sitting there watching saying Blitz has played that absolutely perfectly, right? Because he walks in, uses the first flash. The Warden goggles were already enabled and he recognized that. And then all Blitz has to do now is wait for Warden's glasses to run out. They have a limited duration to be enabled, right? He does that, he walks in, and instead of going for a second flash follow-up, it's an ADS, he misses it, he dies, and the round kind of flips back in the favor of Soul's Heart on defense. Again, it's one of those rounds where they have all the right tools and they got, you know, the 5 versus 4 as well, with Peeps getting the opening kill, but then one person doesn't wait for the rest of his team, like you pointed out so perfectly. Where are the shields? Where's Blackbeard walking in first, getting information? Where's Osa doing the exact same thing? Why are we dry peeking these angles and risking losing a body right before execute? Because if you can overwhelm the bomb site, just go 5v4, 5v3, that's one of the easiest ways to win here on Skyscraper, because you simplify the problem solving of saying, guys, we just have more guns, we'll just win the fights. But when the numbers are even, it'll always favor defense in like 99% of cases, just like in that round.
All right, Arrival 7 are putting all the chips on black in this one. They're going all out aggression. Looking at the Raura, I'm looking at the Fuse, I'm looking at the Dokkaebi, I'm looking at the Blitz. A bit of prep work to do for Peeps first. I mean, I don't hate him being on Flores here. It's going to slow him down. As we've seen, he's often been a bit too far ahead of the rest of his team. On the defense, it works out great. He was at windows, he was doorways, he was being aggressive. On the attack, it certainly hasn't paid out for them. So in a way, it slows the team down here because they're all aligned around this execute. Fingers crossed, it works out for them.
The operator selection right now, though, is a bit... A lot of util, we gotta clear stuff first and take fights later. And we see those souls hard with these proactive mini plays. Prone below a window, waiting for the barricade opening, C4 in hand.
Do they know?
I think they know, yeah. They have a good inkling that something's happening. I mean, we see Pio looking at him through the wall right now.
They could get a double.
Bait it? Yeah, Galley opens, Pio holds the ankle. Maybe go for a cheeky kill here.
Do they know that he's laid down, though? Or are they expecting aggression? I can't entirely tell.
No, not same for me, actually.
I don't think they know.
Right now, nothing's happening. I mean, they have EMPs on Roldini and Dokkaebi, but she's not there.
Guys, come on! We've wasted about 30 seconds now. We spoke about this last round.
Is it gonna be a flourish drone, kitchen window, try and jump up onto the ceiling and try and clear the jammer? Like, what are we...
Oh, don't give him that much credit, Nick. Come on.
Oh, there's the EMP. The wall's up on C4. Oh.
Okay, they get the dodge in, but that was almost very, very dangerous. But we've wasted half a round here, staring at Geisha. We're going for a rush. We've got a bit of pressure. Smokes are in. Do they know about the man in the back corner? They should do. Oh, Levy's managed to pull that one off. Definitely should have dived, but did not. Plant going down. Well, should be able to stick on this one. The Raura not being caught out. Plant completed. And this is now going to be so hard for the defenders to retake, Nick.
Practically impossible. I mean, they got everything outside Geisha. They got some vert. They got the bomber side. They have the shields. They're just locking things down. 1v5 with TCH. Stock upstairs in Geisha. Yeah, 20. I mean, this is over, TCH. You're going to overtime, buddy.
I mean, that's just absolutely mental. When all the chips were down, as I said, they had to get a result. They do just enough. I was going to say, you see the head there, man. You're above him. Come on now. Managed to just about get away with it with this big explosive rush in as a team. That's the key thing to stress, Nick, is when they've come to execute, it's when players have started pressing ahead of each other and losing their life in silly ways. That is what has cost them. Here, it was a full team effort. It took about 90 seconds to cook, but once it was cooked, my God, was that a beautiful, succulent meal. They get away with it, and they send us to overtime.
There it is, Des. We're going all the way to overtime.
You've mixed up two of them together, Nick. You say we're going all the way when we go to round 15, and you say we're going to overtime, Des, when we're going to overtime.
I'm sorry.
You're not a real fan. You're not a real fan.
I'm sorry.
Tim's going to be heartbroken.
I thought about this before, and I was like, I can't get it wrong, so I'll just say we're going all the way to overtime, and then I completely messed it up. Even Chris, our producer, is saying I messed it up, man. I'm not a real fan.
No, you're not,
That's disappointing.
It's okay, mate. To be fair, you can carry the ego and just be like, well, you're my fan, actually. I've already admitted once that I've sat here and watched like a whole series of your YouTube videos. Come on.
We're all fans of each other. That's like what I would like to believe, right? Like, you have to be with your colleagues in this industry.
Yeah,
it goes a long way. Yeah, you would DM me sometimes on WhatsApp. I don't know. I'm like, why is Des DMing me on WhatsApp? Like, we're not working today. Like, there's not a LAN happening, and it's about the YouTube solo queue series. I'm like, oh, okay, he's watching the video. That's cool.
Dude, I loved it. I loved it. And like, you kind of say it yourself in the game, and you've kind of half said it to the end of the broadcast. It's like, you know, you might not be that entry fragger. You say your gun skills bad. People are like, oh, don't be silly, Pengu. You're amazing. But I can see what you mean from your games. I'm not saying you're bad, but what really sets you aside has always been that game sense. Like, you just know what others are going to do before they've even thought about doing it, which is always really cool to watch. So here's my
you
shield.
very
Go
much.
and watch Pengu's solo queue Siege series. It's brilliant. I've really enjoyed it.
I've actually gotten probably the most positive feedback on that series of all my content in my 10 years. But people go out of the way to be like, hey, I came from YouTube, I saw this series, I think it's great, keep doing it. Never gotten that reception before. And it started as a meme because all my usual 5 stacks were not really around for Siege in the mornings anymore. So I was stuck doing solo queue, and then we just made videos out of it. So it's been great. Thank you
Solo
much.
queue is so underrated. I love solo queue. I'm a chronic solo
now
queuer.
because I messed up the call, by the way. Like, I'm like so disappointed myself that I didn't get it right.
Well, you got a chance to redeem yourself if we get to the 15th round, but it is
I
going to
know,
require...
I'm waiting for it. I'll give it 110% if we get there.
Get yourself pumped up, I believe. It's going to take a bit of magic, though, admittedly. Arrival 7 already losing their entry here as well, so maybe not going to see a repeat of what we had back in round 12. For now, being denied out on towards Shrine Balcony. We're seeing the Sens rolling in for the first time this game. Haven't seen it prior. And a lot of Candelas to dumping at the same time. No Warden on the other side makes me a little bit nervous. Lebby working his way up, almost dying to the vertical. Has just about survived it. I love how he acted like nothing happened.
Oh no. He did. Try to play it cool and say, guys, that didn't happen. Don't look, don't watch, don't look. The Vert again being a very big problem. Iron9 keeps picking up these kills and doing a bunch of damage. Finally gets shut down to a wall bang, but again, the Sense Wall, final one goes out, can cover the line of sight. Can they get in? Impact grenades. Creates that opening once more, and Waldini on the rappel, holding an angle, waiting for something to happen, and nothing will happen because he's the last alive. And Solskjaer got 4 defenders waiting for the timer to hit 0, which will take a good while unless Waldini does something first.
Maybe we start having a conversation about next round. Admittedly, going on to the defense, they probably feel less bothered by it. Because they defended pretty well. Like, I won't be too concerned about that. They may even have their mind on round 15 if we get there. What the hell do we do on the attack here? We've got to fix this if it gets to that point, because we could be that attacking team that see us lose the game.
He's mirror window peeking it.
I love that. We saw this for a while, about 18 months ago. I don't know why it became so popularized, but a few teams started doing it. It was ridiculous.
He has 2 spare mirrors in pocket. Not 1. He has 2. Like, neither has been placed down because they are reactive for mid-round usage. And it was a side rush, so therefore they weren't used. Okay. Interesting.
Feels bad,
man.
I do like the balls behind a reactive mirror normally, but 2 of them, I'm like a bit... Yeah! Place down the one that you know is going to be effective at some point anyway. Like, the second one, keep in pocket, sure. It's just crazy.
But yeah, they can talk right now. Trying to figure out, like, hey guys, on a defense, what side do we go for? Win that round, guys, no problem. Okay, what are we doing in the attack? Because the issue with OT, best of 3 in round count, one team will have 2 turns on the favorable side. That's so hard. That can literally win you an OT game.
All right. Going to take us to the 14th. Soulsheart with the chance to get it closed out if they can win the attack. But I think as we've seen from today overall, really, attacks have not really been the forte of any team, unfortunately, Nick. So I think we may well find ourselves going all the way to 15. But as said, that chance is there. It's theirs if they want to take it. They've just got to show us they can deal with Peeps and Pio, who are absolutely the nightmares of their attacking half.
Yeah, when it comes to situations like this, I'm a huge fan of when a team breaks the norm. Because, like, doing the whole, like, defenders wins every round of OT, so whoever gets that side twice, they win. It's such a boring story, right? I love the idea of, okay, somebody starts defense, in this case it was Soulsheart, they win. But then they go on the attack, and they will also win that, win the A6, and prove they are the better team. That's, like, what I would like to happen, generally speaking, when we come to overtime. It's that, or I would like some sort of version of, like, not necessarily infinite overtime, but you can kind of keep the ball rolling. So let's say you have I actually don't know how you do it, but like
overtime,
the whole the whole double O, yeah, just more overtime, I guess. I don't know.
It kind of has to go that way. Like, there's nothing else you can really do. Well, to be fair, it would have to keep on going.
What about bomb site locks? So you're forced to a 4th bomb site eventually. That way defense will get a weakness eventually. It's like
so you can't replay a site when you're in OT.
Yeah. Like that, obviously you gotta play a few more rounds, but it's like you can't just crotch the 2 strongest sides, because like it's 3 rounds, you play 2 defenses. You can go karaoke T, strongest bomb site on skyscraper, into exhibition office, 2nd strongest bomb site, and you win in 3 rounds. Boom, and you lose your attack.
Yeah.
Whereas if you keep the ball rolling with a slightly different system, and you play up towards a 4 or 4 defenses, because that would be the max duration, that final bomb site will then make or break their game.
I like the idea. Obviously, you've got to consider it extends the game quite substantially.
Yeah,
you do have to get to that
issue.
4th bomb site, you know. You're adding, what, at least 7 rounds to the game? You have to win 3 each on the normal sites on defense, and then go into the 7th round to the less favorable one.
Yeah, it's a lot. I mean, when you have like 5 best of ones in a day, or like 4 BO3s like we do on LAN for quarterfinals, for example, it seems impossible to make that system have any sort of realistic chance of working.
Yeah. Well, hey, we can theorycraft all day long. What matters right now for these boys is getting this 14th round over the line. And look at this. They've got them all stacked up on Exhibition off his side. Are they looking for a punish here onto these roamers out towards this part of the map? There aren't many of them out here. I think it's just Peeps, isn't it, really? Yeah.
Yeah, but he's got backup in Drum Door from Labyrinth, Crossfire. So technically he is alone, but there is a helping hand, and they've kind of like fanned out now. 2 players engage their APL, 1 going Exhibition window. Bit of a split take instead. The mute jammer on this wall might be a problem, but no, Striker has EMP, so gonna breach Geisha and then rush on 2 different fronts right now.
It's just how the time starts to make me nervous. Okay, we're taking 90 seconds, but we were starting to go in. It's a little bit of a bait, though. Seeing, of course, the juice come out as well. Scatman catching out Gallet here. 5 and 12, not the best showing for him. Labyrinth getting one back the other side, and here we go. In he steps. Scatman gets rid of another, but the kills are still going the other way. It's Pio and Peeps still standing strong. 2 still to go. Peeps, of course, gets the shutdown he needs. Scatman has got to get his 1 versus 3 hat on here as well and work some absolute magic. Nick, I hope you're preparing that line in your head, because you're going to have to say it any second now, as Scatman's doing his very best. But this one, it looks pretty cooked.
Yeah, Peeps is such a legend on this bomb side. 2 times now he locks it down and confirms the round for his team. And now this, we are going all the way to overtime. We will need
No, we're already in overtime, Nick.
Don't you say all the way? Oh, all the way. Sorry. Oh, no,
all the way
to the 15th round. Oh, my days. Why is it so hard? This is why you guys are the best duo. You guys do it better. You do it differently, and it looks so easy because you make it effortless. And other people, they sit there with their thoughts and their things, and they mess it up. We're going all the way to the 15th and final round.
I don't want to make you feel bad, mate, but it's just a sentence.
I know, but so I'm gonna do it. I'm Thorn. I'm speaking my 2nd language, my 3rd technical language. I learned Swedish before English.
Oh, do you? You speak better Swedish than English?
No, I do not.
I was going to say.
Like, it's same. Like, if you speak Danish, you speak Swedish, and you understand it, like, to a very high level. Same with Norwegian. A bit of a cheat code. It doesn't count.
Yeah, it's kind of cheat. I remember when I was like younger, I thought it was like, oh, surely like Spanish and Portuguese are basically the same language, aren't they? And they have some similarities, but actually are quite different.
I can't believe it, man.
Yeah, you really bottled it, mate. I mean, look, we've got 2 more games today, mate.
I was gonna say, we need a second go at this. I need to like actually have a chance at redeeming myself.
I reckon what you got to do is get 2 sticky notepads out and then just write down each phrase. One that says round 12 at the top, one that says round 15, and you'll be all right. We'll get through this together, Nick. I believe in you.
No,
I believe.
I think we will as well, but it's just, you know, I don't get to cast you that often, and you've done this for a long time, and it's you guys' phrase, and then I gotta try and step up, you know, and Tim's also a gardener. Like, he's just better at this. He's just better.
People were saying earlier on, did you know actually a really good way to deal with, like, you know, growing out more hair is to get into gardening, because it's very, very therapeutic and it's chill, you know? You should give it a go.
Yeah.
Worst comes to worst, just plant some grass seeds in your head. That would be interesting. Do you want green hair? We can get on that path.
Oh my god. That would be a look for me, I'm sure.
Oh, hell yeah.
Super pale, green hair.
There's definitely
some kind of
some AI image somewhere of this, I can guarantee. Like Tengu with grass hair.
Somebody's gonna send me a DM with that, I bet you.
I can't wait. I want to see it. I've got to see it. It's in my mind now. I'm like, damn, I've got to see this. Oh, we went for another. I was gonna say, surely not another rush here. We looked ready to go. Then I was like, that guy's poised. He was ready, but no, it's gonna slow things down again. We've got the Ossa again. I really want to see the team playing behind the Ossa here. We spoke about how hard it's been to make these attacks work. The Ossa is the linchpin. You've got to put the focus on Pio here, I feel. Oh, this is cheeky. Look at this from Scatman. Oh, he's gonna deny away the exothermic as well with the mirror window. There we go. Nano comes out. Will he get away with it? No, he's too late. No. Because he waited to hear it start going off, and he's absolutely bottled that one and pays the price for it. Unfortunate.
7-7. It's 7-7. It's the final round. Like, there's no more do-overs. Like, this is it. And it looked like it was going to be a done deal, and he was hesitating, thinking, oh, maybe he picked it up, maybe he effective, but missed a punch. Still there. So smart, they go for 1 each. Now they got numbers advantage, favoring defense.
It's like we lose the entry. Why don't we just go hyper-aggressive, guys, and get 2 kills back? Beautiful stuff, because, again, it's going to see the clock being ran down. Pio steps in, savior of the moment, though. I mentioned him on the Oster is so key in this round. They've got a 3v2. They've got tons of time to play with. I've said it before, but surely they cannot bottle this.
Surely not. I want to see them slow down and use the ulti. But all the way from the breach on the bomb side across the map evens the equation to even numbers again, 50 seconds. The thing is, there's no counter here for those two ulti shields. No C4, no impact grenades. Pio with 14 kills has to use the gadget, has to use it well. And Labyrinth, I think right now, just go together. Play the 2v2, no 50-50s, no taking your own gunfights. Yeah, it's right here. Walk down one single hallway, use the intel, use the gadget, and communicate clearly.
Come on, boys. We've had 15
can
rounds
do
to
it.
figure this out. We can do it. I believe. A drone. Wow.
Oh,
what a
20
magical sight. But the time at which they're doing it, I was about to say, with 20 seconds left, doesn't really feel great. They've seen at least one. They know where he is. They can start the press on forward. But they so desperately need to know where DCH is. I'm not convinced that they do. Pio working his way forward from Dragon. Both of them holding fire a bit too long here. We've got to go now, boys. We're out of time. DCH, they had no idea. He collects both and at the very least locks in a playoff spot for Soul's Heart. Arrival 7 could get it, but they're going to have to see how our next two games go before they can celebrate.
Oh boy, that was a classic case of 20 seconds left on clock, diffuse in hand. What do? You do not go on the drone. There is not time for it, man. Come on.
Man.
All right.
That's been a game and a half. That's all I can say. It has been entertaining at the very least, but both teams showed the lack of attacking quality to truly get it over the line. So at the end of the day, it's Soul's Heart that net themselves a place. And as said, Arrival 7 are going to have to see how our next two games go. Speaking of, we'll go to a break. And when we come back, the first of those next two games awaits. See you shortly.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Can I drink some water?
Yeah, you can have some water.
This thing looks very dangerous.
Next we have this one, Pina Picante. It's got pineapple, but I'm told that that's how they trick you. You think it's sweet, and then the spice comes.
This looks very dangerous.
Lots. Yeah, go. Yes! All right, try that for me. So Mephi, you just got back from EWC, Esports World Cup. It's your 7th international esports event that you've played. You've played against so many international teams that are so much better than what you get to play here in APAC. What's it like playing against the best teams in the world?
항상 노력을 해서 좋은 결과를 만들어내려고 하고 있지만 결과는 뜻대로 따르지 않아서 되게 기분이 많이 아쉽긴 한데 그래도 강팀이랑 할 때마다 아는 걸 배워가면서 성장하고 있다는 걸 느끼기 때문에 계속 열심히 하면은 계속해서 좋은 결과를 만들어낼 것 같습니다.
What do you take away from Esports World Cup? What do you think you learned?
I learned Saudi is hot and food is good. Yeah, but this is a shock. Honestly, we arrived before 2 days ago tournament, so we didn't have many times to practice, so we couldn't good practice before game.
Do you like it? You just had some more. Is it good?
Very spicy.
No spicy?
Yeah.
Just you wait, just you wait. What do you think you're going to do differently next time, next event, so that you can go even further?
그냥 더 열심히 하고 많은 걸 시도하고 그때그때 나오는 아이디어를 인게임에서 적용시키는 거를 우선으로 하면은 좀 더 괜찮아질 것 같다고 생각을 합니다.
You really like that? It's good? Yeah, yeah.
It's okay.
You must be hungry.
It's another 1v1, the close end for the ball. Win saves and throws. Immediately on the diffuser, Lagonis needs to get in there. You gotta go, Lagonis. Why are you not looking?
새로운 generation. It's your generation. 새로운 generation. It's your generation. 나로 날 긴 시간 어제와 내일 또 지나 어디까지 갈까 한계치 몰라 무한한 dreamer 열린 꿈 미래를 되돌아볼 view 다른 의미 you're my rule 다시 펼쳐보는 데서부까지 feel so good 나 여기 you and I
Welcome back, gamers. We're going into game 3 of the day here in Asia, and this is where things start to get very, very spicy, because now that we had an OT win in our second game, these third games and fourth game are all for the marbles. This one, I think, Nick, is one we're looking at and thinking if there's going to be an upset in our last two games, it's going to be now. Shark LFO up against Fury. It's a good chance for them to get those points to net themselves that playoff spot, but I can guarantee you, Fury are not going to make it easy for them.
They're not, but with that being said, this has not really been Fury's stage across the board. I know you look at the scoreboard and go, okay, they're third place right now, they're looking great, right? But historically, the entire stage, it's been a bit of a lackluster stage from them, same in stage number 1. They've had consistency problems. If they have one of those bad days right here, right now, that could cause the upset. So they gotta show they got what it takes to pull through when it matters the most.
It's been very, very consistent 7-5 or overtime wins against these bottom teams, which is why I start to feel a bit worried for them the same way that you do. But let's take a look first at Shark LFO's roster and have a conversation about them. Currently down there in 7th place. They currently are not in playoffs. They were in 5th place until our previous game finished. A point is enough for them to get over the line here, or if they can just find themselves a few rounds, but at that point you kind of need a few rounds and to win to break that negative round difference we've got. But which players for you have... What's the word I'm looking for here? I'm trying to think of a real cool British phrase and I can't find one. Which one's a buttered your biscuit, Nick?
The one that butters my biscuit in a negative way is going to be Hyunjin. Obviously, if you look at the stats at a glance, you can see there's a massive outlier here. 20 to 51 in kill death, right? So good minus 31 count, minus 6 in entry, etc. This guy is just individually not really hanging here at the highest level of play. Outside of the poor individual performances, I actually can't look at Shark LFO and go, that's their problem, that's their weakness, etc. Outside of the usual norms. I feel like this is a team that had a decent start to the stage from like the eye test, and just didn't really live up to expectations as time progressed. Like they started off in the very opening day against Weibo Gaming, they lost 1-7, that's brutal, but then they went 7-5 against Souls Heart the following play day. I'm like, okay, maybe these guys are here to play. So I just feel like I need to see more from these guys to get like a proper read on what their problems are.
An OT against Daystar. Obviously, they got a win against Leighton Dragon as well. They've shown some potential, but this is the day when you've really got to cement and say, yeah, it's not just potential, it's performance, and you're going to see it come into the fore. Let's take a look at Fury on the other side, because as you say, like, it's been one of their more consistent stages. A couple of results they'd look at and go, we really should have done better on this one as well. But they are currently in 3rd place. If they get a win here, they're already locked in towards playoffs. Right now, they're playing for seeding. At the very worst, they could find themselves... In fact, no matter what happens, they're finishing in 3rd place. They're all good.
Yeah.
They're just playing here for a little bit of pride, if nothing else, then, and trying to, of course, deny Shark LFO that spot.
Yeah, and I mean, if you guys know Fury from not last stage, last year, there was a Crit J master performance on a Clubhouse game a long time in the past. He is absolutely on a heater right now for this stage across the board. And I think Fury as a team itself have all found themselves a pretty good stride going in the server. But I will say, individual heroics has kind of carried them in some of those close games where they win like 7-5, 7-4, where, you know, one clutch or one big moment from a player can make or break winning in regulation and potentially go into overtime. And that's where I speak about the inconsistencies of Fury. They've had a little bit too much dependency on individual heroics, but to be fair, all great teams have at some points, right?
I mean, very interesting stat about them this stage is that outside of Elevate, of course, because they're Elevate, they're 6-0, you expect great stats from them. Fury are our only team that have a better than 50% attacking win rate. Not just is it better than 50%, they're up there at 59% almost, and you can see that on the stats on your screen now. You mentioned Crit, you see like Holis the same, even Dark's positive too. The others, like, you know, at least neutral for BG, man, and Accelerotics only down by 1. They are very, very good at getting rounds started, and that is where I start to worry a little bit for LFO. But let's take a look at the battleground that we're going to, shall we? Where are these two going to face off, and who does that favor? We'll have a chat about that in just a second.
I would love a Clubhouse. I haven't seen the map either. I don't know where we're going. Shock horror?
That you love, yes. What you say when someone says something that's like obvious, I'm like, yeah, shock horror. You want to see Clubhouse. Wow.
No, I do. I feel like there's something about Fury when they play that map. Some magic happens, some rounds get... Oh, it's banned. Okay. It's literally the first ban rotation by Shark LFO. Fair enough. You know, that just goes to show that they too think Fury are crazy on that map. Go to Bang instead.
All right, Bang being an interesting one, as it is a perma-ban from Fury. They barely get to play it. They played it a couple of times, admittedly played it last week against Weibo, but otherwise it's a map that they just do not want to show to anyone, and it feels in a way like this might be a small mistake on their part, letting us go here, because going into playoffs, you want to hide away as much as you can.
Yeah.
In fact, if nothing else, what I'm looking at from their bans is they ban away Cafe all the time, they ban away Bank all the time. They left those as the two choices they gave to the other side. So as a question towards you as a former pro, do you think this is kind of a case of saying, well, we know we're banning away these maps permanently when it comes around to playoffs, so let's just play whatever, we haven't got to show anything that way? Is that maybe part of it?
Yeah, I think there's two things to this right now, right? One is that you want to hide stretch the long term if you're on Fury's side. The other one is that if you're Shark LFO and you're playing for a W here, you definitely want to ban away the Cafe over the Bank because you're going to be up against a stronger starting side. You'd probably rather defend on Bank, which is less available on the attack, than have to go on the attacking side on Cafe because a bit like Skyscraper, it can slip away really, really quickly. So I think both teams here are actually doing a pretty good job at matching the map veto and both getting a quote-unquote happy result for their individual game here in the final playday.
Yeah, well, like we said, we saw Shark LFO play this last week against Leighton Dragon. They did win it 7-5, so we did get to see a whole lot of rounds. There's a lot of tape available on the sort of things that they do. So if Fury wanted to come into this one well prepared, then they can absolutely do that. But as I've already remarked, because they are guaranteed to finish third regardless of the outcome of this game, and they can purely choose to play Gatekeeper or not, I can't imagine they're going to come in here with some of their more advanced strats on this map that they want to try and save for playoffs.
No, I think you're right, but I also think that's a great time for a team because, like, think about it. When you play professional Siege, how many times do you have a game in the highest level of play that doesn't actually matter? Like, the result here does not matter at all. This is a scrim, the perfect practice ground because it's highly intensive, it's the highest level of play, and your opponent needs a W, so they're gonna try their damn hardest. You can try and do your default, setups, attacks, or defenses, and try and figure out what you need to work on proactively in the round to improve upon them, and maybe expose some weaknesses that you can then fix for playoffs. And now you have a stronger Bank because you played it here.
All right, well, let's get into things, shall we? Then our third game of the day getting underway. As that reminder, our final game coming up of the day is going to be pretty one-sided as we expect it. Elevate coming up against Leighton Dragon, who are right down at the bottom. But assuming Shark LFO lose this game, Leighton Dragon could jump over Shark LFO and even over Arrival 7 to snatch that sixth place playoff spots. That was a bit of a mouthful. So there's still much to play for today. It's certainly not all wrapped up and decided just yet. But here we go. Map veto coming out. It's map veto. Operator ban. What is wrong with me? Probably going to see Ace and Habana. No. Okay, a Monty and a Kaid. Okay.
What about pre-fire though? It is one of those maps where AC banning makes so much sense because you ban them both here in the first set of rounds. You can play top 4 CEO defense without any ranged hard destruction, and that top elevator wall cannot physically be opened up, and that's just gonna make one more playable bomb site into the equation because CEO can be kind of tricky otherwise. Monty Brava, that's like a bit of a, I mean, Monty is kind of stable, right? But Brava is a bit of a, okay, interesting, that's a target ban. We don't typically see that being banned out.
Like that's banned away because you want to play a lot of utility like the Maestro, the Malusi, things like that, right? 100%.
I'm a big fan of this. Like, I feel like some of the things that we've not seen enough of yet with the new operator ban system is you play the first 3 rounds and then you'll ban stuff like the Maestro and you play you ban the Brava and you play Maestro every single round. And do a very niche specific setup because Brava is one of the only real counters to the Maestro operator because you'll normally get 2 grenades or 2 ash breaches or 2 Sophia charges to deal with the evil eyes. The other one is maybe Flores, but it's hard to get a drone that physically in the building that's slow and that's very loud because it makes a lot of noise. So I like the Shark LFO starting this game by showing their cards, gonna force the Maestro the first 3 rounds, and if Fury don't ban it, come up with a ban selection after 3 rounds, then they can keep bringing it out. So they're almost forcing Fury's hand in this case. Big fan.
Someone in chat said, did I mean butter is crumpet rather than butter is biscuit? And honestly, the reason why I said butter my biscuit is it's the BB sort of alliteration that plays into it. But I also remember hearing that on StarCraft back in the day. Well, butter my biscuit. I forget which unit says it. Which one was it that says it?
Yeah, it's slipping me as well. I play a fair bit of StarCraft 2 for the custom gaming campaign, so I should know.
Yeah, there wasn't like a mod that you used to play the death out of, I want to say. No, that was on Warcraft, I want to say. Maybe it was instead.
Oh, there are some good codes from Warcraft 3 as well, to be fair. Some of my favorites.
Look where Dota came from. It's where it all kicked off the modern age of gaming. Anyway, let's get ourselves locked in, shall we? Let's see what Pinch can get away with on these Evil Eyes. You know, maybe we'll see things like Carly's here being brought along. Of course, you spoke about the Sophia. There are options to deal with it. Still got the Flores. There's several things to work through, but things like mute jammers, of course, can impede those Flores jammers. So it does mean then things like nades have got to be brought along to clear away those jammers so the Flores can get a clear angle through. Either way, it's a game of cat and mouse here, almost like a game of chess, back and forth. Who's outplaying the other first and foremost?
A smoke. A flashbang or EMP rather. They're gonna exothermic charge a soft wall and trying to get both the wall on the outside, or actually reinforced, and the inside of generators as well. So now the janitor player is gonna get less spots to play in. Harley goes in the building instead, to lock down that angle. There's a clash that we spoke of earlier. It could be a bit of a trouble. Harley actually a really good pick for Maestro as well. I did not think about that. It does have 4 lances against 3 evil eyes, so this can of course deal with all that utility.
and always puts a bit of pressure on the clash as well. Certainly can't complain too much. But the main thing they want to see here is that player inside of Janitor. And for now, yeah, there's been a little bit of pressure coming in. But Momo has got himself dug in. Got those smokes, of course, to play behind as well. So more of a chew through the utility game here for Fury. Utility meta is back, boys. But once all that is gone, we can start looking towards an execute. Momo dangerously low here. Really is risking it all. A smoke comes out at least to try and dissuade any more aggression coming on through. But he is not in a good space.
Just gotta swing Momo and take him out right now. If smoke goes down, you can start progressing this round. For now, you're just gonna stall out the Toxic Babe. So I think if he throws it again, just run in pre-fire and get him done. Because right now, he's actually buying too much time for his team, to my liking.
Yeah. The fact that he's still here worries me. We're down to 45 seconds. This ain't the basement site where we see Goyos and smokes and C4s wasting time, but we've seen an awful lot be chewed away. Kind of feels like Fury started getting to work on a lot of the utility, but paused for the most part. And now what we've seen Shark LFO do is wait to see what comes at them next. And the answer, truthfully, isn't an awful lot. Down to the final 30. Got to make some plays happen, but 2 quick kills come out for LFO. And that should be enough to see this one completely shut down. I thought Fury had started well. Nuh-uh. Shark LFO slamming that door in their face, and this round is done.
That's what I mean when I said earlier that they relied a little bit too much on individual heroics. I mean, that round strategically, it started so well for them. Exothermic charge cleared out the janitor wall. Now Momo should be completely screwed in his position, but he's alive. He's literally 1 HP the entire round. The round is flawless. Momo does the job of just simply saying, guys, I cannot move an inch from this position. I'm just gonna play my life. Don't try and die around me. Just let me go. Then they make a play elsewhere and stock. They get their first opening kill. Momo keeps on smoking things out, and they just win the round flawlessly. Fury could have gone below Generous vertically and shot one bullet and injured or killed him. They could have pre-fire swung the smoke and killed him. They knew he was stuck in that exact position on the reinforced wall because they had a player on CEO APL locking him down the entire time. So Fury lacking like really basic problem solving skills, almost hoping or praying that Shark they make a mistake somewhere, and they didn't. And I do think that this game will be a lot more utility oriented than usual, because look at the second operator lineup. Echo, Tashanke, Jaeger, Smoke, and the Mute. It's gonna be plant denial and protection of those plant denial operators. It's old school style seeds for Shark LFO, and I'm so for it.
It probably is, yeah. I mean, I imagine you're going to see the Jaeger playing, of course, on blue stairs like we used to see a lot back in the day. Warden's certainly taking over that responsibility more often than not, though I know that in APAC North we've seen a few Jaeger players setting up shop there as well, so that's what I expect we're going to see. And just to kind of touch on that last round as well, you can even see from Momo that he was watching towards square double. He thought he was going to get swung and pushed on and pre-fire, but that push never came. A little bit static from Fury, kind of relied on, hey, what we've got in mind, our plan is going to work perfectly. We haven't got to change anything. Spoilers, they kind of did need to change something, but sadly couldn't adapt in time. Let's see how much time can get wasted around the roam or off and around the map here. It looks like none from Shark LFO, actually. No one's inside of open area. Everyone looking so far to play down inside the basement, except for Jackie, who's going to find himself playing on blue stairs. So it isn't the Jaeger, it's actually the Smoke. Also completely fine.
Yeah, there's two ways to use the smoke, right? Either you stall time early, and when they reach the bomb site, they'll have less time because Smoke, you know, has used his gadget. Or you put somebody else like the Jaeger on the staircase, and now you have Smoke for stalling later on. But that's where doubling with the shotgun Smoke is excellent because they both deny the same area. Usually, if they both play by the bomb site, so put one on the staircase, one by the side, and you double up. Now, the downside is what you can do is just send the blitz in, full sprint, blind the Smoke, and just take him down. And yes, you're gonna take a little bit of taking damage from the gas babes, but it should just simplify the process.
Well, here we go. We're already starting to get the fireworks flying. 60 seconds in. Yep, one falling down. Jackie being gone so fast is beautiful here. Good little execution. Not onto the side, but onto the player by Fury. And have now got themselves already asking questions of what's going on inside of the site. So I expect to see Macy here start getting these Tachankas out and raining on down just to try and waste a good little bit of time.
Yeah, but this fire is going to be a bit of a problem.
He's taking shots as well.
Yeah, half the round is left to go, but he can deny for all of it if he wants to. That's the thing. Like, Kodesh is droning right now for somebody else around the building. You can start getting inside of serve with diffusers, start applying some pressure. If BGMan can get the hatches too, I mean, that's really going to open things up. And Shark LFO, the downside of playing this old school style siege is that you're giving up the entire roam game for free with so much time for Fury to work around and problem solve. They're going to backstab Garage and Twitch. They're going to have BGMan get the hatches. If there are 3 guys inside of server, all they need is one of those people to get a kill somewhere or find some success, and it should flip around in their favor.
They really want to get rid get a little bit of chip damage on towards the Chanka, but he's certainly not out. And now all he's got to do is be a bit more careful, lock himself down behind that shield, and he is perfectly safe because there's no real pressure they could apply onto him. Songer at least falling down. That's the Mute gone. A C4 offline. Good stuff. Still going to see Macy carrying on, though. He's only gone through half of those Shumikers. We've seen more than half the round go. It's just looking so frustrating to try and deal with. Tim somewhere is licking his lips right now because he loves seeing this stuff.
Oh, down with Shanka, though. Yeah, just like that, oversteps. Heals back from the shield, dies. Flashbang for Garage Angle. The plan will start going down.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard one to deny. Now, of course, they've got those Yokais on side, but I think they've largely been shooed away by the one. Yeah, flank comes on through. They get one blast off, but this ain't going to hold you out for 15 seconds, unfortunately. They get away with the one. I doubt he has any charge left now as well, so he's kind of stuck. Going to have to go and make a play of some kind. One more blast comes out, 10 seconds to go. Another one on side, but no, it's been able to get completed off in time. That previous blast, not quite finding the target. Tries what he can from gold. They know where he is. Pinging. Yeah. He's not long for this world.
Poor guy. Blitz started the round, and Blitz will also finish the round. Really great. Oh, actually, he's tying with him. Oh my god, the blind and the melee, just for good measure there. Confirmed the round beautifully. And again, Fury right now, because this game doesn't matter that much to them because they're locked in third place, they can work on fundamentals. I mean, that round was so much better problem solving than what we saw in the first attack of CEO. It was literally just like, the Blitz can run down the smoke on server stairs. Let's have a second player in the server dirt tunnel as well, holding the A doors, there's no run back, and just work from there. Because they recognize that Shark LFO gave them the entire map. They can skip, you know, roam hunting and roam clearing and have Blitz be used on the top floor. So Shark LFO, I love the utility usage, but you gotta complicate the setup a little bit more. Generally speaking, the way defense works, you set up your stuff in prep phase and you show all your cards. Now the attacker's got a counter. If you build a very simple maze that's easy to navigate, like they did on that basement setup, Fury can run over them. You gotta put up some weird passageways and some big question marks like, hey, what's happening here? What's happening over there? The picture was too clean, I think, for Fury, and they had the exact imagery of where to go and when to go there.
It wasn't dangling a carrot in front of them and saying, well, here's the problem you've got to solve. You need to get rid of blue, you need to get rid of the Shanker, and then it's really kind of yours from there. Yeah. They dealt with the smoke so quickly, and Macy, they were constantly, it was crazy that we had a Blitz was the one that was stepping in towards site and taking pot shots at the Shanker, yet managed to get away with a kill in the end after the third time of asking. It's kind of showed again a bit of static play coming out from the defenders, and very much the opposite of what we saw back in the first round when it was Fury who were the ones unwilling to change their game plan. So we've seen a good round from both sides so far. Admittedly not the rounds that we thought. I think you'd maybe expect to see basement locked in and top floor lost, but that's how things have played out. Now we've got to see how things go here in round 3 for who can get the edge.
It feels a bit like Critch is saying, hey guys, after round 3 you gotta bend my Blitz because I'm playing it every single round right now. Leading the charge where his team has had such a good statistical stage, and on Blitz it's no different. 3-1 to his name. Averaging a kill a round. That's not the most important part for Critchy in my mind. It's like the entry, how fast he can take map space. I mean, he's immediately inside of heaven, looking towards CO now, scouting downstairs as well. And he's just kind of freezing around Critchy right now. Like Cole is sneaking in garage, we see the outline. They're on the roof, just putting down their flank drones, because when Fury wants to go fast, they can really start speeding up.
I'm trying to ignore the player if they can that's hanging around inside a janitor. Right sort of idea. Going to start their push forward in towards archives. They've got that. Does he want to go all the way in towards site or pinch this player that's off to his right? No worry at all. Dark has already dealt with that one for you. And now, less than halfway into the round, we're already starting to get some pressure in towards site. Really like the way that Fury have started both of these last 2 rounds. Really good pace.
And you see how clear the division is, right? Like Colas on bottom main stairs came from garage. They set up that play the moment the round started. And this is a slow beginning because they gotta ensure that everyone's in the right spot for the 3-2-1 execute call. And now that's where they find themselves at almost a full map control. They have archives tillers, the middle section of the map. It cuts the bomb set in half. And when they want, as long as they got the flank covered in heaven, which they do here, we see a player, they can actually just go for a bomb set execute. But before they get there, they're waiting for a potential flank here to get one more kill, perhaps. They're just holding their nerve.
Chill for a second, I guess. I only worry here because we get to the point where, like in round 1, they start strong and then sort of peter out a little bit. They're kind of like not sure what the next step should be. Gotta get some pressure down. Gotta deal with these 2 players. The one in elevator. And there we go. That's what I was waiting for. Jackie, especially inside a lobby, should have been punished a good 30 seconds ago, but they found him now as he starts to make his march on forward. They just don't know about Macy, but I don't think it matters that much, Nick, because they've only got really Momo left on site, and he's under a lot of pressure. He gets 1. Okay, Momo a second. Now I'm starting to feel nervous. They should be able to punish these last 2.
You'd think that. Plenty of time to go, 25. Fuse El Cap can trap injure. That's the Fuser carrier as well. The final smoke, we need to cover him. All of a sudden, this run is completely flipped upside down, and Momo has 1 spare Tux Babe in pocket, can stall for more time if he needs to.
This is unforgivable. Let's say forgivable. It's certainly not unforgivable if they lose this one with how things have started.
He hears him.
Managed to recover one as well. They know where he is. And BG Man's found his man, Macy. What can he get away with
3
here?
seconds.
Of course, nothing else to worry about. Excelonic steps forward and gets the one, saves the round for his team. But that looked very concerning for Fury there as everything started to fall apart in the last 30 seconds.
Imagine Critjay walks in the bomb site door just a few seconds later, and that Capcan trap injure happens. Yeah, just 3-4 seconds. It makes all the difference in the world in that round. Yes, they started strong. They had a quick pace, a clear vision, and then just like before, as you said, they just kind of plummet out. Nothing happens. Like they could have gone for that exact execute maybe 10, 15, 20 seconds earlier with the exact same result. Maybe they want to be perfect, and that's actually costing them more issues than good. Operator bans. Maestro was answered and Twitch in response.
All right.
Goyo is really strong now.
What I love in those kind of spots, and you were speaking about the kind of back and forth of operator bans sometimes, is you get into round 3 and ban away some interesting stuff. And I want to say it was a Fnatic game, so I remember speaking to Tristan about it, was they banned away something in the second ban to bait something in the guaranteed third ban. They had to ban it away because it was a nuisance. They then banned away the IQ and just ran Echo for the next 3 rounds because there was nothing they could do to figure out where these drones were. And we know what Deepek's like with the information gathering he gets from those drones, as well as the denial that it offers. You can get some really good mind games going on, and I'd love to see more of it in these games, like the sort kind of half scene here. You force the Maestro ban because of the Brava.
Yeah. I think it's super underrated, and the thing is there will always be something else left open if you're a good flex team. In this case, you know, Bank is really not the best map for Clash, but generally speaking, ban the Brava on second rotation, force the Maestro. Now you either ban the Clash, or you play the Maestro, or they will ban the Maestro and you play the Clash. And the same can be done with like the Mira, the Kai, the ban. Like you have these different offers you can like fade out that has really high value on every single bomb site. And Operator ban system has been in the game for how long now? It's been 6 months, give or take? 6-7 months?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, so it just goes to show that things take a long time to adapt into and fully learn, because it's a very new system and it's quite different. It seems very simple on paper, but going from the old Operator ban system to the current has been a massive change for pro play.
It has, yeah. I mean, this map, again, one of the ones that are most affected by it. So often see attacking teams take away the Ace and the Habana, as we spoke about earlier on.
The Castle Asami as well, stuff like that.
Yeah, take away the double architects, make sites feel much more open, able to be hit. Is probably the best way to summarize it. This feels very much like a kind of old school style attack on towards Bank here as well. A player inside of elevators, wall is blocked off, can be opened at range if they'd brought along the Ace or the Habana, which they have. That should eventually get chewed through, but it's going to require nades going up there first to clear away things like the mute jammer. And in fact, are they just baiting on it entirely and saying, yeah, forget about attacking that side, we're going for a full square take instead?
It might just be. We don't see rotations like that all that often, but if they saw something that they didn't like, for example, the Clash, might just be time for a switcheroo. Attacking those staircases is almost impossible. You're better off on window repels to simplify the process. But look at this Momo in the same spot in Janitors. He could not be cleared last time, and that's why they've went for the Capital. The sole purpose right now of Dark is to clear Momo and Janitors and try and take him down.
Been here before. Like you say, the below might not be a bad shout for one. There's several ways to get through this. For now, trying to sell out the top is a piece of that, but it's been handily dealt with, no problem at all. You've got to adapt here, Fury. We've got to see something a little bit different, and I think a Capital is great for that. You can get the top of the wall opened up, get the Capital fire over the top. That can be absolutely wonderful. So far, they haven't gone towards that. As we come towards these last 60 seconds, yet again, it sort of feels like Fury are a bit stuck. They made the great call to rotate away. Since then, things not looking so good.
Double rotate, the smoke and the Spider-Man
this is interesting.
Down. Doesn't find any immediate value though, because again, Shaka and VODs know how to play strategy. They're playing their safe corners. They're being forced to move now with that Fire and Blackbeard closing in.
Well, now that they know he's here, this is the problem. He's got to be really careful. He gets the one that he needs. He spoke about him being an entry for his team, and the sort of numbers he's put up. Well, they got rid of Macy here. The DMR on the other side taken offline. The only gun still remaining with that magnified scope is certainly not a bad one to take for this site when everything is about that longer range. Momo now rolling out those smokes as well to run the time down. Dark's fallen, an insta-kill back to the side, though, to keep things in favor of Fury. But they've got to push in now. We're running out of time here, boys. At least it's a trade being guaranteed. A 3 versus 2. Surely that diffuser starts looking to go down.
Yeah, there goes the Blackbeard again. Oh, he actually goes down immediately. BGML can plan it over a kill. He gets it. 5 seconds left. Has to stick this. Oh, and that Kona swings. He wins his 1v1. Echo last alive. They have to push for kill. Oh, he actually thought he killed him and passed him to turn back again. Oh, man. Fury, I mean, if they can do these exact things, but 15, 20 seconds earlier, it looks so confident, so inspiring. But because the timer is running so low, I get a bit nervous. I get a bit anxious on their behalf because one small thing doesn't go their way and the entire round will be over. So they have to be perfect because they only got those 10 seconds left.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
All right. The funny thing is they've rotated away from lobby earlier on, had to come back to it later, just full sprints upstairs. Like if the Echo was aware of what was going on, someone had seen that on a camera on one of those yokais that could have been inside a lobby, well, we're having a different conversation there because I think he wins out the 1 versus 1 and maybe even gets to use the yokai to deny the plant going down. Certainly a close one, but it's still Fury up with 3 attacks here. Might not have been the prettiest affair. We've sort of said coming into today, it didn't really matter what the outcome of the game is for Fury. They probably haven't come in with full prep, don't want to show everything. But so far, not showing everything is doing them plenty fine.
Oh boy. Now this game is kind of crazy, even if you're an Arrival 7 fan as well, because what happened between Souls and Arrival 7 is that they went to OT. We saw that, in front of us. That is now tied up Arrival 7 on 7 points, together with Shark and Levo. And they have 1 round diff currently before this game started. So TLDR, if Fury wins, Arrival 7 will be the 6th team currently. And if Shark and Levo win, then they will overtake them. So this game matters for not just the team that is playing right now, but also one of their rival teams that is right above them in the standings.
Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong. There are certainly 2 teams watching this just full on hate watch right now. Soul's Heart maybe a bit less so, but don't forget as well, if you get dropped down to 6th place here as Soul's Heart, you have to go off against Fury, who will be sat in 3rd place, and you don't really want to face them. Daystar looks a little bit more shaky. So whether you finish in 5th or 6th, I'd say actually matters quite a bit.
The good old tale of seeding matches. It's always a tricky one because like sometimes you can kind of control who you might be up against if you get a certain result that is technically in your control. And we've seen it before, like many years ago, where a team was like, you know what, we don't need to win this game super hard because like we would rather play this team with round diff or whatever, and then you get smacked by that exact team that you chose to play against, and like karma comes back to bite you. Just play your game, worry about the seeding after. Don't overthink it too much, I would say, is my personal recommendation for these small things. Fury, though, they're here to play. I think there's a big question in my mind, like, okay, how hard will they try? And while they're not showing us anything groundbreaking in terms of strategy, because they don't need to, they are certainly trying to win and play their very best, because they are storming through these buildings, and Blitz did go unbanned, and they've been using it ever since.
It's all well and good carrying on through, but Shark LFO, of course, focusing on to be the ones to fight their way back in. They need it more. As it starts things out, at least it looks good to begin with. It's Dark who falls down. That aggression coming here very quickly. In towards Vol, in towards goal. They really want to put the pressure on and start turning the screws in this round once more. It's 3 versus 3. And I kind of feel they haven't really got site control here. It's a little bit weird where they're kind of overlapping as both teams fighting for that control. Haven't got diffuser though, and now the attackers are going to have to double up. A drop in towards Vault that they were not expecting. Macy falls down. CritJ's got a lot of power in this round though, Nick. He's got to charge forward and make things happen on this blitz.
And they got a yellow ping as well. Knows his prone hard left can walk in, go for the blind, and a right click should confirm the kill. Great positioning, leaving Pigeon a 1v1 against the blitz no less, and BGman who now has diffuser and starting to get that planted.
This is being played really well, despite them being in the situation they were in. They've made use of the blitz well to get that space. They've got a kill. Left the 1 versus 1 while the plant was going on down, but the pressure from CritJ, great use of the blitz there. 4-1 to Fury.
Again, wasn't the cleanest, but it was what they had to do right there. They had to take their fights, flank garage, push down the elevator hatch, and actually, they left BG Man inside of lobby, fighting the flanker and archives and tellers, and that ended up being the play that won in the round, because when he dropped that lobby hatch, he found the perfect backstep timing and made it from a 2 versus 3 down to a 2 versus 2. And what's bigger than that, he dropped right on top of the diffuser case and could pick that on up and go towards the bomb side. CritJ, the perfect operator on the blitz to just cover his teammate. If Pinching closes the gap, you go for the blind. If he doesn't go for the gap, you guaranteed get down that post plan 2 versus 1, which you're gonna win every single time unless you make a massive blunder happening. One thing that has stayed the same with Shark and LaFoe that I'm seeing right now as well is unfortunately that Pinching's individual performance is just not really working out. He was minus 31 in KD, like the 20 to 51 or whatever, before this game started. He's currently 0-4. And it's not like he's playing only these exclusive like information gathering operators. He's also playing stuff right now like the Ella, where you're kind of supposed to just get a couple of kills and be aggressive on the roam game. If you're not winning any of your gunfights and you lose that confidence in yourself, you're probably not gonna start turning that around right now. That's my fear, that he can't find his footing in this game.
It's always hard, and it's the conversation we have about teams. It feels like every single time we intro a game is, it's a one-man show. They play really, really well. What happens when they don't turn up and go big? And although for Shark LFO it's been a bit of a spread of terms of who's played well, you notice it when one or two players aren't quite hitting the levels that you would want from them. And I'm with you. We haven't seen him quite climb to the levels needed. Admittedly, he's played quite a lot of things like the Echo throughout this game, a little bit of Maestro before it was banned away as well. So he has been playing these very backline roles, but still, you need the good online really for a game this important.
Yeah, and those operators have now been dealt with mostly, right? Like right now, Songla playing the Echo, Maestro is played by Fury, so Pinjin eventually will be forced onto non-information gathering roles, and you need to play all sides of Siege. Gone 6 explosive radius isn't that big, so it doesn't kill the Echo drone, unfortunately for him. It's a good first step to try and deal with the drone, then go for roam clear, because if it had worked out, massive value trading Gone 6 for a yokai drone. CritJ has to be now respectful of the fact that those yokais are alive, because one Echo stun will fully shield guard break the Blitz operator and expose his entire body to a headshot and the body shots in general. So CritJ perhaps this round has to let IQ scan first before he goes deep.
Even then, you kind of got to rely on Shark LFO to be able to capitalize as a group on that shot blast coming out from the Echo. A freebie downstairs. We've seen Fury step across top square a few times. Yeah, again, right? We know they've done this. They've dropped smokes here to get map control before. Like, they're literally pulling off the exact same attack that we saw last time, but Pinjin has died in a spot that he wouldn't have before. And that's, again, just a bit of a lack of respect and awareness, I think, of what it is that Fury are up to.
Yeah, now Echo goes down as well. IQ with the gun just gets that kill confirmed. CritJ fully unleashed now, so there's no real counterplay. Yes, there are toxic babes, that's not really a big threat. It's just so fast to navigate around the building. 2 elements popped out of 3. No yokais actively in use either. This looks like a Fury round, unless they start throwing a little bit. Jagu swings out, takes down Dark, and more importantly, gets control of Archives.
That's what you need here to begin with. Anyway, here we go. A kill, a couple, at least coming back either way. Jackie may be saving this round for his team. Britain hailing that toxic gas. It's not looking good. I tell you what, how on earth can you see this round slipping away? Jackie's on for a 3 in the round. Could yet make it more. Hits the quad. Exolonic deleted from the server. And Crit might have gone pretty big in that last round with the Blitz, but now he's got to do it against 3. Don't quite think of backing this time around.
That's ridiculous. The retake of a lifetime, getting all 4 kills, and I mean, you gotta go for the ace right now. There's 20 seconds. MC under a lot of fire from CritJ, just walking around fully ADS'd in. He has to make them swing, but they got the discipline. Look at the silhouettes. No one's going for it. Not even Jack, but he finds one.
Come on.
10 seconds. He has got 2 more to find.
Oh no, it's so unfortunate the shield turned his way. Sprays the feet and nets the ace for himself. That's certainly one way to get your team a critical round. They've only collected 2 attacks in this half. There was the first one that we saw where Fury looked a little bit static, and this one here where Jackie has gone massive. It's a big task to ask for them to now take this all the way through to a win or OT.
Very curious in the Shark LFO's attacking playstyle, because they played such a like old school slow-paced defensive setup. This could be, maybe this is the entire team philosophy. Gonna go for heavy, plant-oriented attacks, very step-by-step, 1, 2, 3, which technically on paper is often very predictable. But if you, make those picture-perfect attacks and it all comes together, it is so satisfying as a player and so satisfying to watch as well from the spectator's point of view. Ace and the Mira, Hibana and the 2-brows. So you spoke about this in the very beginning. Those double ranged heartbeats can be so pivotal on this map. It has finally happened, and Shark LFO has to get a little bit more creative now on the attacking strats when it comes to heart destruction.
Curious to hear your thoughts on this as well, Nick. Why the 2-brow here over banning, say, a Kaid?
It's a good point. So let me think of this for 2 seconds, because the thing is, since you've banned both the Ace and the Hibana, it doesn't really matter that you play a bandit with 2-brow to trick like the top floor wall, for example, right? So that doesn't matter. Banning 2-brow leaves Kaid open, which we still gotta bring out the Thatcher. The only thing that 2-brow does uniquely that you cannot really get from any other operator as versatile, as flexibly is working as a jammer, right? If you get Deimos Tract or Grim Bead or whatever, the freezing of 2-brow will stop those gadgets from working. But that's not really a thing on bank and base, especially like on base and bump sides. So to be completely honest, I don't really see the vision with the 2-brow by myself. I don't see the angle of value.
It's very
Unless
niche. Yeah.
it's extremely niche, because normally it's like you bend the Kaid, you can deal with the bandit, or you bend the bandit, you can deal with the Kaid, whatever. But like the two brow, while you have double heartbeat bend, seems a bit of a dud.
Yeah, I mean, I guess on their side, they should have seen the ace and known that a second hard breach ban was coming. It's definitely what we've seen an awful lot on this map, as we spoke about before. Well, let's now focus on Crit and what he can do out on the roam. A Vigil, yeah, we often speak about this operator as being very selfish, doesn't really offer much to the team in terms of utility, but the work that he can do by himself out on the roam and play very much as a sole roaming gun, well, he can do a hell of a lot of damage if you don't respect him.
And I think that's kind of what Shock were missing themselves, right? Like they're playing basement, 5 people on the bomb side, no real exclamation marks, no big, oh, we're gonna make this play. Crit J can do the 4+1 strat. 4 guys playing the plant denial, Crit J going for a roam. And if he goes 1-for-1 on a kill or a flank late round, completely worth it. That aggressive setup in garage though. Momo walking his teammate with the Osa shield, grenades, the bulletproof camera. And less information for Fury. Losing Garage cost the entire bomb side of basement a half by that double door. So giving this much space for free to Shock LFO is definitely a dangerous start to the round.
I'm curious to know if they've seen Pinjin. We know that they've seen the Osa, but do they know that there is also a Glass pushing up here with him? That kind of could be the threat, and if they can get rid of the bulletproof, of course, and keep him marching forward unknown, he could do a lot, but not that it matters, because you might be setting up and having some good success in Garage, but if you're losing 2 players inside a server, which is kind of the other side of the pincer you're trying to establish, well, it all starts to go a little bit pear-shaped.
Yeah, and Glass has Diffuser and is in Garage with Momo. Like, you never see Diffuser going here. You don't see 2 people staying either, because like they're holding the same exact angle, doing the exact same job. So normally you would help your teammate get in Garage, then leave him behind and go somewhere else. Pinching though is good for 1. But I mean, you can win the round from this position, surely. I mean, you're stuck in Garage.
You think so? Yeah, maybe at this point that's the way it's going to have to play out. Pressure coming in. 2 of them pushing up after him. He's got to get at least 1 and deals with it as well. Keeps on going. Gets the reload through. Of course, can't safely do that behind shields anymore after the Blackbeard shield nerf came through. Now he's got to find himself another man. There is one tucked off towards his right that I don't think he fully knows about here. And no, as his head taken clean off for it, Pinjin hits the deck. Only a kill to his name. And Momo's got it all to save. It feels like Fury have shown just enough to hold on here. And now they're up 5-2, Nick. I think we can all see which way this game is going.
Oh, certainly we can. I think that round also just proves a bit of a bad trend from Shock LFO, where they don't have, I don't know, I think they oversimplify some of these rounds a little bit in a very negative way, where they have essentially 3 people attacking from the same position, right? 2 players inside of Garage and Blackbeard main stairs, which you can also access from Garage, of course. They had 2 people solo push server, and guess what? It wasn't a power operator of the Glass that can see through smokes. It wasn't a shield of Blackbeard or Osa that can walk in without just dying immediately. It was the 2 non-power operators solo pushing third tunnel, 2v1ing like Colas and Asami, and they both die, and the round essentially was over from a strategical perspective right then and there. I want to see more from Shock LFO, whether it's the right operators in the right positions, or more decisive explosiveness like we saw from Fury, or being a bit more creative in an impressive way, where right now it's like, okay, they're doing this very simply, and they're not winning their gunfight, and now I don't know how they're gonna win, because that's kind of how half these rounds have felt to me so far, and that's kind of been their story this stage. They're kind of close, but ends up disappointing most rounds.
Yeah, it is a big issue for them. We need to find a way around here, because otherwise, as we said, their dream is over. They will find themselves not progressing into playoffs. That spot will have been taken by our teams that finished earlier on in Arrival 7 and Soul's Heart. And the only team we then have left to look at is Leighton Dragon, with the chance to beat Elevate and get themselves into those playoffs. But there's various things we'll talk about with that when it comes around to it. Yeah. As I said, it feels like the game is going one way, though, and Fury are getting themselves set up here in a very similar fashion to what we saw out of Shark LFO. Very bread and butter sort of setup. And you hope Shark LFO have got something planned to deal with it, but I'm just not too convinced they're going to have the means and the ways of getting through this one.
Yeah, look at the operator lineup right now, right? You got Finka with the Blackbeard to boost the shield ADS speed. You got Dokkaebi and Flores together with the Ying.
That got removed, didn't it?
Nope, still works.
Oh no,
I'm
I'm thinking about recoil reduction. Sorry, my bad. That went.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the whole Finka thing, very complicated, a lot of different interactions, and I don't know half the time what's happening either. But teams are still pairing Finka with the shields.
She creeps in every now and then, but certainly not a staple, which is surprising given she's got 2 nades.
A bit of a surprise for sure. I think the nades these days just come from Blackbeard unless you ban the operator. That's the big thing. And then Sledge gives you the Vert. He got buffed with the Reaper secondary as well. He's a 2 speed instead of 1 speed as well. The Cadenas are going in, right, to blind people, but 1, there's a Clash, 2, there's a Warden. And secondly, they can't into the actual building. So that was my issue with this lineup. I don't understand how they're supposed to actually go for an execute unless it's Blackbeard either going lobby stairs up or in through Janitor's hallway. And right now he's on the bumps at window repel. He's down to half HP. And it's a full rotation right now for Shaka. They're going ATMs. They're going Heaven Door. I think Dokyo is going inside of Garage or by the ramp at least. And they completely changed the attack.
Why is Crit do it? Oh, and look, this 2 versus 1. And they got kills on the back of it.
Wow.
Yes, they have. Massive play. I was really nervous. I thought he was going solo. I was like, what the hell is he doing? He's giving up Janitor here. But they've got away with 2 kills off the back of this 2v2. This pincer being swung in. Macy's trying his best. Songler's looking on in absolute confusion. They can't do anything here. It might even be a flawless round. No. Songler denying 1 away, but Fury looking to go up to match point here. No problem at all.
Not one bit. And as I said, I think from the very beginning, the operator lineup alone great pre-fire, but they actually have 1 guy standing, 1 guy crouched. I love this little double stack that they have going for themselves. It's again from the very beginning operator phase. You can already tell that there's not a clear win condition for Shaka Lefo that is realistically achievable. Like, they got these different pieces, but they can't really work together. It's great in theory, right? Finka can boost the Blackbeard, he can go crazy and get a bunch of kills, and they're in the building, all these things. 1, that's not what they were doing whatsoever. They died out of the building and didn't get to use the Finka like at all. And 2, realistically at this level of play, it's not that simple. There's gonna be a trap, there's gonna be a crossfire, a clash, a warden, whatever the case might be, to not be able to get blinded, not die to the pre-fire, and survive whatever you're throwing at them. You need to do it more step by step or be more surprising in your rounds. When BB goes on bomb set repel of CEO, you're kind of showing the fact that 1, you have a Blackbeard, and 2, you can't do anything from the repels besides chucking in grenades, but so could the Finka. So why is Blackbeard there? It's these puzzling things that are happening that is leading to gaps in Shark Level's attacking rounds, and Fury just exploiting that from the very beginning with that swing from Crit J.
I don't really feel like attack timeout now is going to be the big save that they think it might be. We've got 4 rounds in a row, and we've seen 2 very toothless attacks so far. It's not looking too pretty for the boys. Fury feels like they'll take this one away in this round now and see us through to our final game of the day. But we'll see how we go. Staff and open area are going to be that battleground where everything may be decided. Need to see a bit more out of Shark LFO. The key thing I think in that last round, we spoke about this a bit earlier in the broadcast, was for the most part the attackers were very lethargic, very slow. You know, you got to have a little cuddle outside square, for example, and that's where I think the boys on Fury were like, well, if they ain't coming to us, then we're going to them. We're going to go and try and disrupt here. Don't let them get slowly set up for an attack here. Just shut it down before it even got started. And as we saw, it was a beautiful 2v2 play, a great pincer coming out, but the fact that they could walk onto square so freely and also do the same into Logi out the window, I was just a bit like, this can't be happening at this point in the round, guys. There's 60 seconds left and you've got no map control.
It's one of those cases where you're catching them in the middle of the rotation, so they're super spread apart, right? In the beginning of a round, you can spawn 4 guys back alley, have 1 guy watch the stock windows, 1 guy fight stock windows, 1 guy watch heaven, 1 guy fight heaven. But in the middle of a round, when you're rotating, they're sending 1 guy garage, 1 guy garage, 1 guy ATMs, and then 2 guys on the balcony. And now we've team killed. I assume trying to shoot the default camera, because what else is there? Or maybe the barricade in the door. But this is just an awful start to what could be your final round of the stage.
It's being shamed by our observer now. Shame, shame, shame. Bring it back.
Even Momo froze, right? He shot his teammate and went, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Songler. Like, that's my bad." Like, you just gotta own that immediately, no matter what happened there, and just move on, because mentally, I mean, let's be honest, with how the game is going, you've already said, I've already said it too, the game should be over. Fury's gonna win. That's the expectations. But if you're a player from Shaka Level, you cannot believe that that is the case, right? You're fighting for that, guys, we can win this round, come on, let's go, don't worry about it, and just get those comms flowing and going.
I think the key thing is as well, off the back of attack timeout, to get a team kill like that, that is just a massive momentum breaker. If you have momentum in the first place and manage to recover any during that attack timeout, it is now completely gone. It is looking miserable. So let's see how things go for these last minute and 45 seconds here.
I just want to see them actually lose by trying. You know, like, don't stand outside AFK doing nothing. Like, go in there, try and make the play. If it works, it doesn't work. That's not really the point right now, because the result is all the same. Just try your hardest, make the play happen. A missed opportunity as Dark sprints past ATMs. The DMR of Momo goes wide. Pinchin finds Crit J elsewhere, though. That's one of the top gunners of Fury. And now we're planting, actually. They can't stop it. They're gonna win the round.
That's a recovery and a half that we didn't expect to see coming out of it. But yes, it's down with 75 seconds left. They've read that there were players off site. They have capitalized and punished. Great read from Shark LFO. Kill coming back in from Exotic as Macy just paints a picture around him, but doesn't actually hit the man himself. And can they recover? Not quite sure they can when there's only 20 seconds to get this done. Need some more kills. They've got another one here, but there's a player on the windows. Pinjin, the freest kill final game, I'm sure. And Exxon, it's got no HP to his name. Nick, I think we're going to have to wait one more to see what happens.
It's got the yellow paint though. Pre-fire is possible. Goes for it. Misses. Pinjin confirms the kill instead. And I don't know how they pulled that off, how they found that gap, but they did. And they're fighting and trying their hardest to win it and not just stand AFK and let that timer tickle down. They hit the bomb site, get down the diffuser, and had a nasty post plant from outside the building. Well done, Shakalafo.
All right, into our final ban. Any ideas what we might see, Nick?
No, I think the 2-round ban is still throwing me off entirely. I have no idea what to expect. It's like, okay, they played Blackbeard most rounds, but the BB has been practically useless. Dokubi is probably more annoying, but hasn't been the pain point for them either. On the flip side, could be Warden forcing Glass, or the Clash also great. Brava, actually. So Brava and Clash. Clash is a good one. The Brava is a bit of a surprise.
I love this. You banned the, it's a surprise to you. Guess what that now means? It's a surprise to the other side as well. Exactly. Because they can't react to it at this point. It's smart. Because look at it back when we said it in our first half as well. It was our second ban, which when we got to the third ban, and the Maestro was banned away because they knew it was a nuisance. Here, you have no ability to react for the next 3 rounds to this Maestro. They can play the living death out of it. They can run a lot of Echo if they want to as well. It's going to be a bit of a nuisance for Shark LFOs to work their way through, and they've already got a whole number of problems that they need to figure out their way through. Because let's not forget, this game so far, we had Jackie come out with a massive ace to win a round for them and get them on the board. Last round, they shouldn't have won from that position because they had a team kill, but they did. Now things have got that little bit harder. You can't really expect Lightning to strike twice.
I love the immediate pick onto the Sins as well, recognizing that, hey, one of the only real like soft counters to the Maestro is, of course, 1, we can remove the gadget with any soft destruction, but 2, the Sense projectors don't count as a smoke grenade since the Sense rework that happened a good while ago at this point. So you can actually throw out those Sense walls, the Maestro camera cannot see through them, and that will give you a bit of cover for a potential plant or play, because the whole thing fears that they're gonna have full-on information. Take that away, it's a regular round. The 2-brawl ban now also kind of comes into effect, right? Because they're playing Kaid. So now you can play Thatcher EMPs and still get through those hatches. But that's where I feel like if you just ban the Kaid, that's not possible in the first place. So I still feel like the Kaid ban over 2-brawl would give you the same result but better. Because now you gotta play an operator to deal with the fact that Kaid is open and alive.
Yeah, it's definitely a strange one.
It's a bit backwards.
It's something where it's like it was a full broadcast to say, let's get an interview and find out why they banned it away, what the thought process was. Maybe they know something we don't. Who knows? Maybe we'll find out later on Twitter. God knows.
Yeah, Shagafo, you're watching this back, or you know someone who has inside information. I want to know right now what the thought of the 2-brawl ban, because I might be missing the plot here. It is entirely possible. A lot of things happen that we can only speculate or guess towards what the reasoning may or may not be. Sometimes we're spot on, and sometimes we are completely in the wrong. Like the pacing right now, though, from Shark, they got main source control, they're dabbling inside of open area, they got all these good primary gadgets. I think this is the big thing about Modern Siege. You can play Fuse, Sense, and Ying, which are all strong primary, maybe not so much Fuse, but Ying and Sense are very strong primary gadget users, and they all have hard gadgets as a secondary now, those can openers. So you get a good primary gadget, you get a hard destruction for the hatches because Ibana's banned, you play Thatcher for the Kaid, and now you can play this round out normally to its full potential. What? And they messed it up. They got Kaid claw tricked. Okay, let's try again. EMP. Double EMP, that's good, but what this does mean though is if he triggers this last Kaid Claw, you can actually guarantee one of the other hatches to stay closed the entire round.
I just love how Pinjin was like, I'm helping.
Yeah.
Like, you've got a heart breach charge going off, bro. You're not going to be able to have the fuse go off in time. What are you doing? But I guess he was there to put the fear of God on the other side, something like that. I don't know. Again, he got his assist. That's what counts.
He was helping. He wasn't just watching his team struggle. And those fuse charges actually getting pretty good value. The key baz, bit of pressure. There's a drone watching him, and they're ready for it. Shotgun and melee from the Fuse and Ying combo confirms that opening kill onto Lycolas at 40 seconds left. Anything is possible.
And Crits let his man go. You've got to get that kill, and does indeed. Songer, a couple of shots coming back. Most critically though, it's the Sense that has gone down. They need those light screens for the execute now. They're a little bit short on options. No smokes, no nothing. A couple of nades they can send deep from Jackie if they want, and even make use of the shield, but I feel like they've lost one of the main use cases they had in this round to make this happen. A single Candela that should get shot out. There we go. And now they can contest everything without worry.
Yeah, got the smokes popping, got the info from the Evil Eye as well, I believe, so they can lock this
There's
one
one
out.
left still. Who cares?
You gotta go, guys. You gotta go.
They've got to go deeper thing is the main thing as well. And that's the last smoke that's come out now. That will ring until the end. They've got to go through. He's got into the back corner. Just about making this one happen. But can they stop him in time? Surely they can. It's going to get stuck though. Finish off. Just Momo in a 1v4. This one feels undoable, but he has got the hatches, and it's a hard one to catch. He has to drop if he's going to be able to challenge this one. Two players pushing up top. Gets rid of one. Cannot find the second. Fury going to gatekeep Shark LFO, keep them out of playoffs, and ensure that they finish on 14 points here in third place.
What could have been right there, the collateral. I saw it happening down to 1 versus 2, but again, the post plan, they planted deep on the other wall leading towards server, so you cannot see it from the A hatch. You would have had to drop, which means it was likely an impossible clutch. Really good aggressive lash there from Fury, and also in this particular game, playing a very consistent level of Rainbow Six Siege. Crit J has been a peak from all stage and showed it once more in this game.
It's absolutely beautiful stuff. I mean, expected outcome for sure. Shark LFO, moments to fight, but just not enough to get themselves into those playoffs. We'll go to a break. When we come back, our fourth and final game away. So don't go anywhere.
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까 Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 썸도 아닌 썸을 타며 행복한 줄로 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐해 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know it's gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까 봄에 안겨볼까. Whatever your love language, I know it's gonna be alright. Can't take all this hot and cold. Love shouldn't be this hard. I know 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아. 어렵지 않아. 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도 Guess like I've never guessed before. 나 좋아하는 건 맞아. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 honestly. Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐해
talk. I don't wanna fall. I know what I want. Yeah, I want it all. Looking when I walk. Here's my number, call. Pick you like a lock, just to make you crawl. Going out with all my friends, fire dripping down my dress. Make you wanna look again, but you did. Oh, nothing like you've ever seen. Glamorous straight off the screen. I'm about to make a scene. Oh, I like the way that they drop that, turn heads. I like the way that they stop red. Who's next? Making you blush, give you a rush. Look at us, look, don't touch. I like the way that drop jaws, loose heads. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way pop off, transcend. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way wanna play the game, wanna know my name. We make it look so fancy when we're in the place. Stunning, so money, easy like 3, 2, 1 thing. Line I'm cutting, you love me, turn it on like it's nothing. I'm going out with all my friends, fire dripping down my dress. Make you wanna look again, but you did. Oh, nothing like you've ever seen. Glamorous straight off the screen. I'm about to make a scene. Oh, I like the way that they drop dead. I like the way that they stop red. Who's next? Making you blush, give you a rush. Look at us, look, don't touch. I like the way that drop jaws, loose heads. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way pop off, transcend. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way drop jaws, loose heads. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way pop off, transcend. We're so gorgeous, want high, yes. I like the way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. Watch me walk away, putting myself on display. 1, 2, 3 a day. I'm on my way, on my way. I'ma have you on tiptoes, watching my diamond afterglow. I know you wanna take me home. I'm on my way, on my way. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do. I'm OMW. OMW, on my way to you. Good at what I do.
Welcome back for the last time to Asia. We can all cry a little bit because the stage is about to be over. Well, I guess not going to playoffs. I guess it's the final game of our group stage, and then playoffs get to kick off before we start getting into those APL qualifiers. That'll be very, very good fun when it rolls around. This is a big one, and I say a big one because it means a lot, but the likelihood of it going the way that it needs to is very, very limited. We've got Leighton Dragon coming up against Elevate, and to make it into playoffs, Leighton Dragon needs to win 7-3 or better. And given how Elevate have gone so far, Nick, I don't see him getting that. That's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. They're going to have zero respect. Like, oh, you know, I feel bad for you. It's going to be better if you go. No. They want to go flawless. They want to dominate the region. They want to be the best team, inarguably, right here. And this is the game to prove it, right? It's arguably on paper the easiest. It's top dog against bottom, and it should just be a landslide victory for Elevate, assuming that things go the way that it should.
Well, let's take a look at our teams then, shall we? Leighton Dragon first and foremost. They are quite literally at the bottom of our table. We found ourselves 1 win all stage long, and that's what we're saying. This is quite literally top versus bottom. They struggled throughout the stage. You know, as you'll see on the stats in a minute, they haven't quite found their key player, I think, to really get them through a lot of these tough games they've come into so far. 1 or 2, stepping up there, but it's not enough to give them the wins that they so sorely need, Nick.
Yeah, so I think for Leighton Dragon Esports, actually not the individual players that are a problem, because if you look at the numbers, they're almost all neutral, right? They have just on them being negative. That's really it. I think it comes down to the team elements for this one. The basics, the fundamentals, the strats, the setups, the executes. It's all about the experience just lacking for this roster. And, you know, it's great to have teams that are really, really good in the region, that are middle pack, and are at the bottom. Because everyone's learning from each other. You're all playing a very different style of the same game. And I think Leighton Dragon Esports, given a bit more time, could become a better team in the region. But for this one, the reality just is they are just behind the curve across the board compared to the competition.
All right, take a look at the other side then, shall we? Elevators have spoken about a bunch already.
Yeah, well,
they are the ones to beat, and they are certainly
some
not.
names you will recognize here.
Yeah, there's quite a few on there. You know, major finalists, winners outright. There's a lot on this team that you have to be very, very fearful of. They've barely lost anything all stage long. They've not looked troubled by any team in the region. It has been smooth cruising, which is why you can understand that we're so cynical about this game and Leighton Dragon's chances of getting it over the line, Nick.
Yeah, I saw a Reddit post in the early stage of Asia for this one, where people said resets went from Brazil Liquid being like a, let's say, middle pack player to go into APAC and just completely dominate. Like, he's 64-37, +5 at entry, 71 cost. I mean, he is just individually owning people in the server, and he's not even the biggest name. You got Psycho and SI Hammer Lifter, Iron who played on FaZe, Stem was about Black Dragons. Like, they've really been around to block these various players, and it's so unfair almost to have these 5 people together, but they're actually putting up the number to prove just how good they are. They're not dropping the ball. They're taking full control of the stage for themselves and proving just how good they are.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And bless him as well. Resets was in the chat yesterday, by the way. And people were just like, go back to Brazil. And I was just like, oh, God, you stepped into a pack of lions here, my friend.
Dangerous territory.
We get a bit of clubhouse to close things off there. Your favorite map, Nick?
Let's go. Now, this is not the game I was hoping would go to a clubhouse. I was like, give me Chalet or Border or Night Haven Labs. Just give me chaos. Give me the most crazy game ever. Because clubhouse is going to be about the fundamental 1, 2, 3s and ABCs of Siege. And Leighton Dragon, like I said just before, they're not that team. So I feel like, you know, Elevate again, major favor. They're gonna start on the attacking side as well, which arguably, if you're really good at attacking team in Clubhouse, will be, by my shot at least, the favorable side. I just want to see some rounds from Leighton Dragon. I want to see some improvement. I want to see some good looks, and just see how many rounds they can get on the board.
It is the only map which they're not positive on any map, which is already quite bad. It's the only map that they're even on. Every other map they've got a negative win-loss on overall. And of course, last week they managed to beat Daystar here as well. So they showed they could punch up and tango with some of the bigger teams in the competition. But the jump and the gap from Daystar to Elevate, well, I'm not too sure about that one, Chief. Let's see how we go, though. We're going to start things off, as you say, with Elevate on the attack, Leighton Dragon on the defense. Your last game of the group stage here in Asia.
Oh, I do like this, the little capital ban. Wasn't it, let me see. It was you talking about that earlier, how, especially on Clubhouse, seeing the capital ban can be very impactful and yada, yada, yada. Right in the money, Des. Right in the money.
Yeah, I like seeing it taken away. What can I say? And that, if nothing else, screams that you're going to see him playing up on Catwalk and trying to deny from that position. Elevate, I have a feeling we'll just have a very, very simple way around that, and we'll see when we get into that point as well. It's going to be Kaid and the Bandit taken away, the Electro Bros being taken offline, and the Ying also disappearing.
Stem typing, have fun, have fun, have fun in in-game chat right before he's gonna try and destroy his opponent. Something poetic about that. He's gonna have fun.
Hey guys, have fun as I lay into you.
Yeah, exactly. Have fun just losing almost every single round without us giving like any effort, because we're that much better. I mean, that's the story that we're painting right now, because that is honestly what should be happening. We're talking. Wait, first. Defense, do the basics, and again, probably not show any real strats right now. Just do the basics, right? You gotta reinforce default walls, put down util, extend to CCTV, and this round, like any other gym defense, come down to the small moments that are gonna occur. When you're trying to roam clear, catwalk CCTV, do the defenders fall back early and give up the map space? Do they get a kill and fall back, or do the attackers actually cut off the, you know, the fallback rotations with the connector window and try and get a couple of kills? It's always down to the attackers to play these rounds well, more than defense, because Clubhouse is a map where every bomb set is playable, and if you have a good setup, you can win them all. But likewise, if you're really good on the attacking side, you can pick these apart strategically without having to rely on that much gun skill, actually. And that's what I love about Clubhouse. You don't have to be a crazy fracker to pick this one apart.
Well, let's see how well they could do on the starting point. You may well see a bit of a masterclass here to demonstrate all the wonderful things that I'm sure Nick is dying to speak about, and how effective teams can crush opponents on the attack of Clubhouse. But now it's about working their way through. Of course, we've got ourselves Jim Bedford to work through just yet. A bit of a setup on site there with shields being down, the players scattered around. You know, starting out on Jacuzzi, over towards Cash CC, get the push coming through from that side of the map. All pretty bread and butter as far as this site goes.
Exothermic off. That's going to be successful. There is no wall denial. Then we're gonna, of course, try and use all of our utility as early as possible as a resets, and we'll immediately go for the con single wall as well, because after that he has just flashbangs and a good gun. That means Resets is now an entry player, and that's why Thermite on Clubhouse isn't your typical super hard support kind of operator, because you need to do your job early, whereas operators like Psycho playing the Aurora, you actually need to do stuff later in the round. Momo's running away. Momo's now dead because they're cutting off the rotation on that con window, like I alluded to earlier. Elevate, they know the basics of this map. They will get that job done. With an early manpower lead and a lot of map control, they can start approaching that bomb site very shortly.
Sure, here comes the pressure starting to build up from Stemp, as well as got that south balcony. Now they've got the Cash CC control, no bother, no sweat, no problem.
Loading new mag.
They've got to try and unsettle a couple of players here, and that's where the utility starts to come on through. A3 going down ridiculously low here as well. Stemp finding his second of the round before finally there is a response. Gundam out the window, but immediately Elevate, snap back, 2 kills for themselves. 75 seconds to go here. This one is looking pretty short up, and there we go. Elevate rolling over them in round 1.
Yeah, guys, have fun, have fun, have fun, and then we'll just run over you from the very beginning. It's literally is the tail right now. Now, that's a classic round from Elevate. I mean, they just do the basics really well. They don't make any mistakes, they don't get punished by any sort of aggression, they win the individual gunfights, and they have a really good coordination on when they're hitting their timings and when they're gonna go for a bomb site execute. Latent Dragon, I mean, I think if you're them, you just literally go to all of the various bomb sites and try and see exactly what kind of weaknesses that you have and try and figure it out from there. Then on round 4, 5, 6, when you get your second attempt, try and go with some counterplays. Okay, guys, this round we defended gym defense. We struggled in this area. Let's fix this and try again, and just kind of challenge Elevate in different ways of problem solving. And the reason is, you can learn the most yourself of your Latent Dragon by doing that. Because now you're getting exposed twice in a bomb site instead of the same way 2 times.
Yeah, well, it's again standard stuff in terms of setup. We've seen all this kind of stuff before. Very dug in with the lineup that they've got. I think, you know, the Lucy looking towards the tubs to slow things down. The Zami you see down here an awful lot. But probably a new addition, and I'm very keen to see where KCB puts those down. The more concern is, it doesn't matter what you seem to throw at Elevate, they're just going to have capability, the knowledge to be able to completely bowl over you here if you give them even an inch of Stemp, as already shown. Momo looking to be a little bit cheeky here, holding out towards Meat. I forget who it was last week that was playing around Kitchen and Meat, but they got 2 kills hanging around there. It was absolutely ludicrous, and I was like, you can't be getting away with this, and I don't think Elevate is the kind of team to let you get away with it. No,
they would not be. That's exactly right. It's hard to get away with anything for free against Elevate. There's usually a punishment somewhere. They come from the region of Brazil, the best region in the last like 4 years in CST1 level of play. They have punishments all across the board. You see right here, goes for an early swing, then peels back and doesn't overstep his welcome, gets a lot of damage on, and he lives on. That's 1 Grimpy, finding almost a full kill of information and keeps his teammate alive. They get blue control in the first 30 seconds. Oh! He stood up, and KCB was holding the angle. It's a freebie onto IQ. Or sorry, onto Grim, actually.
I was a little nervous, to be fair, because KCB, on the first time of asking when the Azami was being shot, he was so slow to step out and try and guarantee a trade of some kind. That fortunately, he's managed to get away with it now, but look how low these 2 players now are. They're not quite fully in sync, and they're starting to pay the price for it. At least they're still alive, so the guns are available for the headshots, of course, but not so ideal being this low.
When you have 1 frag grenade on Stemp, so it might be Ion to do the job of destroying those deployable shields that are by the AK's position. But first, vertical destruction has to also be accomplished. Main stairs, there's a player, I believe, just waiting for a fight, if I'm not mistaken. I can't tell. Maybe he's not there anymore. Oh, I guess he fell back. No mind. Nobody's by the main staircase. I guess the C4 went out, he fell back, and that was a trade-off. Which means Elevate now have full map control. They have above, they're getting the hatches to self-destruction, they're in the blue hallway, and if Stem gets a kill here, that's gonna really open things up.
There you go, baiting out the swing, and this time around, KCB obliges, but he wins the gunfight. That's the critical one. Held on quite well. There's been a lot of scraps around blue that kind of lacks a little bit of teeth from Elevate. Sure, players have been there. We haven't seen the full commit that maybe is necessary to see you come out on top, and now things are starting to look a little bit stuck for them. A reminder again, Latent Dragons need to win 7-3 if they want to make it into playoffs. It is a tall order for them, but if nothing else, beating Elevate would still feel great. concerned that there's a lot of them still to do. For Elevate, it's looking like a slower round. Maybe this one at least is one of those 7 rounds they need on the board.
Has to take these 2 difficult gunfights. One by the rotate, one by the generator. And we see here Leighton Dragon rotating for a double swing. Ooh, it's
Beautiful.
good. Very well
That's
done.
the kind of stuff you want.
I mean, that's them lashing back and playing well. That's them taking the game, or the round rather, away from Elevate.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's the fact that they've held so well, I think, inside of blue. I was a bit nervous at the first attempted gunfight didn't quite go their way. Outside of that, it has been good. However, I'll come back to, again, something we've spoken about in 2 of our 3 games today. Elevate were very slow. Like, they got themselves to challenging blue, and from there, it was all a massive grind to a halt. And that's what let Leighton Dragon start getting into a spot that they felt confident to make that 2v1 challenge around Generator. So while it started well, it's just slowly kind of stopped from there for Elevate, and they've given Leighton Dragons a bit too much space to be able to capitalize. But well played by KCB especially. He was in a very, very commanding position all of that round behind Generator, taking 3 or 4 separate gunfights. Has kept himself alive. Didn't always get the kill, but set up his teammates to do just that. Good round.
Elevate, the only real criticism I can give them is Stem being solo in the blue hallway, going for that swing way before anybody gets ready to help him of any sort of way. It's a bit of a troll play, given it was a 1 versus 2. But with that being said, you're probably expecting Leighton Dragon to have some gaps, you know, on the game, so you might as well try and abuse them if you can. That's basement though, probably the easiest bomb site to defend, I think, for Leighton Dragon, given the nature of it all. You don't have to play for the extension, don't have to play for the roam, you can just play 5 guys around the basement, maybe by the staircases. That's really all you need. On CCTV and Germ, you gotta be much more extended around the map and hold as much as possible, play your layers, fall back and fight in certain areas and not fight in certain areas. This is cheeky. Valcam used for a spawn peek and go for a run out. Is it a freebie? No!
It's an attempt.
I mean, try as you might, but if you don't hit your shots, it doesn't matter what you do. That's a little limp damage for you right there. You hit all shoulder, no head, no chest.
Unfortunate, but like you say, it's what pays the price. So that means these exothermics are still available to do what they were brought along to do, which is to get these walls opened up. Main breach done, and now I imagine we can rotate over towards the single wall or over towards Jacuzzi. Start a bit of pressure on this side of the map as well.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have a Capital on the board that was banned out by Leighton Dragon, and they're playing a Sami on the catwalk rafters, so the safe bet here that I would always make is let's just go for Master Bedroom Connector attack. It's gonna be the much easier thing to deal with. It's, I will say this, though, there's no Mai or Jaeger, so those grenades from Ions, Blackbeard, and the Grim Beast together could do a lot of damage on catwalk rafters. But I just feel like when you attack the garage rafters, so much can go wrong. When you attack Connector, usually it's not that much that can go wrong.
Yeah, they know that this part of the map at least is largely unguarded, and there's not really a lot to challenge them. At the minute, it was K3, as you just saw a second ago, stepping out looking for the drop. Outside of that, there is no one on the west side of the map. So largely conceded a good chunk of it. They know they'll be at the door any second now. And so you've got these 2 directional pushes, the one coming in from construction, the one coming in from main plat, and that at least is a lot of cover and a lot of restriction that you begin to put on the defenders. Really want someone then to come underneath from red stairs to apply some pressure there, and you've got yourself an execute coming together.
Right now, it's just about dotting your I's and crossing your T's and make sure that there's no way this can go wrong. Find the Valcams, get a flank drone and set up bar, wait for the Toxic Babes to expire, because the only person that can really walk into Connector is Blackbeard, as that soft wall is very much opened up. Big swing out from K3, but a nade and a trade goes back in Iron's favor. And Elevate, they got almost advantage, and one defender is stuck in Garage.
Again, as the pressure starts to build up at this point. Interesting, they've reinforced off this whole wall here as well in towards Catwalk. It makes it obviously a bit easier to hold on to, but can restrict you later into the round. It requires you holding on, and I feel they can't have much chance to do that now when they're in a 4 versus 2. You can see the Azami is double back in to come for the support. There's no one actually out on this plat, and I'm surprised by that. I thought we might see someone there, but now all the attention is coming in from construction side. A player now above their heads, though, maybe about to put pressure onto the breach.
A scout diffuser though, that means a plant is not possible if Reset dies, and might just go for kills if Elevate. 3, 2, 1 countdown, and he executes for 1 through after.
Trying to put a bit of pressure on, but being a bit slow about it, same as last round. It's not quite the pace that we're used to here. Got to swing and go aggressive, and Cotley does just that. Gets away with a kill too. Surely there's someone there for a response. Cotley on for a 3. Elevate, we cannot be bottling this one. In a 1v1 against a shield, Ion should be able to get this closed down. As soon as that shield drops, it is yours for the taking. But time is not on your side as the attacker here. Got his up, and Ion's found his man. That's such a shame. Could have dipped away there, kept himself safe down red, anything, and the clock would have done the job for him.
Yeah, I think a bit of panic right now that the Valkyrie comes, red ping information, that the Minushi Banshee is slowing down the Blackbeard, and the timer was about 8 seconds or so when the timer was running out. So I think just simply cut with a bit of panic, the adrenaline filling him up. making him not think exactly clearly. Elevate arguably don't deserve that round victory. There's a couple of misplays across the board right there. You're up against a Melusi and a Sami, so no plant denial. The catwalk wall is reinforced, so you can just walk in for free. A default plant spot on the soft wall towards connector would have been the easiest solution possible, because you have main breach pressure, you have the window opened up, and you got, 4 versus 2 man advantage. But they solo sent the guy with the diffuser on the main breach. He dies. Diffuser's in the wind. And now he force all the other players of Elevate to push past the bomb site all the way through to try and pick up the pieces. Yes, Elevate win the round, but it wasn't clean, it wasn't pretty. And perhaps Latent Dragon do have a fighting chance here if they keep playing like this.
Yeah, again, my worry is playoffs now feels like already a bit of a too far stretch, because for us to assume here that Elevate won't win a defense in that second half, just simply not possible. Like, Latent Dragon has shown they're not a great attacking team. They will struggle when we get round to that. They have to win 7-3 or better. They've lost 2 of those 3 that they're allowed. So if nothing else, it kind of feels like Pride might be more of the conversation at this point, and showing that you can put on a performance against a team like Elevate.
Gym defense, where the game started off, was a very one-sided affair in favor of Elevate, so I want to see Latent Dragon now fix their problems. Last time they were not really keen to fight around CCTV and cash. They are falling back and surrendering map space extremely quickly in the previous attempt. This time, a top red rotation, a Sami playing on the staircase, reinforce the walls. I expect a lot more staying power, and forcing Elevate to either problem solve around and try and go for some kills, or have to rotate around for a different kind of execute. If you're Latent Dragon, just believe in yourself, have the confidence to go for these fights. You have nothing to lose right now. Expectations is that you're not supposed to win. Give it your best, give it your all. And as I say that, Steph just walks up and kills super traded back by KCB. What did I just see?
At least they managed to stop him going on an absolute tear. I really thought he was going to carry on the whole way there and kill 3 or 4. Magic. Damn. He is stopped. But the damage has been done, I'd wager. Yeah, these are 2 operators you look at and say, somewhat expendable. You can afford to let them go. I don't really feel you can afford to let any player go. Why on earth K3 is now trying to get aggressive when they've already lost 2 players and he's lost his backline support at top red? I don't quite know, but now it goes from bad to worse. Cotley had a big round last round. It wasn't enough, and I don't think Lightning is going to strike twice here.
Hey, you lost your Stalton now in the smoke. You have a spare C4, but nowhere to use it right now, given that you're a bomb site player. Mirror windows are excellent, right? But you have almost no space to play on by the bomb site, so it feels like a bit of a choke out now for Elevate, because they're just waiting. No one's really overswinging, no one's doing anything. They're rotating to the perfect positions, popping the Goyo canisters, getting their drones active, and when the fire subsides here in 20 seconds time, they can just overwhelm the bomb site, jump in the window, jump into Jacuzzi Breach, and walk in that condor. There's no way they can watch all 4 angles, because they only have 2 guns.
He's about to get swung from behind as well at this point. There we go. Down he goes. He tries to get himself out of a dangerous position and pays the price. He sets on to Momo. 4-1 to Elevate. Really starting to pull ahead here. 3-1 to Elevate, sorry.
Just a disgusting round though, like the way that Stemp just walks up through the barbed wire, gets 1 kill, overheats, trades the second. It's one of those middle fingers you can do in the game of Siege, right? Where you have your setup, your key bash, your crossfire, your support, your reinforcements, but it's still an FPS game at the end of the day. And that's what separates Siege so much from other FPS games in the space, is that there are so many more elements in play every single round than your typical, fragging game.
Yeah, it's combining the genres, right? Where you've got this more tactical side of things. It's about the setup, it's the strategy side. And then you take a look at when it's literally can be 5 bullets to win a game because there's 1-shot headshot in the game, right? And Stemp has just shown that sometimes that brute forcing can just completely undo all the planning, the time that you spent sat there looking at these setups, what's effective to cover what happens when this thing happens. That's all well and good. It's the classic Rocky saying, everyone's got a plan until they get punched in the face. And right there, Stemp was that fist. Round 5 then. Let's see how things go down in the basement once more. Latent Dragons did pretty well holding down here last time. A lot of it off the back of KZB. If you recall, he danced around generator for most of that round. Didn't always collect every kill for himself, but oftentimes was the first man stepping out to bait a chance for his teammate to step out and secure the second. Now, Momo's doing what we've seen a lot of Skopos players do, which is get out here and look to be busy inside a strip. Imagine it's more about the early aggression he wants here to try and catch someone off guard rather than try and play his life out here for too long.
Waiting for the repel sound, maybe the impact grenade can go for a run out. I think aggression is important though, just because you need to get a kill to stop Elevate from executing. But the issue is, it works both ways. If you swing and die, Elevate's chances get a lot higher of success. There's really fight. The Stamps are like Garrett. This guy is no stranger to aggression. Raps will get a kill instead, actually, inside of escape tunnel. Third tunnel. Confirm the opening kill once more for Elevate.
They know the man's still close. Oh, it's too easy. He's pre-fired at that point, and SD just walks straight into it. And Stemp once again is just saying, you know what, forget about any kind of gadgetry or barbed wire or Denari trips. I'm carrying on. Sat here waiting for this player in blue now. It's KZB again to dare challenge him, because this time, fire in his eyes, he wants that kill.
And if you're a player on Latent Dragon right now, the communication is, guys, we have to kind of keep just trying to fish for kills, because strategically we don't have, again, enough bodies to cover anything right now. So the plan A is also plan B. They need to start winning these gunfights. Stemp has tanked like 7 different Denaris at this point, and there's also some bullets of damage now. He just doesn't care. Stemp is a simple man playing simple style of Siege, and it's working quite well for him so far.
Very much CC, I shoot, and that's about it for sure.
Yeah.
I think he's now stepped away a little bit, and probably also shot out those Denaris, so he hasn't got to worry about dealing with them again. But now that he's in blue, it's about getting the rest of the team here into position to start joining him. It's all good applying pressure from one direction like blue, but you now need other areas to come online as well. Whether it's a kitchen drop, whether it's Moto, main stairs, take your pick. Got to see something happen at some point. 2 of them actually starting to square up, one on oil, one on blue. So they really want to try and break this hole into KZB. But he's not making it easy for them here. It's now 2 minutes into the round.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this round has been going on for so long, but you're right, there's 60 seconds left, and there's plenty of time for Elevate to do anything of their desires. Like, they can walk in dirt, walk in blue, take a gunfight, he's been low on health, and he comes out, and a full push here from Elevate.
Absolutely, KZB holds firm, but gets traded out immediately after. Ion is there, ready to go, resets into 1. It is a bit of back and forth, but the numbers are only going to favor Elevate, I'm afraid. Round 5 is there, it's 4-1 on the scoreline, and with that, Latent Dragons, they cannot make it into playoffs. All they're playing for now is a bit of pride, but I don't think Elevate are going to let them have much chance at fighting for any of that.
No, I suppose right now you're just playing for practice and trying to, you know, figure out your issues in the server, you know, on the fly problem solving, communication, adaptations, that kind of thing. But it just seems so tough and so difficult, and the thing is, to get one more shot on defense, then Sideswap comes through, and attacking against Elevate, I can already tell what's gonna happen. They're gonna play like execute operators, maybe a shield, some Ying, some Grim, whatever, and Elevate are just gonna spawn peek, they're gonna peek on the doors, the windows, they're gonna get aggressive with it, and they're probably never gonna see the bomb set really, unless Elevate turn down the aggression. So I feel like defense is gonna be where Latent Dragon will thrive the most, and the 1-4 scoreline shows us that it's not enough to hang, which, to be fair, no one truly expected them to hang against Elevate, because they are by far the best in the region, with Weipo following second. No one can seem to take these guys down today. Not this entire stage.
Nope. They're looking like that team to beat, and it's going to be very interesting seeing what happens. Obviously, we're going towards playoffs, and I think it will continue. You know, Weibo will still be the only team that can really hold much of a candle to them. But things will get really, really spicy when we step into the major qualifiers. Of course, our top 2 teams, so our grand finalists from the playoffs, are the ones that go through to that from Asia. 4 from APAC North and 2 from OS. Pretty fair to say Elevate are going to be there, and of course, maybe we'll find themselves facing up against their Brazilian brothers in D plus Kia at some point. That'll be a very interesting game to watch, because you'll be watching that broadcast like, watching the right region here? It'll be very confusing.
I get you on that. Little mini play, open up the hands from one player, other guy watch the other. Again, small thing, but so beautiful to watch and so high in value. A free opening pick, again starting off the round in a 5v4. And we see on its game plan, get an opening pick, slow down the game. Get to the bomb site, overwhelm with sheer manpower. It's a simple way of playing the game, but it works so well when you're so good at finding these early kills.
It kind of shows, I think, in the gameplay you're seeing out of Elevate, to be fair. Like, they've had so many little cute like piece plays together where they're playing as a 2-man, as a 3-man. This is the stuff that we praise a lot in our major regions like EML and NA. We're not really seeing it from any of the teams today except from Elevate.
It's hearless all this time. It's been a story for quite a while. Simon doing a great job right now, Gundam that is, just juking off this player of Stemp on the window. Kali Sniper looking for a pick and not being given any. But this does mean that the road has been given up as Latent Dragon keep falling on further and further back towards the bomb side. And once that's all they have, we've seen this story so many times before. Elevate will execute from all positions at once. Because they have man advantage, there will be a gap somewhere, and that gap will open things up. Mobile Wings going for a huge garage flank, of course, can change things around, but he might be mistimed. Oh, Gundam with a nice shot.
Yeah, fishing for that one. Probably knew there's the Carly dancing around that window the entire time. For Stemp, I think more to deal with things like the mirror and the castle that we've seen coming along was the main objective of having that on side. Of course, not the best for going for these rapid moments to go for a fight. And sure enough, Momo's got one, KZB another. Same as back in round 1 when Elevate slowed things down too much. Leighton Dragons get a bit restless and they start capitalizing. Good for them to get the kills that they found. 3 in a row. Can they now find the last 2 and at least get themselves that second round on the board in this half?
Comes down to brawling it out here in office. The north flank is coming. The north person is, of course, by that office door. Psycho's outside, so they can't help each other. They're isolated. A swing comes through. Gundam with 2 in the round. Gets shut down. Psycho in a 1v3. Stuck outside.
Right. I think this one's done, Psycho. I think you're going to find yourself with the 4-2 half, which, again, even on paper, we can talk about it. Like, for Elevate to have 4 attacks is still very impressive. This is a lot of work for Leighton Dragon to do to show in the second half that they can attack just as effectively and get an equal number of rounds to guarantee even OT. Do you see them even getting a couple against Elevate? I mean, personally, I don't.
Oh, it definitely seems like a tall order. I was gonna say they're gonna get 1 round, okay? 1 round they're gonna be good for. Probably gonna be like a CC TV attack. It's probably gonna be the easiest for them, I reckon. They can kind of simplify either with like the Monty or the Capital. If either of those were left open, one of them will be. This is a Thermite Kaid ban. Will this just be Bandit, Kaid, and then like, I don't know, Thermite Ace or Thermite Hibana? That is the question that I'm wondering right now, because I'll be very default setup here on Clubhouse. Thinking about
it. Easy sort of stock standard pairing, doesn't it? Yeah, double Heart Breach, double Shield, double Electric on the other side, you know, double Architect as we spoke about a bit earlier on as well.
Blackbeard.
Bandit being taken away, and a Blackbeard. Interesting. Now, you spoke about this, like, it's always a contentious issue when someone bans away a single shield, because now you can just run Bandit, so the Bandit, the Blitz, the Monty, the Fuse if you really want to. Like BP, we see an awful lot over in EML. Obviously, you're playing a lot of the Fuse because they know people aren't going to ban that away. They'll just ban away other shields, else they'll run a lot of those other shields themselves. And I always feel like a bit off when I see a Blackbeard going like, sure, you're taking away the nades as we spoke about earlier, but you're still leaving things like a Blitz available, and he can do a lot of damage, as we've already seen several times today.
I fully agree with you. I think it's awkward because to fully get the massive effect of shield bans, you need all 3: Blitz, Monty, and Blackbeard, because they do things very uniquely. Fuse is kind of just like a regular shield that can do some self-destruction with the gadget. It's not worth banning 3 shields almost ever, because you can always bring out the 4th. But the thing is, Blackbeard is the most aggressive with, like, you know, proper gun, set of frag grenades, and even non-shield players can play Blackbeard like any other operator and just go crazy for kills. When you're playing the Blitz and the Fuse, you need to kind of at least be a shield player and have that experience, not knowing it, or not having a gun at all. So if you're to isolate 1 shield ban, it would be Monty or Blackbeard in my book, because it gets you the most singular ban value in the category of shields.
It's more like a hybrid operator, as you say. Very true point with the gun as well. And the amount of times that I've seen players still drop down the visor and get the shot and win the gunfight is absolutely ludicrous. It drops bloody quick, and I think it should be slower personally, but here we stand.
Yeah, it's one of those, right? Like, if you play Iron Sight, it's way faster for the ACOG. So, like, what setup are you using as well? Finger boost will help with it. All sorts of things.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And so often the thing is, you're in such close range anyway. I mean, you're in close range, you're looking to get the gunfight down. Doesn't matter about the iron sights or the ACOG or not. Like, you're very happy with the iron sights at that kind of range that he's often involved in.
Yeah. That's exactly. Oh,
freebie.
That's, you know, if that was Stemp, I would have believed that to be him like, making that play. But it's Momo Wayne. It's a Leighton Dragon striking first. Gundam Fence was injured. Did he fall off the roof? Or did he? Must have been. Nah, there's no blood on the balcony, which means me to think that he might have fallen off the roof. But with that being said, there's a Iron is low on health, so surely they fought each other. Surely.
It must have been a little bit of a gunfight. Just immediately dropped off there, and the blood simply hasn't appeared. Yeah.
We'll find out when he gets revived. If he's missing bullets in the magazine, that'll be the telltale time.
That's if he gets revived at this point. He's actually heading his way. I can't see him heading over there.
I think so.
They're just leaving him to die. Like, you've got 2 minutes of the round to play.
Come on, help him. I mean, Momo's deep.
Like, nah, bro, I'm hitting sight. Sorry, not me. This is so weird. But they're in there and they found a couple of kills. At least managed to start capitalizing off the back of it. It's a 2 versus 2. This is so bizarre. Like, Stem's upstairs still. They haven't got any sight. But I say, where is the fuser though? Oh, it's in the bathroom.
No, when you get bomb site control, but you'd forget. Well, they'll forget it. But that guy died with the fuser inside the bathroom. Gundam bled out as well. I mean, this round is one of those what could have been if any other person had the case. But that's just not the story here.
Or if Gundam hadn't gone down, it's a track onto a player upstairs that's holding the case at this point too.
Yeah, true actually. The good thing for
What are they
Leighton
doing?
Dragon is that the defenders are not helping each other. Like there's one in basement on the bomb side and Stem playing his life on the case. So there is a world here where you clutch up, with Momo Wings being 1 HP on the RAM and no flashbangs on KCB, and you have no real way of like checking with drones because you don't have time to drone everything. You gotta dry peek every corner. Oh, that's cheeky.
Ooh, I mean, Momo's kept himself dug in. He's doing the droning work for his teammate here. So KZB very much going alone to try and find out what's going on. Himself trying to step forward, but no, Momo. Down he goes. KZB with it all to save. I was about to say, surely can maybe win this gunfight, but it's the second one that I'm most nervous about. Starts getting the explosion out, forces the player up. Good stuff. Expects the swing. Can he win this one out? Sees the shadow and the KZB. A big 2K to save a round that looked for a moment like all was lost.
Elevate with a bit of disrespect where they played the round so well to make the comeback possible in that, you know, 2 versus 4 or whatever, and then just disrespect the final moments when they could have had a good crossfire swing together. It's a 50-50 here. Smoke doesn't, or Step right on mute doesn't fully commit to the swing, and 50-50 there. Doesn't play time, doesn't play the case. Elevate thought they are the better players, really got the better gun skill. But they actually got out-fracked in this one by Leighton Dragons, who both got side control very cheekily early on, and wins the clutch in the end.
Yeah, to be fair play to KCB. He's been everywhere this game.
Yes.
When he was playing in Generator across a couple of rounds, whether it was just now, of course, calling off a play like that, he has been the shining light for his team because you cast your eyes across the rest and looking at the kills, for example, even combining a couple of the players together, they still don't quite hit his total. He has kept them in the game for the most part. Unfortunately, as said, they now can't get enough of a round difference to be able to find themselves in playoffs. That's a bit of a heartbreaker in itself. We play on because they're still playing for those 3 points here against Elevate.
Now, this defense right here is kind of my worrying one if I'm an Elevate fan, because I feel like this bomb site is just so simple that Leighton Dragon could pick it apart and not have to rely on KCB or someone else popping off. They got the A Selmas for the wall outside. They can get impact tricked in theory by Elevate if they want to opt for it. They got no real way of clearing catwalk rafters like reliably. Like sure they got 2 flashbangs and Sophia stuns, but they got 3 Jaeger ADSs on the catwalk rafters themselves. Also worth noting, Elevate did double reinforce the catwalk walls, which means they cannot hold the con door if they go for a back attack.
There we go. Ooh, good range to take the fight as well, but don't quite find the man. Dips away just in time. Stem himself, you know, maybe not got the biggest numbers on the team. Ion's taken that credit so far, but he himself, whether on attack or defense, has also been everywhere. Very, very busy around the map. Right now, he's dancing his way through garage, putting challenge onto the players outside the double soft walls. So it's more about something else that Leighton Dragon needs to consider. Another player to clear through, another part of the map that needs liberating.
Courage, the first hit will be the call goes out for a bit of information to help roam clear these aggressive players and enable Momo Wings in the basement. We see a silhouette though. Psycho on Jaeger, who was catwalk earlier on, has found himself all the way in the basement. Stem finds the open as a gun, and there's Nomad taken away from this round. So much time to play. I'm not sure on the exact vision now from Leighton Dragon. Is it going to be Sophia below Ace the Wall, or... They might have already done that, actually. They've spent 1 Sophia, 1 stun, and 1 Selma charge. I'm not sure the wall is open exactly or not.
I'm also more worried about Psycho, too. Just as I was about to say it, Caster Cursed. Not worried anymore.
Yeah, they got it.
I was going to say, I was worried that he wasn't being stiffed out by Momo. I don't think he saw him on the drone. I don't think he heard him as well on the call. He was just managed to slip the net there and got himself inside the bathroom, but no. Has been collected, as has Stemp. Looking better here as they've recovered onto 2 players. It's a man advantage for Leighton Dragon. Out comes Ion, big already, up to 11 and 3. Now steps and still trying to challenge. Great shot from KZB, who again has been stellar this game.
2v3, anything is possible, but Leighton Dragon doing good work right now on this one. They have full access to garage, to rafters. They have 2 spare Selma charges in pocket to pop open this wall. A plant is possible, but there are 2 C4s waiting for them from both resets and wraps in great positions to utilize it. So I feel like if they get baited into a comfortable plant position, they'll be in for a hell of a surprise. I hope Leighton Dragon have a plan B that involves going for a kill or juking those C4s.
30 seconds or so.
Oh my
Still
god.
got the man. Oh, not the double! Not the double! Resets crushing their dreams towards the back end of this round. Momo with it all to do. 1 to his right, 1 to his left. We know how this goes. A double swing coming out and resets. Collects his 3rd of the round. 5-3 Elevate.
Disgusting C4. I hate it. Sophia jumped through the window and would have survived the C4, but then she obviously jumps in the window and walks left behind cover, and the C4 is just going straight for default. And because Sophia walks left behind cover, the guy in Kellogg Raptors dies, who's the ace, and the Sophia who jumped through the window dies as well. Despite the fact that they started in two different positions, they end up next to each other due to the nature of the timings, and they both suffer the same fate of a single C4. It's one of those rounds where if you're looking back at this one, you're like, guys, if that was a round that we really should have like really tightened up and won, it's probably that one. It's so easy to fall to the C4s, but also at the same time, it's so easy to deal with them if you're ready for it. It didn't seem like they thought the C4 was gonna come flying. They got caught by surprise.
Sure. By the way, Labyrinth popped into chat about 5 minutes ago and was just like, thank you, Elevate, for helping us make playoffs. It's like, you guys have done your job. Cheers. Nice one. We're in.
Nice.
Very, very good. Because as we said, they have done enough. It is all now confirmed. Our standings are finalized and not a whole lot can move around here. I think the only change that could happen would be like a changing of position at the bottom, but that doesn't change anything, not money. There's no SI points involved anyway, so it really has zero impact at this point. Which is a bit sad because they're actually playing okay late in Dragons. I feel better than what I thought they would.
Yeah, same.
I thought, you know, this would be over and done with potentially by now. With how Elevate were attacking, dropped an attack or two that they really probably shouldn't have, and I thought there'd be an absolute shutout in defense, but definitely opened the doors to late in Dragon, and they are stepping into it, just not all the way through. Momo getting rid of Rapster. That's the Goyo gone. Good start on the entry. Good to not get picked off because he's taken a few shots himself as well. I expect that was a very, very cheeky attempted spawn peek there to keep him busy.
Feels a bit like limit testing from Elevate, right? How many rounds can we win with a man deficit? How many rounds can we win when we lose the opening kill? How many ways can we problem solve any given round against the tallest of odds? I like this little play they got going, a little for Cycle on the main stairs with Clash, but what we saw last time is that Latent Dragons found a way into the bomb site without any real trouble. So I feel like Elevate had to respect the potential of those lurks a little bit more. Stay by main stairs, watch the tunnel door because we see a silhouette creeping up pretty fast. If Elevate they are not watching these specific areas, there will be a gap for Latent Dragons to take.
Sure, building the way through slowly. But of course, worry about things like the Clash and Resets, who just seems to be waking up more and more and more. 2 kills for himself. Ion, realizing his teammates started to catch up on kills, wanted to get involved in the action, but has got himself downed in the process. SD and K3. It all to do against 4 players on the other side. Once again, Nick, I think we know where this round is going. However, we've seen some drastic swings of rounds, including in this one. 3 kills came out of nowhere then. It looked like it was going all right for Latent Dragons.
But KCB is dead this time. That's the big difference maker. I mean, the hero is in the grave right now. He's got to respawn next round, thankfully, but Gundam and K3 has to step up instead. There's one, okay. Iron low on health. This is actually winnable. C4 last round cost them the round. There's a C4 in the pocket of one. Oh, the bait and switch. Flash walks past, and then the distraction game happens. Reese's holds the angle. He gets the kill. Now got them in 1v3 against a Clash mirror windows C4. It's just impossible.
Gonna do his best though. Drops on through. Doesn't even get a chance to have a shot back at Ion. Closes that one down, and we are up to match point now for Elevate. Again, going exactly the way that we expected. They've got a 3-round gap here to their opponents. And it's a lot to expect Latent Dragon to fight their way into this. Or maybe they win one more. At a stretch 2, but I don't see them being able to fight back in and win the game.
I'm curious now about the bands though. What do they deem as a big problem? I mean, Clash is just annoying, period. Mira is very annoying as well. For Elevate, I'm not sure if you're spending Dokkaebi and saying, you know, whatever, or what you do here. Just curious. I don't think it matters in the bigger picture. Just curious what they think is a problem. There's a Clash, the Grim actually being banned out. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Like it. I did tweet out earlier on about our conversation about the round switching stuff teams do, whether or not they repeat sites or not. Although it feels like it's been going on for a bit longer, Manny, who I've seen pop up a couple of times actually, is a coach for GG Kiri. He popped up and said, it depends how good you are identifying issues. And he said, if you look at the new operator ban system, for example, if you lose a round on back top floor and identify that the issue is Sens, for example, rather than trying to adapt to the strat to counter Sens, you can just actually wait to round 10 and just ban Sens out and not have to change the fundamentals. So that's one reason that weighs in there. And I've got a bunch more that I'll chew through as well as we sit here and go through the round.
Yeah, I saw the one from Nixon, just to let you know which one is out.
Just reading it now, yeah. Well, read it out, go on.
Okay, so he says, problem avoidance strategy. Identifying or pointing out and fixing issues mid-game is controversial and risky mental. Instead, teams avoid the mistake and pick a lower win rate bomb site. And I feel like this is interesting because it speaks to like weak mentality, easy ability to tilt, maybe taking things personal if you made a mistake in a round. Where back when I was a pro player, granted it was a long time ago, we found a lot of pride in playing around, losing it, and saying, alright guys, how do we win this round and run it back? Because that speaks to problem-solving abilities and figuring out where the issues are and how to solve them. And I think it's easier to do with an issue when it's recent, rather than going to a different bomb site and 6 minutes or 3, 4, 5 minutes go by, and you gotta pick up the other problem again now. So
yeah, like, is talking about challenges and issues mid-game really that big a problem? Like, it shouldn't be.
Some teams, I'm sure. So Nixon is more like a tier 2 level, tier 2 slash tier 3. So maybe a bit of different mental than tier 1, obviously. But mental, I feel like it's been a big talking point in tier 1 level when we're watching player cams at LAN events. BDS's stint last year making every grand final, and they keep choking in grand finals and looking stressed. League Effect being very open about the pressure got to them, and one bad round goes their way and they start tilting. It does feel like the mental has been a big talking point the last year and a half or so, I would say.
Oh, for sure. I mean, when teams like Mental boom, you see it very visibly in the gameplay. Like, dare I say, we look at Falcons, as we've all mentioned a few times now. How many times can they finish second at an event and just seem to go completely mute, except for Leaky Fact, when it matters most in a grand final? It happens a lot.
Exactly.
So yeah, Mental completely is a big part of the game, and I think as everyone's now playing at such a high level, Mental now has one of the biggest impacts, I think, on the game overall. And in this round here, I don't think the Mental's going to matter too much because we can already see Elevate up to a 4 versus 3. Stemper thought might get recovered, but no, down he goes as well. It looks like it might be lights out for Leighton Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, they have not much to do here. I mean, they still have the caps on fire, but I don't think the fire is going to do you much good right now. You're low on health. You got worse guns, arguably, with those fire rates being quite low on the power on Capital. Raps with a... He's snaking across the office wall. Psycho doubling up.
Snake.
I like this. Now, this is where if you read this play, it comes up firing your free kill, right? You fire it off, you watch the run back, Psycho dies, for example. But reading into that play without droning it first is definitely unlikely to happen. And there's 60 seconds left. They have cash control, sure. They're on the window, sure. But the issue is they have one player less. That means Elevate can cover all the angles and more of where the attack will be coming from.
I was about to say, I think he just doubles down here and gets inside the res.
Yeah.
Why not get a bit closer, but instead keeps himself a bit further back and does collect the one that he needs. 3 versus 2 here. Sure, it might have been a kill for Leighton Dragons, but it was answered back. Another one goes and resets casual as anything. Steps out with the Betzer, gets the closing kill. And as expected, Elevate finish a flawless stage. Only one OT win. Everything else a regulation win.
And I will say this, kudos to Leighton Dragon esports. I mean, they played better than I thought they would. They had some shining moments in the specific rounds, and had they played like this the entire stage, they probably wouldn't be at the bottom.
Yeah, I think I largely agree. You know, it wasn't, of course, enough to bring down this top team, but KZB especially, we spoke with Wax the Ripple about him a lot throughout that game. He's played really, really well there.
Yes.
Quite a few rounds, both on attack and defense, but it comes back to that age-old conversation. If you need a player to be going big every single day, and you can't always rely on it being the same player.
That's exactly it. And Elevate, the fact that they're this good also just means that realistically it's going to be so hard to beat them. How many rounds you take off of them is going to be the success story for most teams unless you're Weibo Gaming maybe, or maybe fewer on the best of days. So the fact that they get as many as it did, it is impressive.
The fact that they went to OT against Soul's Heart, you take that one aside, they have not lost with their worst result, the 7-4 against anybody. They've looked fantastic the whole way through, and that's why they now deservedly at the top. But we'll talk about our standings and how things close up here in the group stage in a second. Here's a recap of how the day's gone. Nick, what was your favorite game of the 4 that we've seen?
Honestly, I really enjoy watching Fury play because they impressed me the most, and I also think Shocker LFO did put up a good style of Rainbow Six Siege, play more fundamental, more slow pace. So I would say the third match, despite the 3-7 scoreline, was probably my favorite.
Fair enough. And that first one was a little bit crazy. We kicked things off on Lab as well. Like, started out with an absolute shutout 4-0 from Weibo, but ended up seeing the other side fight their way back in. Daystar just not quite close enough. Skyscraper was our second map for Arrival 7 against Soul's Heart, a very close matchup that ultimately sees both of them making it through to our playoffs. That was kind of the expectation if they did it. So the standings we'll have a look at in just a second and see where things finish. And of course, our last game, as we see a second ago, was a pretty dominant one for Elevate. But here we are. This is how things look. And as a reminder, Elevate and Weibo will both get a bye in our playoffs. They go through the first round automatically. Fury will play against Arrival 7 in the first game, and Daystar play against Soul's Heart in the other. Shark LFO and Leighton Dragon, sadly, do not get to join us in playoffs, Nick.
No, they do not, unfortunately. There it is. We see the bracket of playoffs. It is a pretty good day. As you said, if you're Weibo Elevate, you get a day off, can watch your opponents, can prepare, can strategize, can just get you a bigger and bigger advantage. Just looking right now, I quite fancy the Soul's Heart Daystar matchup. you know, I reckon that could be a banger. But then it's like the reward for winning that best of 3 is you play Elevate, which is like not a very nice reward, right? But I do feel like
you're basically automatically going to the lower bracket.
yeah, it's like, okay, we win our game and we go lower bracket. And I mean, same story goes against Weibo Gaming. I just feel like you know, Elevate has that slight leg up being probably the best team right now, at least in the standings they are. I'm itching for a Weibo Elevate best of 3 though. No more that best of 1 shenanigans. We gotta get some long proper games in for playoffs.
You could even have a couple of them as well, let's not forget, because if you go through to that upper bracket final and lose, you go down to lower. You then maybe have to replay again in the grand final. So we are going to be spoiled for choice when it comes to these, Nick. Really looking forward to it. What's your main expectation, you think? Because we know what two, if I say this now, we know what 2 teams are going to make it through here. I think it's pretty fair to say we expect to see Elevate and Weibo making it to that grand final and making it into the APL qualifiers. And it's a long way to speak about that now. How do you think they're going to stack up against other regions that you've cast? You've done quite a bit of Ocean, a bit of APAC North. How do you think they stack up?
I do honestly think that both Weibo Gaming and Elevate are probably like top 3 in all of APAC the way that I've seen it. I haven't watched every team to greater detail, but I think Fearix have always been really great internationally and have a good shot with their playstyle. And I think Elevate and Weibo are the, together with Fearix, the top 3s, I would say, currently.
No, you're not back in D plus Kira or CAG then, I'm hearing.
I'm not. I'm actually not. I feel like CHG right now in like a hero run, and that's going to slow down a little bit. They've been kind of... Also, I mean, I saw the game up from them this morning, right? I can't speak well about them after what that's showcasing from them, so that's going to be a bit of a negative bias, but yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. We'll take it from there. Fair enough. Well, that is the end of our group stage. As I said, that is us done and dusted. So next time you see Asia on your screens, it is going to be playoff season, baby. It's going to be good into best of 3s, into elimination. What more could you possibly ask for? But for now, thanks for watching. Have a good day. From me and Nick, see you later.
Panorama no sola